Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Cold, these brothers my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta roll with ice. Ride or die, 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 ride or die. Cold, these brothers my guys, know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ Ike, now I gotta ride or die. Now I gotta ride or die. You gave it up before you even tried, before you even gave it a shot. So why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? So find another way to get into my arms, to get into my heart again. Cause why should I feel helpless? Why should I feel useless now? Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say. Nobody's ever gonna hold me down. The night is young and we're afraid. Nobody's ever gonna throw me down. There's nothing left you can say.
Got enough of every melody, they all sound the same. Yeah, for my broken heart, no remedy. But maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. I do you do cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. Oh, my darkest memories, now let me fall back.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the SQ1 Championship Summer Split Retro Production Edition. Always good to remember your roots, right? And a big thank you to Impress for stepping in to keep the metaphorical lights on here. My name is Varus. Oh my goodness, I've lost my mind, Varus. My name is CJ. I am joined by Varus. And before this weekend, when I was doing my predictions from from up on high in first place on that leaderboard, I thought to myself, easy. We're going clean this week, boys. Every match is a certainty. And now, after the results of yesterday's games, I don't know what to believe, and I've even forgotten my own name, dude.
It can't be helped sometimes. Sometimes you just want to be a color caster like me and have good predictions, but even I've got bad predictions this week. It's gone all over the place, and I'd say it's a week of upsets because a lot of these games were not expected to go the way they were, and even some easy games were dropped by certain teams. But here we are, and we sort of have to look back at them when we get a chance, and there is a YouTube to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. If everyone wants to see the results of those games, I'm not sure if they're up currently, but they will be up very shortly. If not, the results we did tweet out, but they are some absolutely banger games to take a look at from yesterday. And the results of those games do play quite heavily into today. We talked a lot last week about Black Lions versus Sparks. That was the big matchup. That was the story, trying to secure sole possession of first. And Black Lions did take the win there. But now, since then, Sparks, they faltered yesterday against Glorious Gaming. They went down again. So now, Black Lion, they might have a bit of a chance to extend a lead over them here.
Yeah, no, it'll be a very important lead for them to pick up so they can keep up that consistent form which they've been showing and just keep pushing further and further. And on the other side of the table here, we've got Absolved who need to prove themselves because they are starting to lack towards the bottom of the table now. With Lions Creed picking up a win, that puts more pressure on Absolved to do better in this game, but they are against the current best team in the league.
Absolutely. And when you're going up against that best team, you need some form of stability. You need win conditions, something you can rely on. And the roster swaps that have come through from Absolved, it's just been plagued by them all season. The only stability they've really been able to find is in that top side with Pinata, who is now name changed to Soul Raven, you can see up there. He's had some decent performances, but everyone else has been swapping roles, they've been swapping players, they've just not been able to find the footing. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to pull together to take down the Titans in Black Lion.
Yeah, it's going to take something spicy, but maybe they got something up their sleeve. But we're going to have to wait and see in terms of draft. We do have Black Lions on red side, which I think is currently the best. So it's going to be very hard to draft against a Black Lion in general.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the classic jungle bands coming through. The Karthus and Kane, both Cyrox's most played. Though, of course, he has had quite a wide champion pool already this season. The Graves has been taken away too, and the Set. So that's actually 4 junglers taken off the table for this game so far. Cyrox might find his pool getting a little bit pinched for the first time.
Maybe
and Olaf too.
There's still the likes of the Echo on the table, which he has played a lot. And there's also the Silas, Kindred. There's sort of a mix of what Cyrox still has in his pool, but is this going to damage the Bulb himself with so many jungle bands on the table here?
And the Volibear, that is a clean 6 potential junglers taken off the table. Volibear, of course, is a very strong flex, the top lane as well, but Sebalip, I think we've seen him play Hecarim at least once, so that's still the table for sure. And if we were looking at Black Lion last season, this would have been like, oh, this is a great strategy. Cyrox, he is the catalyst for their victory. He is the driving force behind all their wins. But now this season, pretty much every player on Black Lion has proven themselves to be a driving force for wins. So target banning out one player might not get the job done.
Definitely. And Karma pick coming through, not really a surprise. Karma currently is just really strong. It's just that flexibility with Karma as well. Knowing that you can throw a top, mid, or support, it's just so much value in the pick. So it's not really a surprise that she's picked up here. It'll be interesting to see the Yasuo answer. I don't think we're going to get it, but who knows?
I think that Sherex is playing with us a bit here. Their coach Sherex, we had him on Squared Away, and he talked specifically about Evil Yokai being pigeonholed into the Gragas Yasuo combo. So I think he's just flashing that for us here today. And they have gone for Yuya's classic Ezreal. This is more what I expected. Very confident for Yuya. He's not going to have the Karma to pair it up, and the Yuumi is fallen out of favor as well. So what do you think is going to be paired up with Yuya's Ezreal this game?
It's hard to say just for the fact that Yuya has always looked so comfortable in Ezreal no matter what he's had with him, because it is one of his most played champions, which is actually his second most played, which is first is Kai'Sa. And they've shown the likes of wanting to play anything in this bot lane because Blackpink has looked so versatile in terms of their pool. When you look at their champion pool, it looks like they're just an enchanter player. It looks like they play Yuumi, Soraka, Karma, that's it, really. but they've shown versatility. They've shown that they'll play anything. They even busted out the Sona, so there's still the Sona on the table as well. So we
Yeah.
have options around. We still have
Pretty
Lulu available, but it wouldn't.
Oh, there will be no Gragas Yasuo. It has been snatched away by Koing in the mid lane, who previously, we've seen him playing things like the Orianna. So I'm excited to see a Yasuo potentially in the mid lane. It could be flexed in theory, but just in general, with a Vayne and a Yasuo locked in for Absolved, I think they're throwing everything out the window and they're just going, right, this is the best team. We've got to get some hard carry, super scaling team fight dominance going on here.
Hear me out.
Yeah.
This was just Shayrock playing mind games in the start, hovering at Yasuo, being
Yeah.
like, "Oh boys, we're picking Gragas. What you gonna do?" And they're just like, "Oh crap, we gotta pick Yasuo here. We gotta pick it. We gotta pick it, boys."
Well,
It's the Yasuo pick, and then they're just gonna pick something to smash it in 2 lanes.
yeah, we'll see if Yokai does have the answer. We've seen a much more varied pool out of him as well. The Azir, particularly, I think, for me, has been terrifying from Yokai, so I think that's a potential option there. The Ezreal Leona is not a particularly common option, because Ezreal's not the traditional all-in kind of AD carry combined with Blackpink's Leona, but as you said, quite a varied pool from Blackpink. He's played the Thresh before, so not
And
unfamiliar with the Engage.
because of this, Ezreal can sit fine in this lane, and he can't get punished because even if Vayne Karma push Ezreal in, they can't dive him. They don't have the tools to dive in Ezreal, whereas Leona can just roam all game long and Ezreal will be untouched. That's sort of the value here. And Leona being able to permanently roam towards mid lane or even into the enemy jungle just means that Gragas invades are going to be even more volatile. And it's kind of a funny meme seeing that Renekton got banned after they hovered it as well. So it seems like they're just playing mind games. And we get the Akali, which more than likely will be mid. I don't expect Fender to be the type of player who will play Akali. But this is Black Lions. I could be proven wrong.
Yeah, I think that we've seen Yokai pick up the Akali once this season. I think that was the game where he secured that MVP vote after the game. Was one of Blackline's more hard-fought victories, and Evil Yokai was a big part of that, so I do like them opting into that. That's I'd say it's a skill matchup, Yasuo versus Akali, though do you feel differently?
I would say it's a skill matchup, but Akali can actually bully him out pretty early and pretty consistently. But also, she has the means, she has the advantage to sort of play around Yasuo's Steel Tempest, his Q. And by that, I mean, when Yasuo gets his Tornado, Akali can play around the cooldown and then throw down her Shroud. And because of this, Yasuo won't be able to capitalize much on Akali, and then Akali just, after the Tornado drops, she can just go aggressive, and just go as hard as she wants at that point.
Sure. So now we've got Fengder's pick coming in here. The Scion is still available, but he has hovered the Gangplank, and that's actually going to be swapped out there. We thought maybe he'd expand the pool a little bit, but no, it is open. It is most played champion, and I imagine it's not too surprising to see him go back to Comfort there, though. Bark's Bad Pie did kind of expose the laning phase a little bit in their game, and Fengder has never been that strong of a lane player. Really, where he comes to power is that team fight scenario, right?
Yeah, for sure. And to be honest, the matchup into Poppy is really free, but at the same point, Absol might be doing the big bamboozle and throwing the Silas top, but so far we have not seen a good showing of any Silas top. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're actually going to opt for it. And exactly what you said, Fengder doesn't play for lane necessarily. He seems to make up for it with his better team fighting than most top laners. He seems to just navigate team fights a lot better, knows where to be at the right time, and knows when to be annoying in the back line. So not really surprised he's going for Sion again, because don't fix what ain't broken.
Absolutely. So if we look at these team comps here, from Black Lion's side, this is fairly standard. We've got Comfort in top lane, Comfort in mid, Comfort in bot lane. There's a lot of just standard picks here going together. There's a relatively clear game plan from what I can see, most likely a mid focus early on with a weak side top laner and an easily kind of weak side bot laner as well. So they look like they're going to be focusing towards this mid lane. But when I look towards Absolve side, I don't really know what they're going to do here. Poppy can gank very effectively early on, has some good burst, but is Vayne Karma, is that going to try and punish the Ezreal? Are they going to try and match this mid lane 2v2? What's Absolve's game plan here going into the lane?
The issue I see with Absolve's game plan, it looks like they're balling everything into late game because the only early game pressure they really have is Poppy. Sure, you have Karma's early game pressure, but is that going to do much in this bot lane? No, it's not. That's not going to do a thing, really. And it's the issue I have looking at Absolve's draft is the fact that they don't have any early game lane presence from any of their champions. So what is Poppy going to do with that early pressure, especially when you don't have pressure from laners?
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them to deal with potentially. I think that this bot lane specifically, we do need to touch on the fact that Nikolai is in there as a support sub as well. Elbel is not playing for Absolve today and honestly looked like one of their better players coming in after a couple of games. Nikolai is an AD carry main if we go by his op.gg. And, Karma's a pretty simple champion, probably good to put an off-roll pick on, but in a lane where already you really want to be able to punish the fact that Yuya is going to be on his own, I just don't think it's going to be happening here with a Vayne laning phase plus a non-support main playing a relatively, passive. This is very good value, but not going to be starting fights and swinging the lane actively in their favor kind of pick.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm going to stay open-minded for now because this could still go spicy. They could... Absolve might throw everything out the window what we just said about late game. They might just go all in early game despite their champions and just do something we ain't seen. They might just go, all right, we're going to farm kills on Fenk Dare because we seen he got punished in laning phase last time against Sparks. So they might throw caution to the wind with that, or they might hyper invade if they get the chance. I'm hoping to see some spark from Absolved to sort of push them to look a bit stronger and just synergize a bit better together. Like you said, they look a bit better with Nikolai in the roster, despite being a sub. And they need to start working on some way out, some way to start getting wins for the team.
Absolutely. We saw Core Dynamic pick up a win over Glorious Gaming, I believe it was yesterday, and then Lions Creed picking up a win over Core Dynamic. So everyone's kind of maybe starting to get a bit of stability, a bit of driving force to push them up and improvement going through this season, and Absolved are the last to really click in that fashion, largely due to these roster problems. So if they can maybe just get some consistency going here, I believe the AD carry is still the same player, as a name change. It's still Patamon down in the bot lane there. That maybe they can actually get something going here. And they do have some interesting picks. They do have great late game. I'm excited to see Silas steal a Scion ult and smash into Akali or whatever. That sounds like something fun that I want to see. So maybe they can get it done. We are going into the loading screen right now, but gotta say, it's a slim sight at the very least. Black Lion have just looked so hard to topple.
Definitely, and Black Lion being consistent against a team which has looked very inconsistent is very difficult to bet against Black Lion. And I feel like this already slightly tilts me seeing Barrier on Vayne.
Whoa. Okay.
I feel like I'd rather see the exhaust here because you're going to get much more higher value out of this. Barrier will not do anything for you against most of these champions on the side of Black Lion. So I feel like it's pretty much a waste of a summoner at this point. And Karma having heal, sure, okay, you can get away with that. But that's why I'm saying you should still have the exhaust here to give yourself some more pressure. You're short range anyway, so you get high value out of this exhaust. And worst comes to worst, say if you snowball on this Vayne, but the rest of your team is kind of right now, but they can hold. You could cause pressure in the side lane with exhaust and have more 1v1 potential, more 1v2 potential, and look to pressure. But because of this, it's slimming that down a bit. It's still an option, but it's very slimmed down now compared to what it would be with exhaust.
Absolutely, it is going to be a little bit tougher to get that value. They'll just have to get extra fed in the laning phase, I guess. Maybe they can get that one to work, as we have gotten onto the Rift here with our first game of today's Sunday Week 4 match here at SQ1 Summer. Absolved versus Black Lion. This is going to be a tough one. We expected to see a lot of standard results as of yesterday, and we ended up getting completely thrown into Bizarro world when we expected that. And we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if that goes the same way as we've gone into the classic SQ1 pause.
Would we be SQ1 if we didn't have our pause at the start of the game? I don't think we would be. We seem to have gained some fame just for being paused all the time. Here we are again. And interested to note, Hail of Blades
I was looking at
Poppy.
that. Yeah.
Can't say I've seen it before.
No, me neither. Not
And this
electrocute.
is
Normally it's electrocute, right? For the early game power?
Electrocute or Predator, but most
Mm.
of the time Electrocute just because you have that instant burst. That
Yeah.
combo is really easy to get off, and it just adds to your early game damage, making your ganks even more scary. Because being like, you could be half health, and Poppy will come out the bush, and she's like, "Well, now you're dead,"
It's over.
basically.
Absolutely. Well, maybe they can get that one to work. So with Cyrox, is tends to be quite an active early game jungler, especially on this Kragus. And as we said before, it's probably going to be around this mid lane. There are potential options. You know, Leona can get stuff done bot lane. Fengder has got a lot of CC setup, but really supporting Evil Yokai does seem like the best option here for Cyrox. So do you think Sebolip should come mid lane to try and 2v2? Do they actually win that 2v2? Or is it better to just, as you said before, just farm kills on top lane maybe?
I think both teams are going to look to play top mid anyway, because, like I said, bot lane nothing's going to happen, and nothing should happen in reality. But obviously, that can all change. But top, especially, is very volatile. If Silas dies once, he's pretty much boomed.
Yeah.
And as soon as Sion gets his Bramble Vest, it makes it even harder for Silas to do things in this lane. So, Snowball and Silas is a very easy win condition, especially because his burst damage can become absurd and really hard to deal with. And in terms of instant lockdown, they don't really have much in terms of that other than Leona. Obviously, Sion's abilities are quite easy to dodge by Silas, but doesn't mean that he's just going to be invincible. But then the mid lane, like you mentioned, is also extremely snowbally. Probably one of the snowballiest matchups there is. And again, it's just whoever gets the first kill, whoever gets ahead, can actually turn the tide of this entire game.
Absolutely. I think that I believe it was episode 1, possibly episode 2. I think it was episode 1 of Squared Away where Silas was somebody's loser in the winners and losers segment. And so far, as you said before in the draft, like we've just not seen anything out of this champion pick so far. We saw it go down heavily when Barte took it up in the jungle. We've not seen it really do anything in this league, but sometimes players just keep kind of taking it. It seems to be this weird niche pick that people pick up. Do you think that this champion is deserving of being picked, or would it be better to go to something else? Like I believe Maokai was unbanned, for instance, or if you want to go for a carry, things like Fiora were unbanned. Is Silas actually worth taking right now, even if your pool is pinched?
I think it's worth taking, but to some regard, also not. I'm going to explain myself. So, you obviously see how they play it in LCK, and the way they play it in LCK is a lot different. They will play it with more of a tanky jungler. I don't really consider Poppy that tanky, especially when you're going Halo Blades. And they'd also play a tanky support with it. So they'd set it up with double tanks on the team. So also missing that tank on the top side means that you've actually got some security in terms of that. And the way they play it, their jungle would literally sit top, so Silas can actually farm towards his CDR items. Not even a full item. He would just get these first 2 CDR items, similar to how Vlad does it. And then at that point, they leave him alone. And that's not a thing what I've seen with any Silas so far in this league. And that's sort of where I say it's not worth it, because I've not seen any set him up to success. They've sort of just like picked him and been like, all right, you should win this matchup, right? Right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh dear. Wait, hold up. What's happening? Somebody help me.
Yeah, basically. And that's the reason why I'm saying it's kind of not, because I've not seen anyone set it up to do well. So it's just like, looked very shocking so far.
Yeah. I mean, I think there were only 2 top lane bans this game. There were a lot of kind of flex bans, like the Wukong was taken away, the Volibear, Renekton, and mysteriously the Kled was taken away, both by Absolve though. So they were the ones really trying to pinch that top lane pool. And they had this Silas in the pocket, I suppose. Maybe there's a potential to flex the Poppy up there, maybe even flex the Asu up there. That's not something I've seen in a long, long time. But they do seem to have been confident enough in it. And as we said earlier on, Still Raven has been probably the strongest point for Absolved, maybe just by virtue of the fact that I think he's the only player who's played in every single game that Absolved has played. So maybe he's actually getting some comfort here. And it was on things like the Urgot and, the Renekton's that he was able to have an impact. So something a bit scrappier, a bit more skirmish heavy. And Silas, once you get some items on deck, he can fulfill that role. So maybe this will unlock some more potential for him to do some work.
The issue I have just in general with this top lane is, so like you said, Pinatas look like the strong point, and more than likely 9 times out of 10 Fengdea is going to play something tanky or play something for team fighting, right? What does that tell you just from the get-go? It tells you that you can play a bruiser into him and do really well. And then on the other hand, I look at Pinata's pool. He plays Set, GP, Wukong, Aurelia, Kayle, Mordekaiser. Every single one of them would have been better in this draft.
Dear.
And that is my issue right now, because I feel like Mordekaiser here takes so much away from Black Lion.
Yeah.
1, you win this top lane matchup. 2, you could take an Akali out of the fight. You could take an Ezreal out of the fight. You can stop a Gragas from engaging, and you can just permanently split push on the side lane against a Sion if you want to. It has so much higher value, and I feel like that's something that was definitely overlooked, because looking at the pool of Pinata, I just feel like there were stronger picks, but maybe they're going to come up and show us what they've been practicing with the Silas.
Yeah, for sure. And they have had some time to get things going, and maybe they've got something waiting in the wings here. Fengdere, we did see him struggle in the laning phase before quite a lot in this game. Do you think that it's likely he goes down here, or do you think that he's going to be able to stave off the Silas? He can dodge the abilities, he said, or Silas can dodge his abilities, so maybe it's a tough matchup, but maybe we'll see less solo deaths from BL's top laner.
I think after our talk with Shayrek, I think he probably sacked him about a bit.
Yeah.
And told him off for inting in that game. I think he's learned his lesson. I think he's had his fun.
Yeah.
I don't expect no inting Sion tactics to destroy towers or whatnot. I think he's going to be a lot more calculated, a lot more safer. But like I said, I hope Absolved, if they want to win, I hope they look to snowball with Silas and play around top mid heavily.
For sure. We have reconnected here. It was a minor problem with Evo Yokai's router, I believe, which has been restarted. And we're getting some aggressive positioning up in that jungle. We are just kind of chilling watching the fountain here, but the minimap will show that they did extend to get a ward onto the red buff. So they've got a little bit of vision starting off, and if they can track Cyrox, maybe they can avoid getting punished by the early ganks that Gragas can bring.
Shame we don't get them spicy Sion starts that we used to see back in the day. Where Sion would just cheese your buff, come back to lane, you'd be like, wait, Sion has a blue buff.
Those were the golden ages of the Sion play. Maybe all I want at some point, I'd love to see some lethality Sion come out here. I don't think it's really Fengdere's style, as you said. Mainly a tank teamfight player, and very good at that role he is. But it's always fun to see that. They are going to clear out this ward, but the fact that they're clearing it still kind of reveals that they're starting there.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe later in the season, maybe we can tease it and see if they'll opt in towards it. We can probably tease that a bit later, but standard red side, red buff start for both junglers. Not really a surprise at all. Just fairly standard here.
Yeah, and we did see a little bit of trading in that bottom river between Yuya, Shibukawa, and Blackpink that they have returned to links. Nothing too insane has gone down yet, and this push is slightly in the favor of Absolved's bot lane. They've got to be very scared of that Leona level 2 once it hits, so getting the wave in their control definitely preferable here.
Yeah. This is expected due to the Leona's just non-existent level 1, basically. Not really a lot she can do level 1, so you just got to sit back, wait to hit 2, maybe even 3 in this lane. And still, even then, I don't expect much to happen. I think it's just still going to be a farm lane. But junglers can change that.
Yeah, for sure. Just the Ezreal follow-up is just so awkward to manage around the minion wave if they're playing it right. And I mean, Vayne being a short-range champion, you're normally going to be hanging around that minion wave trying to just get enough CS for yourself as well, given the potential danger you're in there. Top lane is being pushed up, and we do see Poppy roaming up here. On the ward, I believe, has partially Fengdere not moving. Maybe he didn't spot it, but Poppy's actually not coming in for the gank, going for the camp, which isn't there, is now returning for the gank. Maybe a little bit delayed, but they're going to get this. Fengdere evidently did not see. Here comes the dash through from Sebulb, instantly forcing out that flash from Silas. That's pretty good value. Doesn't need to expend any more effort on that one. A
little bit of waste of time. Might have actually costed them the kill there, actually, because Sion was more pushed up, more closer
Yeah.
to the tower. Wasted his time checking for a camp when you can get the kill, get the camp after. Just seems like a little bit of wasted time, but you still get a flash end of the day, so it's still value.
Yeah, absolutely. They've prepped this top lane for a potential return gank. Fengdere, CEO of Weakside, has potentially got some more action coming in his way in the near future. Cyrex, meanwhile, has tended onto that bottom side, gotten his buffs done, getting that bottom scuttle. And so far, nobody has managed to pull any crazy action just yet.
And shock, we see a double cool start on the bot line.
Oh boy.
They're both based for early cool, and just a little bit of pressure onto Poppy. Nothing really much going to happen. Just now they actually know where Poppy is, so they have more information.
Yeah, it is quite nice that Steadfast Presence on Poppy does block the engage from both Leona and Gragas. So we're even getting a little aggressive there with no mana to speak of. He's going to get pushed back behind the tower. Coin actually getting aggressive in the mid lane as well. Yokai, caught in that wave, drops the Shroud, trying to escape back to the tower, but maybe turns the fight on its head. Ignite comes down, and a flash through for first blood for Yokai. Here's Sebelip trying to at least clean up the mess that has been left in this mid lane. Yokai walking away, still dropping some attacks, but here comes that Q, here comes the heal, and one more attack from either. Yokai secures a second in the 2v1 mid lane. Yokai back on the carries, smashing this mid lane.
Is it bad for me to say I've seen that coming? After how much wave priority either Yokai kept getting in the lane, it just seemed inevitable that it was going to be a 1v2 situation. And this is what I meant about the Shroud. Either Yokai plays the Shroud perfectly, and because this Yasuo has kind of stood there like, guys, what do I do now? And then Akali capitalizes, and because of this, she just gets enough energy towards the end when being chased down by the Poppy, and turns that on his head.
Oh, here comes the engage in the bot lane. Cyrex has been waiting for this one. Nikolai pushed back. The flash will not help you, my friend. Yuya's gonna pick up that kill in the bottom lane. Nice, clean, and easy gank for Black Lion.
So what happens when you don't need to snowball the mid lane? You just walk bot.
Bit more aggression here. Cyrex getting pushed out of that Tribrush by Sebelip. Shibakawa following up as well. Yuya getting that damage. It is a 3v3 as Coin comes through. Sebelip actually cleans up the kill onto Cyrex. Walks back towards, gets a kill onto Blackpink. Shibakawa, one in the pocket of the Vayne, and Yuya now left in the 1v2. Does have the flash available, is going to be forced to use it as the shift is on cooldown. And overall, I think that's a 2v2 or a 2v1 in the favor of Absolve there in the bot lane.
Indeed, and they're looking for more still. Like, Ezra's still being pressured on the bot side.
Oh, top lane, he stole the Sion ult and gets the heal. Soul Raven with the big wave to back him up, secures that solo kill in the top lane, doesn't even need a gank.
Big kill there. I'm very surprised to even see that come through. The size of the wave.
Coin is Ignite diving Yuya with Nikolai to back him up and gets the kill. Cyrex, can he make this a trade at least? Does get that kill, and now Nikolai trapped in no man's land behind the tower. Blackpink as well, walking in to secure it. Cyrex does get that double kill, so more aggression from Absolve. They are not just going to take this game lying down.
10 kills already in this game. I didn't expect any less, and what are you doing in this mid lane, Vayne? This is an Akali who is level 6. You are in danger, friend.
Yeah, absolutely terrifying scenario there. Yokai is still healing up a little bit. Shibakawa staying around. Blackpick and Cyrex on the bottom side, but Sebelip and Coin are showing up too. Yokai has a Poppy coming around the backside, pushes them in, instantly activates that last breath from Yasuo, and Coin can easily follow it up for the shutdown. Yokai baited in by the Vayne, staying on low HP perhaps.
I expected this to be a very bloody game, and it's exactly what we're getting, so I am very happy with the turnout. And this is going to be bloody for sure.
A stolen Mountain Dragon. Cyrex with a rare misstep goes into that stopwatch as well and has cleaned up a shutdown, once again going over to Coin after dropping that first blood. Now suddenly he's got the gold lead in mid.
And this is what you need for Absolve. You've got a late game team which is starting to win in the mid game. You're starting to get these extra objectives, even the extra bits of gold, and this is exactly what you need if you want to win as Absolve. That you just need to keep pressuring this and minimize any deaths to this Akali, because that's where it looks like the most pressure is coming from.
Absolutely, it's Sebelip now not letting up, finds Fengdere in the top lane, topside jungle. Cyrex is waiting in the wings to support and is going to force away that aggression. Coin and Soul Raven tending over, but nothing too crazy going to happen just there. This is just Absolved throwing caution to the winds here. Any game plan that Black Lion had is just being thrown out with this aggression. As Sebulip goes in again, the tornado comes through from Koing, but he does not opt for the last breath. Instead comes in now. Sebulip goes down to Cyroc's first point, left in that 1v2. Does get the Conqueror stack. There's a little bit stunned in the bot lane, but nothing's going to come of that, and Koing is going to catch Cyrox with Soul Raven cutting off the retreat. Now he's got the slow, but a flash over the wall and dodges out the stolen ultimate. Cyrox jukes and dives his way back into the jungle.
This game is hectic, and also 2 spicy items I see being built. Both make me very sad. Not gonna lie. And talking of very sad, someone's about to be very sad.
Oh, but the ult just disappears from Yuya. The ult just went nowhere. I don't know what happened to Ezreal's ult there. They still get the kill onto Nikolai, and Shibakawa is forced to retreat, but maybe he can get that kill into Blackpink. Depress the attack has procs, but there goes that stopwatch to buy the time for Yuya to come in. Shibakawa maybe wants it again. If he can dodge the Q, gets that condemn. Does he have the mana for a flash forward and that Q? But can he get away from Blackpink? Sebulip dives in to save him, and Vayne ends up winning that fight on the bot side.
Jesus Christ, what is going on in this game? It's absolutely hectic.
What happened to Ezreal? Where did it go?
I think it must have been a spectator bug, for sure. So, before that,
hearing in bot lane.
before that, we see Poppy building Warrior, and we also see Sion building Execution as Calling. Both I'm not happy with. I understand the Poppy because you're trying to snowball really hard because...
Oh, the flash forward, speaking of snowball, catches Cyrox and gets the kill. I guess that's what he has the Warrior for.
This is what he's going for. But the Sion, I don't see you getting as many auto attacks onto the Sylas as you'd want to. So you get more value out of the Bramble, in my opinion.
Wait, Koing's got a fight. He's got that knockup, but doesn't opt for the last breath again. Sebulip is going to easily activate it, and Yukai has been caught out again in a 2v1.
CJ, I'm lost for words.
I know. I was like, must be so difficult to color because you can only get a third of the way through every point before Absolve decides we're bored of not fighting. Let's go mid, let's go bot, let's go jungle.
Well, we said this is what we need to see from Absolve. We need to see this aggression, and if they play like this, they'll catch a lot of teams off guard, to be honest, because you're given no time to think, no time to react. Even as just spectating the game, you're given no time to think, really.
Exactly. So now we see the early game. I think overall the early game is going in favor of Absolve because they have these really strong scaling picks, and they tend to be the ones coming out just about on top. As another fight develops in the top lane, the Sion ult has been stolen again, pushes Fengdere back, but won't get any more as Soul Raven has a wave to clear up. As I was saying, they're going aggressive, and they've gotten this early game success so far with their scaling carries. Black Lion, we need to see, are they able to play from behind now? They don't have to do it very often, but now they've got the pressure on. We need to see if they can actually keep level-headed, maybe try and clean this game up, as Fengdere does use his ultimate to escape the gank from Sebulip. A slow comes through, actually. He is not done yet. Does have the ult to slow him even further. Soul Raven dashes over, does have the chain. The Abscond Abduct doesn't connect. Fengdere dropping very low, but is he going to drop low enough? And he will. A Rampage picked up from Sebulip in that top lane. Cyrox is here with the Predator, but doesn't want to go into this 2v1, knows it is not his place.
It's not been very often we've seen Poppy. And when we've seen Poppy, we've seen her played in the top lane. This is a jungle Poppy which is actually popping off. So it's very interesting to be seeing this. And Sebulip is doing really well this game. His pathing has been pretty good. And because of this, he's been in the right place, right time a lot of the points in this game.
Absolutely, he is getting value everywhere he goes. 5, 3, and 3. 8 kill participation out of the total 11 kills secured by his team. So as you say, a lot of impact from this Poppy right now. And if we just take a quick glance at the game as we hit the 12-minute mark, we've got CS lead in bot lane, mid, and top lane for Absolve. These lanes are really working out for him.
Definitely working out, and Poppy lurking in that mid lane, looking for this, knowing that Akali wants to go aggressive.
Trying to bait them out once again. Koing is being very judicial with his last breaths this game. A lot of time he's catching a knock-up when potentially in a situation he could win, but he's waiting for Sebulip to be there to support, and I think that's really good.
Yeah, it's really smart decision making, especially because there was even that one where the Poppy got 2 knockups in a row, but it was still smarter for the Yasuo to wait, knowing that they could just chain CC the Yasuo instantly when he goes in.
Soul Raven getting scrappy in top lane as well. Now another fight is developed, but Sebelipt is not near here. The Ignite, I should say, come through with the perfect execution, and the Shuriken snipes out Koing in the 1v1. Yokai finally gets a clean 1v1 and takes that win. Soul Raven has maybe caught out Sion on the wrong side of town. Cyrox misses the body slam, but will get the explosive cast. Yokai doesn't have the ult or Ignite, but does have that Gunblade and gets the shutdown onto Poppy. Soul Raven still chasing Fender through the jungle, gets another knockup, but will finally secure that kill. Overall, that's 2 kills for 1 spread across that mid and top lane.
So that's exactly how you see the Sylas matchup is meant to go. It is very consistent for him in terms of like how he wins his matchup, because it's so easy to dodge nearly all of Sion's damage other than his W and his ultimate. Even then, his ultimate is still okay to dodge for Sylas. And this is why you just see Soul Raven just going constantly aggressive every second he can. Also knowing that Sion doesn't have Bramble, because this is what I iterated earlier.
Doesn't catch him with the Abscond Abduct, but Koing is there to back him. He can get the last breath, does secure it, but doesn't take it because he doesn't have any vision. So he can't go in. Blackpink is now here to support with Cyrox, and a TP coming through. Sebelipt here can get a wall bang onto that little promontory, and Blackpink drops very low, but Koing ultimately is caught out against too many members and is going to go down. Sebelipt trying to get something off the back of this, but Cyrox will easily clean up that kill as well.
I'm so glad this game hasn't disappointed. I'm so glad. It's been so hype. And it's been so aggressive from the get-go. Even now, they're looking for more aggression. The TP was blown by Ezreal in that fight. And Black Lion's coming out with a win from that fight. It was really good for them to capitalize. Especially the Gragas arriving in time. Despite them stunning Blackpink, it didn't really mean a lot. It just meant that Soul Raven got out with his life.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the first turret going down, as Fengdere did use his TP to get back to that lane. Saw the mess that was going on in that mid lane. And has now secured a little bit of extra gold in this lead for the side of Black Lion. They have reclaimed the gold lead, and now it's in their favor. And now these fights, they're not all going in the favor of Resolve. They're actually losing out now.
And to be honest, it's not a surprise that they're losing out at this point. And that's not to demean any of the lead they have gained. It's mainly because the mid game from Black Lions is that much stronger.
Oh, another Windwall comes to an instant burst from Yokai, just destroys the Yasuo in that 1v1. Sebelipt dropped very low by Cyrox as well. Does use the blast cone to escape, but still gets rooted up. Sebelipt, the heal clutch coming through from Karma to keep him alive.
In time.
Yes, that barrel clutches him out. But here comes Fengdere, charging through and secures that kill onto Sebelipt, forces the rest to retreat into the jungle. Black Lion, they are moving as a more cohesive unit now, and they are picking up these kills.
This game's had me smiling from the get-go, because I've sort of like been looking at it like, oh god, like Absolved, like the draft isn't looking good. I don't like some of the summoners, and then Absolved came out strong
onto Shibukara, doesn't actually get stunned and is able to escape. Yuya does drop that ultimate again, which once again fizzles into the ether, but they are going to escape on this bot side.
He did connect onto the Karma, didn't hit the vein there. It's very odd to determine where it's going. I'm just watching HP bars all the time. To sort of like get some more info on this Ezreal ultimates, because they're just vanishing. Ezreal new OP, or even more OP, getting them invisible ultimates.
Absolutely. He's already seems pretty OP, but like if we look at this top and jungle side, Sebelipt was 5-3, he's now 5-6. Koing was 3-2, he's now 3-6. This has gone completely out of control for them in this mid and jungle matchup that was just doing so well before.
I feel like they fell off respecting the mid game of Black Lions. Like what I was going to say, Black Lions mid game with their champions is just so strong. Especially Akali, as soon as she gets Gunblade, you have to be so respectful. And she nearly has Leandry's now, so it definitely means that you lose till you get Infinity Edge at least.
Yeah, and now we do see that Rift Herald taken down by Sebelipt. It's going to be secured. Black Lion's Cyrox not quite there, able to start a fight, but there's a lot of people getting scrappy again here. Sebelipt drops that Steadfast Presence, doesn't get anything from it. Now he can't stop the re-engage from Cyrox, walks into the decimating smash by Fengdere, and is instantly chunked down while Koing is just getting assaulted by Yokai once again. A beautiful ultimate from Blackpink catches 2 people, the stuns come through, and Yokai picks up more kills.
And that's Sion mastery for you. When you're good at this champion, you're able to do cheesy things like this, catching the Poppy off guard, and then leading into the insane combo from Cyrox and Blackpink together. Blackpink has been such a consistent player through every single game of Black Lions. They have rarely made many mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. And they have managed to secure one MVP vote so far, but I imagine it will not be the last. As you say, they have been very strong, but Black Lion, the thing that's so good about them is every one of their players is just such a strong link. As now Soul Raven's caught Syrox in the jungle, the explosive cast stops it, but now the stolen explosive cast will keep him back there. The chain lash slows him down, and a shutdown is secured by this Silas now. Vayne and Cyrus. Oh, he catches onto the Scion there with Vayne and Karma waiting to blast Cone over. Surely Feindire will get caught out, but he does have the ultimate. If they can get in front of him, they can stop it. The stun comes through. Looks like he wants to instead use it to go down the ways, but Coing is going to be there. The Unstoppable comes through, does hit the tower. It's definitely not going to be able to get him an execute right now. He's going to have to waste a lot of their time if he wants to get that.
And wasting time is exactly what they're doing while they're taking Dragon. The Sion's just playing possum, saying, "You want me? Come get me."
He actually almost got out the bot side of the base as the engage comes over the wall. Sebelip, nothing you can do there as Yokai, Blackpick and Yuya secure that kill. They're going to pick up the Dragon on the backside. Feindire does finally get caught in this bottom side, and Vayne's going to at least get a kill for themselves. But still, that's 2 Dragons now for 1 for the side of Black Lion.
Shame he didn't opt for the execute there. Might have been the better option because he bought so much time just executing, no gold going over, but still the trade, which is still fine for Black Lions, taking the second dragon for themselves. They will lose the tower for it, but I still think this is fine for Black Lions. This is still steady and they're still happy with where this is going for now.
Sure. So this gold lead seems to have somewhat plateaued out at about 3k. So now that we look back at Absolve, they haven't been ramping up this gold lead anymore, but they do still have this late game scaling. Do you think that they still have the tools to bring it back into this one if this game goes another 10 minutes or so?
Definitely so, because looking at the champions of Absolve, like we said, they all scale insanely well into the late game. If they can buy the time to get there, if they can buy another 10 minutes, they will have more of a fighting chance for sure.
Just maybe need to respect them a little more right now. Coin does opt into this fight against Feindire. Doesn't have the Bramble Vest yet, but drops that last breath to shred that armor down. Does get knocked up still, though. The Ignites come through. Doesn't catch that Steel Tornado once again, and Coin drops Feindire very low. Does get that knock up, and is going to maybe secure that kill, but Feindire procs the grasp and punches down that Yasuo. Punishes into that aggression as Yokai now has found Soul Rift in this top lane. We haven't seen this 1v1 yet before. There's a lot of healing for Sylas, but even more for Yokai, and the burst is just too much to handle. Shut down in top lane onto that Akali. Oh, Sebelip gets caught on the re-engage by Feindire. Wastes everyone's time once again. Little bit of emote spam as the kills come through. Meanwhile, Yuya gets a kill onto Nikolai as well.
Well.
Dang.
Series of spicy events within seconds of each other. The Sylas didn't stand a chance because of the Ignite from Akali, just denies any of the healing. So the 1v1 potential in that matchup is usually very close. It's such a skill matchup. If this was mid lane Sylas versus mid lane Akali, it'd be a lot different. But it's not.
Nope.
And that's why Akali kind of just clapped Sylas for free. Wouldn't matter if there was even because Akali has the Ignite. It's just going to cut out any of the healing from the Sylas. It's basically just a free win button.
Sebelip has been caught once again in the jungle. A lot of aggressive positioning come from Black Lion here, and they easily combo that Poppy down. Soul Raven here is trying to just watching them escape, I guess. And now Coin has been caught in this top lane. Gunblade comes through for the slow, and the wind wall is dropped. Coin playing around it, but now that Shroud has come down and engaged in the mid lane as well, forces them back behind their tower. Coin is able to escape at least in that top side.
He is indeed, but to what avail? Like, right now, Absolve have lost all sense of direction by the looks of it, because they are looking very all over the place right now. They looked very good in the early game, and since it's hit mid-game, they've not really known what they've been doing. They've sort of just been wandering around, and because of this, they've been dropping kills, giving money back to Black Lion. So Absolve need to find a little bit more structure to sort of find their way to the late game. If they can reach it, they still stand a chance, but...
Aggression by Yokai onto Coin once again. He does live, though, and Soul Raven is here. Did already drop that stolen explosive cask, so there's not really any way they can catch Akali, but actually waits, does flash over the wall. They're going to at least get that summoner. Oh,
so at least something, but Feindire might be in trouble.
Engage has been done by Vayne. Does have 2 items on deck and can start shredding through the Scion, as there's still no Bramble Vest or Thorn Mail in the works for that pick, but still, 2 item Vayne, not quite enough to deal with this Scion as of yet.
Just want to say we have a Medjai's in the building
Oh
from
boy.
Cyrox. Is that going to stay stacked? Is the interesting question. He does have 4 deaths. It's kind of a sketch Medjai's, I will say. But
Yeah. Is
we're
it
gonna
a
have to
less
see.
sketch Medjai's than Bad Pie's Gragas Medjai's in that top lane game, though?
That's hard to say actually, because at the end of the day, it is Bad Pie, and he does play a fair bit of AP tops as well. We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to keep track on that Medjai's for sure.
Yep, so Raven trying to get onto Fender in the bot lane, doesn't manage to land that Abduct though, so he's going to be just forced to go back to farming that wave. As now Vayne's getting scrappy in the mid lane, flash forward from Blackpink, but knocked up by Coin, and they've surely caught this Leona out, trying to get away, but that's going to be a rampage developing for this Vayne. Cyrox and Yokai have joined the party, and Fender coming up that river. Some low health bars there for Absolve. And there's a lot of damage coming through. Seblo actually goes aggressive onto Akali, gets instantly punished. The dominating Yokai comes through, and now the Ghost Switch has been pushed. Cyrox comes through with the explosive cast, and a double and a triple and a quadra comes through from Evil Yokai on the back of this mid lane fight. Soul Raven is there. Can they slow him down? They block the ultimate from Sion, but the ace is taken by Fender. No pentakill for Yokai today.
Report top? Question mark. Evil Yokai. Not a surprise. Him looking very strong on his best champion, at least his most played champion, and because of this guy is actually popping off this game. He's showing very low weaknesses in terms of how he's playing. It's been very hard to punish, and because of this, he's been snowballing so hard in this game, especially been going to the side lanes, picking himself more gold before he even groups, and then he groups, quadra kill.
Yeah, dude, that's what happens when you let Evil Yokai off the leash. They do pick up an Infernal Drake on the back of that fight as well. One more, and that will be the Soul Point. An Infernal Soul in such a scrappy game like this is a terrifying prospect for sure.
Yes, indeed, and that's what happens when you take the man's Yasuo. You heard me, shit, right?
Take it away, and this is what happens. The 3-9-4 scoreline comes through. It was looking so good early on, but now it's just completely out of control. They were wallowing in the chaos Absolved early on, but as you said before, they just didn't respect the mid game, and that chaos turned against them, and now it's very controlled chaos, I think, from Black Lion. It very much looks like they know what they're doing, and they're exploiting their strength so well.
So the only strength sort of left on Absolve right now is the fact that Goki is still really strong, and is working towards low wit's end for a bit more survivability, but I still feel the Hex Drinker would have been better value, but still, wit's end, some magic resistance anyway, is something. And play towards the split push.
Interrupts him, spies out Fender in that brush, and here's opting to fight once again, get Sion ulted into the knockout once again. We saw how this fight went last time, Coin once again beating a hasty retreat against this Sunfire Titanic Sion. Out comes Last Breath with a shield 1 through. In that side, the armor is shredding down, but the slows are coming through, and another rampage developing from Fender, winning that 1v1 for the second time. Fight into the river as well, with Seblo coming in to support this route from Nikolai. 4 people catching Blackpink in the end. That is going to be another kill donated over to Goki Shubakawa on the Vayne.
A very odd mistake from Blackpink. You don't see it very often from them. They caught out trying to claim vision back, but in the end they get a 1-for-1 across the board. But Coin, if you have a Later Rune King, I understand you, my friend, but you tried it once, you tried it again.
Cyrox whiffs onto that Silas. The ultimate knocks him back. Could have been a close one there.
Could have been indeed. But this game is on a timetable right now, because that third Infernal Dragon will be pending. When that's up, if Black Lion get this, I don't see a way back in for Absolved, unfortunately, because at that point, Akali's just going to be able to one-shot people with just QE, or just literally Q.
Yeah, I mean, she's got the Rabadons on deck already with another Blasting Rod there, probably coming towards a Void Staff. And that is just going to be, as you say, just impossible to deal with when it comes down to that amount of damage. As they are now grouping up, just pushing out these lanes so far. We've had a momentary lapse of the utter chaos that this game has been, as we've gone back to just collecting farm. And honestly, from Absolve's point of view, that's probably preferable.
So if you're Absolved, and I've been wanting to say this for so long already, throw that Vayne into a side lane. Stop putting her mid. Your Vayne is currently your strongest member and can actually 1v1 most of the team other than Akali. Put her in the side lane. Let her do something. Because right now, whatever lead she has is wasted grouping.
Soul Raven diving very deep. This yokai catches Coin in this side lane. We have seen this story before. In comes the burst and the last breath. Down goes the shroud, and legendary goes the yokai in that bottom lane. Now the pressure is on for Absolve to try and make something happen elsewhere. Otherwise, this man down is just going to be bleeding gold for them.
He thought he hit his 10 death power spike, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. The Yasuo trait did not come in handy there.
Nope.
And yokai, like you said, goes legendary, and it's been happening again and again. You gotta understand, you can't split push with this Yasuo.
It's just not safe, especially running near any brush is asking potentially for yokai to come out and pop you. I mean, this is a game where I guess we could have seen the Medjais from yokai and it would have been absolutely insane as well. Maybe it's not too late for that one, but I think at this point, I don't know if a fourth item yokai, fourth item Medjais is something I've ever seen before.
No, I don't think so. I think he'll avoid that. But, talking of avoiding, here comes the Infernal Soul. Not very long till that will be up. And that will surely pretty much seal the fate of Resolved. So they have to try steal it. They have to try get something. Even if it means them losing Baron, it's completely fine as long as they can deny this Infernal Soul.
If they can secure like a Poppy wallbang on the Akali, I feel like they maybe have the damage to burst them, but the TP's coming into this mid lane right now from Sylas, and they are just going to commit to this 5v5. Akali's on the bottom side. Do not lose track of her, guys, because she is going to come in and wreak some havoc on this backside, no doubt. In comes Sion. The cast knocks everyone apart. The ult is taken, and the dragon is stolen. Yokai going legendary again. Black Lion just tear the side of Absolved apart in the Dragon Pit. Ultimate's coming through, kills left, right, and center. The Infernal is secured. Cyrox goes down, but he retains his Medjai stacks. He's hit that 25 stack mark. That's the ace for Black Lion.
And pretty much that will be the game, because there's going to be very little you can do to stop Black Lion. They're going to grab Baron. They're just going to wait for Ezreal after, and pretty much just group and siege down, because what can you do? You can't stand against them in the side lane. And you can't stand against some group, especially now with the Infernal Soul. So, from a Zol's point of view, you still be happy with this in some terms, because this has looked better than some of the games already. You've looked better, especially in the early game, which you don't even have an early game comp. So taking from that, drafting something early game, draft something like Renekton, draft some aggression, which you can back up your early game with, to pressure into mid game. That could be Absolved's way forward after this, because they have looked somewhat good until it hit the mid game where Black Lion spike.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, lose is improve, and there's plenty to improve on for Absolve, but as you say, plenty to learn, plenty to be happy with coming out of this game. Just playing a bit more confidently, a bit more aggressively, and they were able to win out these fights. They do have the mechanics to win 1v1s or get these good ganks off in these good early skirmishes if they set them up. So yeah, maybe we do see a little bit of a tide turning for Absolved, and maybe in their game later on today, we'll be able to see them put some of that into practice.
Yeah, because you can't be too depressed about this loss, because
it's Black Lion.
Yeah, it's Black Lion. You're playing against the best team.
Oh, here comes a fight onto that bot lane. They are going onto yokai once again. They're trying to catch them out with a numbers advantage. Jumps over the edge and dashes through with the perfect execution. Now the TPs are coming through to punish this extension. Fengare is right in the middle of everybody, and another explosive cast knocks them against the wall. Yokai saunters back into the bot lane like, oh, you thought I was done? Comes through with that second ult charge. Meanwhile, Yuya just solo kills Soul Raven in the mid lane, and this has surely got to be it for the side of Absolve. Black Lion, they took them apart from the mid-game onwards. They've got the towers, they've got the damage. 41 kills to 17, Varus. You got the bloody game that you wanted. That's a victory for Black Lion.
Yeah, I think my prediction of kills for this week went out the window because of this game especially.
Yeah.
I will be talking to Shayrek about Sion's execution is calling. See if we can get spicy comments on that. But other than that, Black Lions, when they hit the mid-game, looking very convincing. No surprise there from Black Lions.
Yeah, for sure. They showed a bit of resilience here, something that we've not seen them have to do too much. Against Sparks, they did show a bit of resilience, but really I think it was more a throw from Sparks' end that got them the W in the end. But here, they managed to pick themselves up earlier in that mid-game, as you said. They recognized their spikes, they played around it well. Yokai was back on a mobile carry, which you know we love to see. 16-2 and 8 on that champion. What a performance.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a surprise who we're going to vote for MVP. it's easily Evil Yokai because
Gotta be.
he made the least mistakes out of the entire game. Cyrox played really well. He was a close candidate, and so was Blackpink till they got caught twice for no reason, more or less. Cyrox got caught too many times for me to actually put them forward, and Yokai just made very little mistakes. And because of that, I think Yokai is easily the MVP for this game and looking very strong on Akali. And I think people are going to look at that Akali and be like, "Ooh, this is in the back of our heads now."
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, is it a coincidence that both of Evil Yokai's MVP games have been on Akali? I think not, ladies and gentlemen. And to talk a little bit more about that performance, we do have the man himself, Evil Yokai, standing by in an interview. We are going to go to a short break, though, and we'll be back very shortly with that one. And afterwards, we'll be back with game 2, which I believe is Split Raiders versus Resolve. Please do not go anywhere, guys.
If I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I play nice to you and don't fight back, I remember the nights, don't regret any time. So if I remain good, it don't mean that I should, 'cause I remember. If I stay good to you and don't come back firing, if I'm a fool for you and don't.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to SQ1. I am here with Evil Yokai for the interview. He is the MVP for that last game. Now, Evil Yokai, you got a quadra kill there towards the end of the game on the Akali. They actually let the Akali through the draft, which we were all surprised by in the caster room. How did you feel about that game?
I think the game was pretty messy, especially the early game. Like,
Yeah.
I got a double kill, 1v2, and then I ran it. So we were fighting constantly everywhere without vision. So it was like someone is getting kills all the time, like from their team and from our team as well. So pretty bad early game.
But you did manage to pull it back, which we were really surprised in the cast room by how much fighting there was throughout the game. Was that just because you were kind of responding to each other, or was it something that you kind of had prepared going into the game, that you wanted to be really scrappy and you wanted to try and snowball as much as possible?
Like, I'm just gonna talk about mid lane right now, because I mean, he blinded Yasuo, and I just went for
Yeah.
Kali. So like, he's legit a free kill all the time. So I wanted to kill him because he was kind of overextending. But then Poppy came, and I just entered, I guess. Like every time I saw Poppy, I just went all in and killed him. So
I mean, there's a huge amount of Poppy can really do to try and respond to that, apart from
yeah,
steadfast
I mean, she can press E, and then I get ulted, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough one for Absolved there, but you guys are still undefeated. You're sitting at 7-0 now. Is there any team that you guys are a little bit wary of, that you have to have a little bit more prep for, or do you think that you'll probably go undefeated throughout the rest of the regular season?
I mean, yeah, Sparks, I guess. I think we're still gonna go undefeated, but yeah, Sparks is pretty good. Like, I think if we don't prepare much for Sparks, I think we could lose. Like, we could have lost the last game we played against them as well. It was pretty close. But yeah, I guess Sparks, and then yeah, just Sparks. I don't
Okay.
really worry about the other teams.
Well, I think Split Raiders is another team that's doing pretty decently at the moment. They aren't looking at one of the strongest teams in the league per se, but definitely I'd have to agree with you. The Sparks are looking quite strong, and if anyone comes to mind, it would be Sparks that would maybe be able to take you guys down. But you guys are looking so strong at the moment, even though, as you said earlier on, the early game did look a little shaky from you guys. The Yasuo got a little bit of a ramp up, but then Poppy started to come in, and you just started to get kills left, right, and center. Your jungler also was coming in and helping you out, so it looked quite strong. Is there anything that you think that you did kind of incorrectly, or mistakes that you made in that last game that you kind of think is maybe a little bit too obvious that you shouldn't be making?
I mean, I guess we're just better players, so we shouldn't like trade kills over time. So we should just play clean macro and win the game cleanly.
Okay. Well, congratulations on the win today. We're going to throw it to a quick break before we bring you back to the next game of the day.
Oh, let it go. Oh, let it go. Can you hear, can you hear, can you hear my voice? Coming through, coming through, coming through the noise. I'm floating through outer space. I'm lost and I can't find a way. Oh, all the lights going dark and my hopes destroyed. Help me. Is anybody there? Save me. I'm running out of air. Calling out Mayday. Calling out Mayday.
Welcome back, everybody, to Square One. We had a lot of fiesta energy coming out of that first game of the day. We're going into game 2 here with Resolve Academy versus Split Raiders Academy. Now, Varys, are you expecting a little bit more of a controlled game here?
I'd hope for a more controlled game, especially what we're expecting from both of these teams. We do have some changes in the mist as well. With Resolve not having Rezora, are they going to look as strong? Is the main thing on my mind, because Rezora has looked like a pivotal piece of their wins. They have a new person in called Kat, who doesn't have too many games on jungle on that current account, but we're going to have to see how good they show up and in terms of the draft as well. Because what's interesting for me in this game is both top laners look strong. Jojo arguably looking like one of the stronger top laners in this league. And it's going to be who's coming out on top of this, especially.
Yeah, for sure. When we spoke to Sherik on Squared Away a couple of days ago, he commented that Resolved's drafts are really, really good. He's very impressed with them, and he doesn't feel like Split Raiders drafts have been as good. He, in fact, called them shaky, I believe was the word. And they do tend to revolve around these power picks like Vlad, that kind of, if they're open, they will opt into pretty much all the time. So we'll need to see if Split Raiders can step up here, as they do have an opportunity. Like you said, Rosario, the star jungler, not playing. Cat is an ADC main if we go by his OP.GG, with some early game jungler experience recently. So we'll see if Split Raiders can exploit that, as these are both 4-2 teams looking to try and chase behind Black Lion and Sparks right now.
And is the Flamey meme gonna live on? Is he gonna be a Vlad OTP question mark? Or are we gonna see more from him? Flamey has shown strong performances, even on the Cassiopeia recently was a very, very strong performance. He would end up trading like 1 for 2 in a 1v3 situation, and was a really strong performance on the Cassio. Is there gonna be more shown in this game? Or are we gonna still live by the memes?
Square One, we do like to live by the memes sometimes, but when it comes down to our gameplay, last game not included, we'd like to get serious here. I think another pick that I'm interested in seeing is Saint Su's Wukong. He has opted into it quite a lot. I believe he's played a Graves game as well, but Wukong does seem to have been the go-to, and it's still a very strong pick right now. That's honestly something I'd like to see Resolve try and take away if they can.
Yeah, Wukong just very strong in general. Has flexibility to go pretty much anywhere where you want to put him. He can be an AD carry with Senna. He can still technically be quote unquote a support, depending on who plays him more out of the bot lane. He can be mid lane, jungle, or even top. So he just has that flexibility. Just such a strong champion. And I'm happy to see that Wukong emerged into meta. Just obviously he still needs slightly toning down. But happy to see the champions having resurgence, but also something I'm interested to see is the AD carry for Split Raiders. His most played is Cogmore. I would love to see some spicy Cogmore play, but it's all going to depend on how the draft ends up for this game.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of Cogmore games come through in this Square One season already, and with picks like the Lulu still being very popular, there is some built-in synergy ready in this bot lane. It'll be interesting to see. Just a quick note here, Kartama in the bot lane for Split Raiders is still Electric God, merely a name change, so we do still see consistent roster on the line for them. So we do jump into this pick and ban. So I imagine the Vlad will probably not make it through. I think that that's just a simple thing you can do for good value against Split Raiders.
I imagine so, with obviously Flamey just looking like a strong laner. You shouldn't give a strong laner the champion, as seen in the last game, either Yokai getting his best champion. Just something you always have to take in mind, especially when you're drafting. It's something you just want to take away to limit their options and be more comfortable in your lane, especially when a player is looking stronger.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like that Split Raiders might be looking to target Cat in that jungle. They know he's maybe not as comfortable there. The champions that Cat does seem to be comfortable on, things like the Rek'Sai, Nidalee, Trundle, and that Lee Sin, which has already been taken away. So if they can punish this off-role player, they might be able to exploit that in the early game, as the Ezreal has been taken away from Electric God here. So that's another of the premium ADCs not on the table.
I think exactly what you iterated to. That's the best thing you can do, because from looks of things, like we said, it looks like Cat doesn't play jungle, at least not very often. And if you can exploit that, you have a player who actually plays jungle and more consistently and has more synergy with your roster. So how do you do that? You look for something aggressive. You look for something to push into the enemy jungle. You look for an aggressive lane in either top or mid, so you can play around that to be like, all right, let's go goon squad him in his jungle and punish him.
Yeah, and we do see the Varus being taken away here. That's actually a pick that I think Sherik mentioned it as well, is that Varus just seems to be a pick that a lot of teams are prioritizing in pick and ban sometimes, but it's not necessary to do when people often cannot exploit the lethality Varus to its fullest extent. And, you know, while AS Varus is still good, it seems like maybe people are being baited by this pick a little bit.
Yeah, I kind of think so. After his last nerfs, he sort of fell off a little bit. It's not as prevalent, not as easy and strong to pull off. And I sort of agree with Sherrick. Like there is stronger picks on the table. Obviously, Ezreal is one of them. He's taken it off the table already, and just not exploited as well as they should. But we do see the Volibear first pick. I was wondering when we was going to see this, and
Well, I mean,
there it is.
okay, it's Vlad again, guys. We're seeing another Vlad game. Flamey does get the classic pick, and the meme will live on. So, as you also said, Volibear in that top lane could be flexed to jungle too. At least it's a solid first pick for sure for Resolve.
It is definitely a solid first pick, and Volibear is really strong right now. We haven't seen the best showing of him. We've seen, actually, I think it's a 2-2 so far. I think it's 2 wins, 2 losses. The first 2 games we've seen from him were both losses, so it didn't look very strong. And then came out with 2 wins after that, one from top lane, which was actually from Jojo, who looked very, very solid on this champion.
Certainly did, and we have seen the Ashe locked in by Electric God. This was one of his strongest picks last season, but we haven't seen him play it so far this season. So I'm excited to see him come back, as Ashe feels like one of these kind of edge case niche ADC picks that's floating just below, the Aphelios Ezreal tier, and kind of in a similar level to Kog'Maw. You can get a lot done on this champion.
I have a little bit of salt right now because
Really?
I feel like it's a big miss from Split Raiders not picking Wukong second there.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't reveal anything when you pick Wukong there. It doesn't reveal a thing because Wukong could still be going bot. Then the enemy team has to think, oh, what if they pick Senna? That's a Wukong Senna bot lane. That forces the enemy to actually think about that, and it opens up more options. I feel like it's a misstep there, and because of that, the enemy team does get Wukong Senna, and I just can't iterate enough. I think it's just such a mistake.
Yeah, maybe a little bit more of the shaky drafting that we mentioned about Split Raiders not getting maximum value out of that one. Yeah, Wukong, that's a 4-position flex pick when you lock that in. It's top, jungle, mid, ADC with fasting Senna, support, whatever. It's a crazy pick with a lot of flexibility, and they are going to pick that one up. We have seen, I believe, Ronkus and Levi pull this one out before. And now the Syndra ban has been taken away. So Jackal not going to be able to get that one in the mid lane. And Ronkus can't potentially get it in the bot lane, though, with Senna Wukong locked in already, you've got to imagine that's the combo.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm not going to take away too much from Split Raiders because they instantly went to the Taric. They knew they was going Taric, and it shows that they're ready for this in a way. It shows that they had something in plan if this happens. So default into Electric God's Ashe, aka Katama, and also bringing out the Taric shows that they were ready. This shows that they are willing to play into this matchup for sure.
Yeah, and it's a relatively new pick for Bonakai specifically. I don't think we've seen him play the Taric very much. And the fact that Electric God is hovering the Master Yi here could just be a reference to the Grand Finals performance where he did pull it out in Game 1. Obviously, that game didn't go incredibly smoothly for them, and they do already have the Taric locked in. So it could be something that we'll see, but it is going to be the Trundle in the end locked in, most likely going into that jungle.
Most likely, indeed. More than likely an answer towards the Volibear, but at the same point, Volibear could still be going top right now after JoJo's last performance. Wouldn't surprise me, and there's an Annie locked in.
We've got to scope out for some potential placeholders right here. Let's see what's going on here. Annie is Nidalee, apparently. We have been told by Resolved. So they are opting for the Nidalee. So another early game jungler, but it's quite a complex jungler to operate correctly, no?
Yeah, definitely. And from looking at the pool of Cat, it didn't look like something we'd expect to come out. But here we are. We're getting a really aggressive jungle. Volibear more or less locked in top now. I like the Volibear top just because, like I said, I've said it too many times already, but JoJo looked very, very strong on this. And why fix it if it's not broken again? Like, JoJo looks strong on this champion. Might as well run it back. Volibear Wukong as a combo in a team fight is very deadly to deal with.
Ooh.
That's
interesting.
I hope that isn't a placeholder for sure, but a Camille lock-in makes me very happy. It is very good into the Volibear because you're able to take these short trades, get in and out, and just get little burst trades onto him. Obviously, Volibear doesn't have that annoying passive anymore where he just heals most of his HP again. So this is actually not a bad matchup in terms of the lane.
Yeah, and this is shades of last season's Split Raiders as well, where Camille was kind of the prime backup pick for Nazgul when the Aurelia wasn't available, something you could snowball and take over games with. And we've seen Lawless play the Fiora once this series as well. He's kind of one of the only top laners in the league that is going towards these carry side of top laners beyond the Wukong. So I'm excited to see them keeping that playstyle with that strong top lane that can be unlocked late game and scale up and be a monster in a team fight by themselves.
We must all make our choices.
Yeah, for sure. I'm liking Resolve's draft in general though, and it's looking quite scary. Like Sherek even mentioned, Resolve had looked very good in drafts, and after this, I 100% agree because just such a solid draft. They played pick and ban really well, and I felt like they definitely came out on top. But it looks like Split Raiders definitely had answers in mind. Looks like they definitely were ready for some picks in general, like the Volibear, like the Wukong Senna. We're gonna have to see how they plan it out in terms of the game.
The one thing that I'm not so sure about from Resolve is opting for the Nidalee in the jungle. I feel like one of the only games that Resolve have lost, I believe, was when Rosario was playing Nidalee, and he went very strong, very powerful early game performance, and then fell off, went from something like 5-0 to 5-7 over the course of the mid game. Couldn't get anything done on this champion, and the game kind of fell apart for them. And that's Rosara. That's probably the best jungler in the league that couldn't get that done. Cat is not a jungle main, and I feel like it's a little risky going for this when, the Rek'Sai was open. That's so much easier to pilot.
And then here's where we all of a sudden find out like Cat is like a top 100 Nidalee in EUS or some bamboozle what we've been sitting on, and they pull out some like game stopping performance. But yeah, like you said, very hard champion to actually pilot and do well on. They were definitely looking towards pressure and Flamey and not wanting this Vlad to get out of control in this game. The terms of the late game of Split Raiders is very, very scary to deal with Vlad and Camille to deal with in team fights or even on split push. So if they can shut down these two lanes early with the Nidalee, then the pick will have value. But getting to that stage, getting around the map, doing these plays is going to be the hardest thing to do. It's definitely something we're going to be watching throughout most of the entire game. It's just Nidalee's pathing and how they're going to try snowball with this pick.
Yeah, there's a lot of tricky movement coming out of both of these teams. Nidalee, Echo, Wukong on one side, and then you've got Camille, Vladimir on the other. A lot hard to pin down both of these teams. And when you have like a Nidalee who can dive in and out, Echo can dive in and out, Wukong, it might be a little bit of a problem for Tarek to find the right ult here. I'm going to be paying a lot of attention to when Bonakai ults because he needs to get good value out of the ultimate for this pick. And if Resolve see it come down and just dip, just leave, well, I'm just going to wait this out and then we're going to come back in, then the pick gets somewhat invalidated by that.
Yeah, and that's the problem. There is a delay on this Tarek ult. So there is picks in terms of Resolve able to get in and out really easy in terms of the Wukong, the Echo, the Nidalee, even the Volibear. The only one really who can't get in and out easily is Senna. So it's definitely going to be pivotal when this ult is used and how they're going to use it.
Absolutely. So if we're looking towards the early stages of the game while we're sitting here in spectator delay, I imagine that Flamey is going to be just chilling. His lane has been surprisingly good on the Vlad. We always kind of think Vladimir doesn't have a strong lane. He needs to scale up. And somehow Flamey is the one like getting the better of exchanges in this mid lane. So I don't want to instantly call it for Jackal. Though this is the Echo that he did earn an MVP vote on himself in previous weeks. So this mid lane, I think, could be a lot more scrappy than it needs to be when it could just be Echo shoves the wave and Vladimir picks up the CS.
Very much so, because like Flamey has looked aggressive on whatever champion he plays. The guy could be playing. Oh, let me think of something stupid. The guy could just be playing anything what should be passive. He could be playing, I don't know, AD Soraka. He could be playing AD Soraka. The guy will be constantly aggressive throughout the entire game. Doesn't matter what this champion is playing. He could be playing Singed. He'll be constantly aggressive. He could be playing Annie. He'll play whatever and just look aggressive. And that's the thing with Flamey. And that's why this Vlad has looked so strong in terms of laning and so hard to punish. And I feel like it's still going to be the same story. Like Flamey is a really hard player to punish really well, and because of this, it's going to be interesting watching Cat trying to punish Flamey, and interesting if they have any information on how Flamey plays because they're coming into this roster, filling in for Razora, not really knowing a whole lot about Split Raiders.
Yeah, they'll have to trust in the team structure, I guess, for Resolve, the coaching structure and the rest of the players to fill them in. And I mean, trying to gank Vladimir with a spear, it's very much just press the pool and walk away. So it's going to be a tough one for them. They'll have to bait it out, I imagine, to get some value done there. If it comes down to a 2v2, though, with Saint Su in the wings, with that pillar to interrupt as well, I think it's even harder for them to secure something here.
Definitely, there's so many abilities that can get interrupted by just this Trundle pillar in this game, and that is very scary to even think of. This Trundle is just such a solid pick. Not really surprised not seeing him fall out of meta for a long time now, and it's going to be such a snowballing game in general as well. It's going to feel like last game, but I feel like it'd be way more calculated.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for me, so the early game is quite hard to tell. There's a lot of mobility, there's a lot of different ways it could go. But once we hit that late game, personally for me, I feel like Split Raiders just thrives there. They've got Flamey's Vlad, they've got Camille on the top side, which once you get those 2-3 items on deck becomes an absolute monster to deal with. I think that if this game goes late enough, then those solo lane carries from Split Raider are liable to just take over, right?
Yeah, for sure. And exactly what you mentioned. Camille needs her 2-3 items. And Volibear has that pressure early game, and they have the pressure with a Nidalee early game, so they need to play around that, especially their 2v2 is really strong. They will win most of the early game fights in general. And as soon as Camille's passive is down, that's when Volibear is going to be looking to go aggressive on that lane. Every time it's down, Volibear goes to trades. And especially with having PTA, he can take these short trades and come out on top.
For sure. And now we have gone into the loading screen, so we can take a quick look at keystones here. We do see the standard phase rush for Vlad and some electrocutes on the side for Nidalee and Echo, so a lot of bursts coming through there. And Volibear has actually opted for the press the attack, not the Conqueror, not maybe a Grasp. I have not actually seen much of the press the attack Volibear. How do you feel about this, Varus?
I like it better here, just because, like I mentioned, later in the game, Camille's going to have Conqueror versus your Conqueror. You're not healing for much against Camille, my friend. Like, straight up, you're not going to heal for much. So the PTA just comes higher value here because you're going to get way more out of it early game. You're going to get that early game pressure as well with the PTA proc. And even just opening up extra damage for your team, you have the Wukong you open up extra damage for as well. You get PTA onto Trundle or something to sort of shred them a little bit. That's going to open up your team to go more aggressive onto that pick and burst them a lot faster.
For sure, as we now have gone on to the Rift here with our second game of the day. Levi has actually gone, or sorry, Levi. I don't remember. I think it's Levi. I remember there was a discussion about this. Yeah, it's Levi. My apologies. Has gone for the cleanse as well. So there's a cleanse and TP in that bottom side. So not that much combat power in terms of summoners from Resolve spot lane. They're mostly just going to be looking to get out of it okay, and then Roncast can maybe translate that to other lanes perhaps.
Yeah, for sure. And this bot lane is going to be high pressure for sure because Ashe Taric is very hard to deal with, especially Electric God's Ashe. I need to start calling him Katama so people don't get confused.
Yeah.
He's known for his Ashe. He's played a lot of Ashe in his time and has looked very, very good on this champion, no matter what the game has been like. Be it a win or lose, he has looked very, very strong on this champion. And what is Taric known for? Taric is known for being good into melees, and what is Wukong? Wukong is melee. And he's going to want to farm up, so Taric's going to deny a lot of that. So it's going to be very spicy in terms of trades in bot lane. A lot of poke going down from both sides.
We do have the Doran's Ring start for JoJo as well. We haven't seen any AP Volibear in this league, and we saw a hint of it on the LCS stage. We saw Kumo build a Gunblade and get kind of humiliated in that game. So I don't feel great about this AP Volibear. And maybe it's not AP Volibear. Maybe it's just the level 1 power in the same way that maybe a tank Cho'Gath will take Doran's Ring at level 1. But do you think it's likely that he's just, it's just for that early stage?
It is just for the early stage. I feel like you're getting a little bamboozled into it because Volibear's E has a very high ratio. And because of that, people take the E almost always level 1 or level 2. and they look for the QE trade, so you don't even take W. So the reason you do that, you set up the E, you run in with a Q, get the stun, so the E definitely lands, and it's a big chunk of damage, especially. And it's one of the reasons why you take the Doran's Ring, and also it benefits your passive.
Well, there you go. That's what today I learned, and Jojo is up to date with the Volibear tech, as we can see. Bot lane, we have Kartama and Bonakai with the push on there with the Ashe volleys, very hard to deal with there, and Senna's wave clear is not the best, and he's not even farming the lane, so they are most likely going to get shoved in here, but at least when that level 2 hits, they'll be safe on the tower.
And Nidalee starting red buff, Trundle also started red buff, but instantly switched over towards his blue and path towards his bot side, which is really smart, because knowing your bot lane wants to push in, you want to be there as soon as you can to get either vision down or get any pressure down to sort of back them up so they can sort of stay in the scenario. And the reason why this is even more smart is because you know Camille's not having pressure early. So you're better to path away from this to sort of protect your bot lane a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's something we can touch on quickly in this early stage. When we talk about junglers in this league, we talk a lot about Rosara, a lot about Cyrox. We don't talk too much about Saintsu, and he's actually been performing very well. He's actually coming in for an early gank. The flash forward onto Ronkas catches him, dives forward onto the Trundle, and it's going to flash behind the tower to safety. But that is got to be a success there. Flash is traded at least, but they've got that pressure in the bot lane again.
I think you're right to bring that up from Saintsu, because his pathing has been very smart. He is a good player, and not much attention's really been brought to him, and there we are. A very clean gank, very clean pathing, getting a summoner.
Yeah, so I'm glad to see. Let's see if he can keep having high impact on this game, because he's been playing things like the Graves. We saw it banned away from him, and the Wukong as well. So these are champions that can take the game into your own hands at some point and be the carry your team needs. So I love to see another player being an important role, as Jojo is trading in this top lane, but Lawless having none of it, walks out of that lightning strike, doesn't want to take that trade.
It seems like Lawless is actually coming out on top on these trades. We're not really seeing much in terms of the play in top lane, but Lawless is looking stronger and more healthier here, especially obviously healing from the Camille W. That is a big part of it too, and just means that he's probably playing smartly around his passive.
Yeah, for sure, and Camille passive does give him that extra trade power. It's very strong in the early game, and maybe can match this Jojo Volibear strength with the Conqueror if he can get those long trades as well, but obviously long trades against Volibear get pretty dirty pretty quickly.
Especially in the early game, and Ashe has no mana, so they're looking for aggression.
Yeah, they're going on to Kartama. The exhaust comes through for Ronkas, and he's got no flash, remember. Bonakai is eating up all of this damage, pushing Levi and Ronkas back towards the towers. No mana on him as well. Kartama does have the flash, but isn't going to opt to use it. Flame is getting aggressed on in the mid lane, but ultimately bot lane, they kite that back pretty well for Split Raiders.
They kite that back pretty much perfectly. They didn't even need to flash, and they just use a heal and kite perfectly backwards, while Bonakai just stands in the face of both of them and just says, "What you gonna do?" and stuns them, chains up some of the mana to actually get them heals down. Taric passive is not to be underestimated as well. It does a lot of damage.
So, see, if this was the Absolve Black Lion game, we would already have 3 kills to 3 right now. But right now, with Absolve Split Raiders, no kills have gone down. It's come close, but these teams have known their limits so far, and they're not willing to give away any free kills.
Yeah, the thing which is bothering me though, Nidalee has not really made a lot happen right now, and it's very tied up in terms of CS, in terms of jungle. It's looking literally like a 1 camp difference in terms of Trundle even getting a gank off. And is that really what you want to be seeing from Nidalee? Not yet, not really. But there's still time on the board for Nidalee, but it is a little bit of a ticking time bomb.
We did see Cat path up to the top side, and the top river was hanging around that area, but I mean Saintsu dedicated time up there as well, so they've both kind of been up there. It didn't make much happen, but as you say, Saintsu, he's even in CS after getting that successful gank on bot lane, so maybe just seeing a little bit of the difference that a seasoned jungle main can bring out, eking out that incremental value in the early game.
And we need to see if this is just going to be the detriment of Resolve, or they're going to be punished a lot more just for not having Rosora in that lineup. And this is the story of this top lane. It's very hard to get on this Camille. Just back and forth. Very short cooldowns especially. And Camille came back with the Executioner's Calling in this lane.
Is this a better Executioner's Calling than last game?
Yes, for sure. Definitely a champion which benefits more, especially as they auto-attack a lot, and you obviously get the attack speed when you land that stun. So definitely get more benefit out of this.
Ooh, aggression in the mid lane. Jackal going deep onto Flamey, trying to bait him into the fight with Jojo waiting. Will not be baited. Flamey maybe sniffs out what's going on there, and the dragon will at least be secured. So Cat has finally got something on the board for his team.
Yeah, and you could argue maybe Cat should be pathing towards his bot lane, because knowing that they've blown most of the summoners, other than the flash of Ashe, with Senna on her way back down, this could be an option.
Absolutely, they do have potential option there. Levi is not quite back in the lane yet, and Cat looks to be going back into that bottom side jungle, so maybe nothing will go down. But you're right, maybe a missed opportunity there for Resolve. They've managed to play it relatively safe so far. Perhaps a little bit of space for some proactive play though.
I think both teams just don't want to be the first team to make that mistake. They're trying to both play really smart, trying to be calculated. And I think when we do see the first play go down for the first blood, it's going to be an aggressive one.
Here we go, and Saint Su gives us what we want. Lawless does have the ultimate with Saint Su as well. In comes the Volibear ultimate, drops him very low. Easy first blood for that Camille on the top lane. And as I speak, bot lane pops off with that ultimate secured for Oncast as well. They will knock the side of Kartama and Bonakai back, but they're not going to get the kills, it seems. They've kited it back using their summoners. We have gone to a little bit of a technical problem here, so we're not able to see exactly what's happening, and we do have Cat coming in the wings from the side as well, likely going to turn this 2v2 into a 2v3 that they don't want to be a part of.
Yeah, I can't really see too much what is happening right now. It seems to be on a pause, if I am correct. Top lane, very clean first blood. Not really surprised that happened because they've seen the Volibear out of position, capitalized on it with a Trundle Pillar. Funny enough, I didn't actually mention the Camille can use that Trundle Pillar.
And here comes that fight on the bot side, and they are able to get that 3v2 that they wanted. Ronkas ends up picking a kill onto Bonakai, so ultimately Cat there, matching Saint Su's effect on that bottom side.
Yeah, trade across the board is exactly what you want to see. 1-for-1 trade. Trade top lane for a bot lane kill. Why not? And this is what you will see at the higher levels of play. You see something happen top, you'll see something happen bot on the other side. Straight away, proactive plays.
Jackal still getting aggressive in this mid lane as well. Flamey fighting back, still keeping himself topped up with the heals. So far, I think normally by this point we have seen Flamey get little leads here and start to win trades as the ultimates are here, but Jackal's looking very comfortable on this Echo.
He is indeed, and like you said, he was the MVP for his team last time he did play this Echo, and is looking very strong so far, pressuring the Vlad as much as he can, trying to deny out any CS.
Every single time the waves crash, he is diving in, but Cat has been found out in the jungle, forced to flash and dash away. Lawless follows with the slow, doesn't have the ultimate though to secure that kill. They will at least take a blue buff as Flamey, forced to flash away under tower, is now coming back in with the phase rush, does have that pull. Can he get the heal off? Dropping very low, no mana for Jackal, and he's forced to retreat. Lawless and Saint Su tending in from the wings. In comes that dash from the wall, but Jackal slips away, isn't going to give his life up. But we've seen dives go wrong against Flamey before, and that almost repeated history.
It almost did. Shame Lawless wasted the flash on top side, because that could have easily been a Camille E flash there for the kill onto Jackal, and that surely would have helped out Flamey in this lane.
Super tight margins. Here comes Cat just tossing that spear past, isn't going to connect, and Flame's going to push back. The TP actually comes through from Lawless here. Cat's got no mana. If they can get that knockup, does get the stun into the Senna, flashing through there. Lawless picks up that kill off a timely teleport.
Very timely teleport, and knowing that Trundle was right near top lane, so there's no plates going to be even traded for this. So a clean trade for Split Raiders. They're able to come out on top of that. Even the Senna ult was just not in time.
Lawless and Saint Su now on this top side, catch Jojo in that top river. They get that stun, but he flashes away from the slow, and Saint Su is just going to absorb a smidge more health off the subjugate, but Jojo gets away without too much damage.
Only having to use a flash there, pretty big. Not wasting the Volibear ult, because that is such a long cooldown. It's actually absurd. It's like 2 minutes 20, somewhere around that margin. It's a very, very big cooldown, and not wasting it there is a very good decision.
For sure, having that extra health and the tower disruption can be very important to make proactive plays of your own. We'll need to see if they can get something going there, as Cat is on the bot side right now, while Lawless is pushing in Jojo with this wave. Maybe Cat's looking for a turn gank, but there are some summoners coming back for Kartama and Bonakai, so it's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy indeed. This bot lane has looked strong on both sides as well. Both been looking for aggression, but also Split Raiders have been kiting back really well, really smart. But at the same point, Resolved aren't too far down on CS into melee into range.
Oh, a stun under tower into that lightning strike. Lawless forced to dash away and get out of dodge. Jojo punishing the aggressive positioning of Lawless there. If he's not careful, he's going to end up giving up a kill.
Yeah, it's looked very scary, this top lane in general.
Ooh, this is getting dicey, dude. They're so low. If he recalls here, then it's fine, but I feel like he might go for something with the ultimate. I can't tell. As we have a fight, not a fight really on this bot side, just a bit of posturing around this dragon. A lot of presence in this bot river.
They're trying to see who wants to make the first move here, but Echo does have the pressure to rotate faster, so they're just knowingly just trying to clear any vision and just play safe.
Yeah, they are going to clear out those wards. Currently Resolve in control of the vision directly on the Baron Pit. But there is one ward in the river for the side of Split Raiders as well. Flamey, we haven't really seen much of him so far after that gank. He's just been chilling. Does have an assist to his name after the TP coming through from Lawless. But I want to see this teamfight Flamey get unlocked soon as the Ash Arrow comes through. Cleanse into a follow-up stun onto Levi. Does go into the camouflage and maybe can escape. Flash forward from Saintsu. Knocked up by Ronkus. And the heal is going to come through. They are going to escape that gank pretty well.
Yeah, having to waste both summers, but... Oh my god, I thought it was about to happen. Another trade again, but... We have the Rift Herald being popped in the bot lane. With bot lane having pressure, this should be able to be escorted in. So, securing some plates for the side of Split Raiders.
Saintsu identified Jackal in the brush there, does use the pillar to stop him trying any funny business, as Cat is there too. Jojo sitting in the top lane with no TP, and Lawless is trending down, so I think it's time for Split Raiders to maybe converge on this dragon. Flamey getting some pressure from Jackal, and Lawless comes through, doesn't quite get the stun, forces the ultimate out, as now the Dragon Pit is becoming very scrappy. Ronkas goes through, in comes the Cosmic Radiance to get that invulnerability. Now they want to try and get a kill onto Ronkas before he can escape. He flashes forward, the Dawning Shadow keeps them alive, a lot of damage taken by Resolve, and Split Raiders, they have the man advantage. Surely this Infernal Dragon will be easily secured by them. Oh, the spear was actually pretty close, but Saintsu is not going to give it away that easy.
It was pretty close, but Split Raiders looking quite clean so far. They're looking very calculated and playing very smart. They're playing slow, but because of this, they are getting towards their spikes a lot easier.
Now a stun lands onto Ronkas and actually goes aggressive for the trade here. And he's getting slowed by Kartama, forced to use that clone to escape. Not the best trade, but there is no mana on Ashe, it must be said, and Cat and Saintsu are both nearby. Could get a little scrappy here as Jojo meets Lawless. Speaking of scrappy, forces him away. Both of these players getting towards that Triforce, but it looks like Lawless is going to get there first.
I think Lawless will be getting there first. He does have the gold advantage with having 2 kills there. Gets him a little bit more head, especially. And there is a bounty on Lawless, so definitely something to be considered there.
With the push coming through onto this bot lane tower, Spears and Senna roots are coming through thick and fast, taking some damage onto Bonakai. The plates have fallen already though, so there's no extra gold to be secured by Resolved, importantly, as they are now going to walk back into the river. We're going to return to more or less a state of calm, as once again we see that some things never change, and Jackal is still just going on Flamey in the mid lane.
Yeah, just looking for some little trades towards each other, but Jackal will start to struggle towards these trades now because Vladimir does have his CDR. He has 2 of his most important items there, so Vladimir will start to look a lot more aggressive in this lane and look to be able to push a lot more back into this Echo.
Yeah, Jackal getting traded down to about half and Flamey on to full HP. As you say, the CDR working wonders, keeping him topped up there. Jackal not really got any kill pressure in this lane anymore. He's going to have to find it elsewhere. As Lawless waiting in the brush. Saintsu here to stop them. Instantly drops the Hextech ultimatum to keep him trapped in with the pillar to slow. Subjugate comes down as well. Jojo drops the ultimate, drops Lawless very low, but it is going to be a 2v1 that he cannot beat. As Ronkas and Levi secure that first turret gold bot lane. They are also engaging on the back half of it. Cyclone gets the knockup, but Bonakai will flash away from that second charge. Levi comes through. A stun, though. Bonakai is kept alive by that heal, and they will escape to the tower, but their outer goes down.
The outer does go down, and Split Raiders still picking up another kill, though. They are 3-1 in this, but the gold is very, very close on both sides. It's 24.8 to 24.1. Still really not much to determine what's going on right now. It's still very even across the board, really.
For sure. There are the Triforces coming in that top side, so both members getting a whole lot more weight behind those punches, as they do look like they're trying to fight more and more. Saintsu's got himself a bit of a gold lead in that jungle, what we would expect from a more seasoned jungle mate in himself. Flamey and Jackal basically keeping it even, and bot lane pretty much the same as well, though the jungle, the tower of course, has recently been taken down.
This game is looking like it could completely go anywhere for sure, though.
Yeah.
And this Rift Herald is still a contestation. It's still up. Obviously, it's not as high value as it would be pre-14 minute, but it's still an objective nonetheless.
So last game, we saw Absolved taking a lot of scrappy early fights and getting leads in the mid-game until Blackline hit their mid-game spike, and then they were able to turn it around. Which of these teams do you think has the favor going into that mid-game? We know that the late game more or less lies with Split Raiders with the Vlad and Camille, but in this mid-game, where Resolve still have a chance to come back, do you think they've got the tools to do it? Yeah,
for sure. Resolve have double Trinity Force users with Wukong and Volibear, and their mid-game's pretty strong, especially when Echo hits his 2 items, so I think that's where you're going to look for the trade, and looking to trade.
Speaking of trades, Flamey is actually pushed back pretty far by Jackal. Not really a threat of kill with the pool still ready to go, but Jackal's still doing enough damage, it seems.
But yeah, the mid-game will spike quite hard to Resolve, and looking to pressure that by opening up this mid-tower. Why not?
Yeah, they've got the Flamey down a little lower. He has almost healed back up to full, but that tower is at least going to go down. Flamey now engages. This is the first aggressive move we've seen from him. Dives deep with the phase rush, chasing them down. Ash Arrow will swish past and not land on anybody. Out comes the pool, and the Cosmic Rage to keep alive. Jackal drops incredibly low, healed up by Senna. Cat now caught instantly in the ultimatum for daring to step out of the brush as the side of Split Raiders coalesce. A huge ultimate from Roncast though, knocks up 3, knocks up 4. Volley jumps in to try and get some kills. Flamey has gone down, and Jojo and Roncast are tearing through the side of Split Raiders on the latter half of this fight. Kartama forced to flee, but in comes the bear, running them down into the river. Jojo with another perfectly placed lightning bolt to slow down Lawless. Probably cannot catch him due to the slipperiness of that Camille, but that looked like a fight that was Split Raiders to win. Resolve take it back.
Yeah, Split Raiders playing the Cosmic Radiance almost perfectly, and because of that, it looked like Dave was going to clean sweep this fight until Roncast arrived. And Roncast definitely arrived. He got a clean 3 to 4 man knockup and actually controlled the entire team fight because of that. The Wukong came up big, and then the Volibear follow up on top of that.
Huge impact from those ultimates from Roncast and Jojo, keeping his team in it. Flamey did actually go down at the end, has his flash still available too, so he is getting strong. We saw some damage coming out from this Vlad, but he's got a way to go before he can unlock true Flamey Vlad one-trick potential.
And to be honest, this is what I mean. If people give over both Wukong and Volibear in the same draft, I think you're into draft. Because these champions synergize so well together in terms of their ultimates and teamfight presence. It's really difficult to deal with. And that was a prime execution of why these champions are so hard to deal with together. Ultimates synergizing so well and able to cause so much backline pressure.
Exactly, and it was a fight where Nidalee had no effect on it whatsoever. We see Sensu go onto Roncast, forcing that clone out as the pillar will slow them down, but no one's going to secure any kills just there. But as I was saying, Nidalee had no effect in that fight whatsoever. Cat came out the brush, got Hextech ultimatumed, and instantly mashed. And then Resolve still managed to win on the back of the 4v5. So that's what's really impressive about it for me, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, I've not seen enough pressure from this Nidalee to actually see the value of it being picked up. But nonetheless, Resolve are showing that they're still fine to play around it. They still say, whatever, you kill Nidalee, we're still going to fight you.
Yeah. This is why I wanted to see the Rek'Sai or something that can just be, at the very least, utility. It's got early game power, but even if you go down 0-2 and 3 and down in CS, you can still be useful. Saintsu now caught out in the jungle here, does have some backup from Bonakai and Lawless. Dawning Shadow will come across and get some shields going, but Cat caught in the ultimatum once again. This time is able to escape. Cosmic Radiance does go down because Bonakai dies, but now the invulnerability for Lawless does not matter. Saintsu is being mashed in this center as well. The rotations for Split Raiders are just not enough. Resolve, they're going straight onto the Baron with 3 dead.
Zero hesitation, straight onto the Baron, but Flamey is arriving on the wings.
Here they come. Flamey can wreak havoc here. Kartama once again low on mana, but does have heal. No ultimate. Flamey's coming in with that pressure, pushes them away. They are terrified of this Vlad coming through, but the pool is down. Now they know they can go back in. The Zony's going to fall off into the flash, gets that shutdown to Ronkus, and speeds himself away. Flamey, with surgical precision, gets in and out, gets the shutdown, stops the Baron.
Knowing you cannot do this Baron with Flamey still alive, and Flamey just shows up and says, "What's up, guys? I'm still here," and actually just controls it and just says, "Get off my Baron." Perfect stopwatch, actually getting himself out in time and securing a bounty from Ronkus.
700 gold in the pocket of Flamey. That's exactly where they want it. And they're picking up this mid lane tower as well, unlocking a lot of pressure on the map. This is where we could start to see this Vlad become a real problem and not just a nuisance.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be snowballing a lot harder now. It's going to be harder for people to actually shut him down. There's not even much anti-healing across the board yet. So far, it's just Ronkus.
Exactly. He is. There's not that much DPS, I feel, from the side of Resolve. We saw the Baron, like, it doesn't go down hugely fast. Senna doesn't really offer anything. Ronkas and Jojo are only really where the sustained damage comes from, and that's going to fall off as the game goes through. So taking things like Baron, it's hard to sneak it when you just don't do it very quickly, and you have to sneak it realistically, because Flamey is just going to stop you every single time with his Vlad.
Definitely, and it's going to be very hard to contain right now. Vladimir is getting big. He's at his 2 items right now. He has his Zonyas now, so he has that stopwatch in the bag, basically. It's just going to be very scary to deal with Flamey's Vlad, and this has been a story of a lot of Split Raiders wins currently, of just Flamey utter dominance.
Absolutely, and he has shown some very powerful performances already this game, and see if he can keep doing that. If we take a look at the rest of the items coming through, Senna does have the Frozen Mallet completed as well on the way to a Black Cleaver, but is still got a way to go there. Most people are sitting on the line between 1 and 2 items. So once we get that 2 items, things like Camille, they're going to get super scary. Ashe as well is going to do more damage. The Volibear is going to get that Death Stance and be more unkillable. I think we're in this kind of this little doldrums area of the game where once they hit those 2 items, it's going to get even more explosive.
Yeah, definitely. And Bramblevest coming out from Trundle. Very good pickup here, especially. Denies a lot of the healing from Volibear, Wukong, even Senna. Very good pickup. That's why you'd opt towards that instead of Executioners here. That's a prime example of where you go which item, basically, because you're going to get hit a lot more than you're going to get autos out on Trundle. So you get more value off that. Ashe nearly at a 2nd item as well. A lot of anti-healing across the board on both teams, though.
Yeah, and rightly so, as Resolve choose to go on to Saintsu. The stun comes through from Jojo, trying to get this jungler out of the picture. The Stormbreaker comes through, and that's the jungler taken down. Ronkas disrupting on the other side of the fight. Gets Ashe arrow stun for his trouble, though. Another knockup will keep him alive just a little bit longer. Flamey, he's got stun. Can he get double stun, though? Can they burst him? They can get the shutdown onto the Vlad, but now Lawless comes in on the back half with that flying through the fight, trying to disrupt and get those kills. Cat's gotten the kill onto Kartama, but Lawless kills Levi on the other side. Now it's Bonakai and Lawless trying to catch Cat through this river. Cat does nowhere to go, tries to dash away, but it's a triple kill coming through for the Camille, and Jackal is left to retreat through this river. A very back and forth fight over this Cloud Drake.
This game still looks like it can go any way, and this is the scary part about this game so far. It is 11-10. The gold is neck and neck. Look at that. 100 gold difference? And this game is this close? We expected this game to be close, but not this
TP'd in that bot lane there. Didn't actually get anything for it, as Jackal is getting pressured in this mid lane by Saintsu. Probably going to be able to escape with the mobility that Echo has with that Cloud Drake jungle speed up, but that's a wasted TP for Ronkas, surely.
It is definitely a wasted TP, and there's going to be a little less side lane pressure from Ronkus now, but maybe Ronkus is just going to be grouping, throwing the Echo and the Volibear in them side lanes with the TPs, because they do have triple TP.
Can rotate very, very quickly. And something that we've seen now is we've seen Flamey actually go down in these last 2 fights. Some big shutdowns secured on him, and him going down is such a key piece. But then when he died in that fight, oh yeah, Lawless is also in this game. He's playing Camille. He's 6-1, and then he starts wreaking havoc. That's just the threat that's coming out of Split Raiders comp here.
And then you wait till Lawless has Death Stance. He's going to be even harder to deal with. And it's just going to be so much healing. even your anti-healing isn't going to do a thing to it, because Death Stance and Ravenous Hydra together is just going to be absurd, and Camille is just going to be at that point where she can just dive whoever shows up in the split push.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough to deal with, as now the game has once again slowed down a smidge while the teams feel out this vision. We can see a lot of fighting over the Baron vision specifically. We've hit the 26-minute mark. There's a lot of gold, a lot of power on these teams, and I think the Baron is going to become a very important measure, as the Dragons are still even. No soul on the horizon just yet.
The issue for the Baron for Resolve is just the fact they don't have very fast Baron killers. The best is the Volibear, and the Wukong will do the most damage to it, but Echo, Nidalee, and Senna aren't the greatest on Baron.
And if they're realistically, they're going to have to win a fight, right? They're going to have to win a fight conclusively enough that they can turn onto the Baron and not just get shoved off it like they did by Flamey next time. And that just seems like such a hard prospect to get any kind of clean victory here. As they've caught Saintsu here, doesn't quite get the stun off, and he's going to escape with his life. A close call for him, but that's the kind of thing that could spur a Baron.
Definitely, and it's just could be that one pick which can be starting the Baron. And imagine if they pick Flamey, imagine if they pick Lolas. That's enough for them to walk towards the Baron and say, you have to contest us.
Yeah, Lolas is languishing on this bot side with Jojo right now. Both TPs are available, and in fact Lolas is coming into this mid lane. The Ash arrow goes wide, not going to catch him, but Lolas flies over the wall and gets that ultimatum to disrupt the escape of Ronkas and Levi, who will be mashed in the middle there. Flamey chases Cat under the tower, just Vlad doing some Vlad things. He's actually dropping very low and gets stunned down, gets killed by Cat and Jojo now, trying to come and get some value on the backside. Flamey going down could be impactful though. 3 deaths on the side of Ronkas as the Baron starts up Split Raiders. Oh, and a burst onto Bonakai there. That was easy as you like. Now Jackal turns his attention to the Baron. There's only 2 people on this objective, and I think that Lawless needed to be there with them, and the Baron cannot be secured by Split Raiders.
They cannot continue on the Baron now, especially that Jackal gets that big vital pick onto the Taric, seeing that he's out of position. Also, Flamey being picked up was very important there by Jojo. So overall, it still comes out quite even. It's kind of crazy that it became off that from such a good flank by Lolas. Lolas getting the perfect Hextech ultimatum, ulting the Wukong instead of Senna. And I can't talk how important that is because he knocked the Senna into his entire team because of this ultimate. If he ults Senna, he knocks Wukong away from his team. So it's hard to use sometimes, and he did that perfectly and securing 2 kills, but in the end, it's just a trade 2 for 2.
Yeah, the gold lead has only just reached almost 1k now, still basically negligible at this stage. And when we cast our eyes down to items now, they are still pretty much keeping up with each other. 3 items for mid on both sides. We've got the Death Dance complete to top lane for Jojo, and it's not quite done yet for Lawless, so I imagine they're going to want to farm that one up, but it's so tight, these fights are so close, and the Dragon's probably going to be the next spark that ignites one.
Definitely so, because like I said, both teams need a pick before even going towards the Baron, so Dragon will be the next opportunity to do something in this game. It's gonna be... I like the Nidalee build. Like, despite the Nidalee not having pressure, her going more supportive is the right decision here. Because she's not been able to get as much pressure down in the early game to even go like Lich Bane or go Snowbally. Opted towards going more tanky, going into that Rod of Ages, into the Fiends. But I still don't see it having as high value as they'd want to.
You see an aggressive move by Jackal, but Lawless once again is on the backside, catches out Jackal with no ultimate, does get the ultimatum through, but on a massive knockup from Ronkas, shut down onto Lawless to start the fight off. Jojo has gone down too though. Can they cut this one back? It looks like they can. Flamey and Tartama just dealing too much damage as Levi and Jackal forced to retreat. Another very tight fight, but that's probably going to be the Baron going over to the side of Split Raiders.
Definitely. Ronkas has looked so good in this game, despite not having the best score. Like, his ultimates have been so well done in team fights, but it just wasn't enough. Despite picking Lawless at the start of the fight, they're still Flamey. They're still Katama. It's just... It wasn't enough. They only got 1 target out of the end of that.
Yeah, it feels like there's maybe just not enough damage across the board. for Resolve here. Jackal's doing a fair amount, but he went in early and had to use his ult straight away, and then he just couldn't get the thing. There's actually a fight going on, developing around this dragon, as Jackal's trying to sneak it out from under them. Ronkus is TP'd in, trying to get some disruption going. There is a smite there with Saintsu, and there's none on the side of Resolve. Lawless is going to pick up Ronkas, and Saintsu's going to steal that Cloud Drake away, getting them to 3 in total. A pretty desperation move by Resolve. They got close, but couldn't secure it.
Close, but it wasn't enough, and Split Raiders should look to seek control of this game from this point onwards, especially with the split push pressure they have now. With Camille having that free item power spike, who's going to stop them?
Who indeed is going to stop them? It's got to be a pick, right? We saw at the start of that fight for Dragon that Camille did go down, but only after they'd already, locked up Jackal, gotten an ultimatum through, done a huge amount of damage. They need to pick this Camille off before they can ruin a team fight for them, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. Because this Camille is just such big value in this game. Getting Camille off the table just opens up your options on what you can do in this team fight. And even this Ashe is pretty tanky right now because of the Death Dance.
Yeah, Death Stance is coming through thick and fast in this game. We've got 4 right now, and I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see another one just for the hell of it at this point. I think that something that's showing up to me here is that Levi has been on that Mallet and Ruby Crystal and Kindle Gem for a long time. This Senna build has stalled out massively.
Yeah, and this is the thing about going Grasp Senna. As strong as it is, when you don't get to your items, it's very hard to contribute much towards these fights compared to the Glacial. Obviously, the Grasp is stronger right now. It is the better and more optimal build to be going, but the value is sort of falling down the table. And like you said, been stored on these items for so long, not even getting towards that cleaver yet.
Saintsu's feeling very confident, spamming some emotes on the vision of Resolve there as they do get this mid lane tower pushed in. Not really that much they can do against the Baron pressure. They don't have any other waves crashing just yet. But that is going to be at least some free gold, which now finally the gold lead has split. It's extended to about 6k in the favor of Split Raiders off the back of these 2 fights. We talked about their late game and how scary it was. It's going to be very tough for Resolve to overcome it.
Very tough indeed. And the wave clear isn't even that strong either. That's the thing. It's very hard for Resolve to wave clear against Baron minions. So it's just going to be a case of trying to minimize the gold deficit, trying to minimize how much you lose off this Baron. It's just what they're going to be aiming to do here.
Something I maybe would have expected to see a 1-3-1 from Split Raiders here was literally Camille and Vlad, excellent split pushing champions. And yet they have opted to stay clumped together with this Baron to make that team fight even stronger. As now the aggression comes through, Bonakai actually gets exploded by Jackal. And now this could be the fight they need. There is no Cosmic Radiance to keep their carries alive. Another great ultimate, shuts down Kartama. That's 2 kills to open up, but Flamey is now unleashed. He is coming through. The ultimate's been dropped down. Lawless disrupting the backline as well. He's in a 3v1 situation, and he is going to maybe go down. Jojo takes him down in the end. It's a 2v2 now. Shut down onto Flamey, and this Vlad could be the deciding factor. Gets stunned up by Jojo. Has to retreat to the tower. Saitsu still alive as well, with Levi pumping out the damage. A very tight fight there as Flamey chunks Levi down with that empowered transfusion, and is going to return to that wave. That's a 3v3, a very tight fight. Offwards, that's basically a 3v5 for most of that fight, and it's still even.
And this has been the story of the game. No matter how the fights are looking, they're still ending up being even. And because of this, there hasn't been a clear winner. There hasn't been a clear, like, okay, this team can end. Okay, this team can take an inhibitor. It's been so backwards and forwards. Even with a Baron, it isn't enough for Split Raiders here. And I can't help but think what you iterated to, TJ, is right. The 1-3-1 is just such more reliable situation to put yourself into here, because who can deal with Vlad? Who can deal with Camille? And the options are limited. And we talked about wave clear. They have one source of wave clear in the terms of Resolve with the Echo.
Yeah, it's really, really tough for them to deal with that kind of strategy, I feel. We have at least got another dragon spawning soon, and this Cloud Soul, while not the most impactful, will likely pull both teams in to maybe get a more conclusive fight away from the towers. We can maybe see this game split open once again. Last time, Resolve needed strong picks at the start of the fight to give them a fighting chance. Let's see if Split Raiders going to give them to them again.
And it's all going to be a case of getting that vital early pick. Are they going to pick Bonakai again? Are they going to find out Flamey if they can if they can get the avenue to actually get towards them, then that is going to be probably one of the big game changers for Resolve now, because the pick at this point can actually turn the game on its head despite it being so even.
And we do see Lawless actually in that top lane. He does have the TP ready. He's probably not afraid to use it. Jojo is matching him. In comes the Crystal Arrow. Slams into Jackal. Not going to get him down just yet. Cosmic Radiance covers this aggression as Roncast goes in. The ultimate just left on his lonesome though, and is finally not going to be able to get anything done with this one. They get a stun onto Saint Sue off the back of Jackal's parallel convergence, but they're still retreating. Jojo and Lawless still going at it in that top lane over the tower. Lawless probably in a strong position here. Does go beyond the tower, but now the dragon has been taken. That's the soul secured for the side of Split Raiders. They've got even more movement speed to play with on this ultimate. People like Flamey are going to be laughing about that one. Lawless just keeping Jojo busy as they got the kill, they got the dragon. That's all they wanted.
And they're going towards the Baron now. So not only do they have soul, they're going to take Baron as well on the back of that. And then hopefully we either see the 1-3-1 or even a 1-4 here. And just execute it a little bit more cleaner. And then that could be the game-changing play to actually end this game, because it still looked close this entire game. Can they execute the 1-4?
Yeah, every fight up to that dragon fight was on a knife edge the whole time. So tough for either team to get a defined winner, as you say. Now, with a bit of this movement speed, these aggressive plays by Lawless, by Saint Sue, they usually are the ones starting off the fight with the Ash Arrows. They can get in amongst you with that speed boost. It's going to be very tough for the side of Resolve to escape. I imagine they're just going to be hugging towers, maybe trying to get a pick as last time.
And the person who's been key on getting these picks has been Jackal every time. Jackal has been the one on the table, stepping up, getting these stuns, which have been catching people off guard. If he can get another one of those, can he catch the vital target is the question. Because if he catches Bonakai at this point, will it matter that much? I don't think it will.
No. I mean, the Cosmic Radiance is nice, but it's not what's winning the fights for them, I think. Kartama, he's starting off the fights with these arrows, but then he's just kind of vibing on the backline, watching Flamey and Lawless wreak absolute destruction across it. TP from Lawless is actually brought out in the mid lane. A little bit of an aggressive one perhaps, but the arrow lands onto Jackal, and onto Cat, I should say, and they burst him down. There's nothing really can do there. Cosmic Radiance is dropped once again to cover the dive as they go full ham into the base of Resolve. They are on top of Levi. Flamey unstoppable on this flag. Kartama and Saint Sue on top of Jojo. There's nothing they can do. Torn apart piece by piece, and Split Raiders finally, they get the conclusive opening. They've got everything in their favor, and they are going to take this win over Resolve. They're going to move to third place.
And this is the performance we needed from Split Raiders to what was at third place. Looking a lot stronger. And this was against a harder opponent anyway, with Resolve looking good. Obviously, Resolve without their current jungler is a big difference. But at the same point, Lawless had a very big game here.
A really, really big game. Definitely shades of Nazgul coming through off that Camille, and then Flamey on the tried and true. STR, they do seem to have a clear game plan of how they want to play. Lawless is going on the carries, Flamey's going on the Vlad, Saint Sue is on this kind of scrappy jungler, and then bot lane, they're just kind of chilling down this bot lane with the Ashe. They can be supportive, but they don't have to be the carries. It seems like STR, they've got a strong identity here, and it's able to carry them to a victory against Resolve. You said they didn't have the jungle, but there's still a lot of good players on that team.
Yeah, Resolve are still looking good. Like, especially the Wukong pick showed up pretty big in this game. There just wasn't enough follow-up on top of it. The Nidalee was kind of wasted. We talked about it, and we didn't really see enough from it, which kind of didn't surprise us, because we didn't know what to expect from Cat. And it's a very big shoes to fill of Razora to actually then go on to Nidalee. But it wasn't enough. And Flamey just, again, was ungankable. We've seen it. They tried ganking him again and again and again, and Flamey was just like, okay, keep coming mid. Keep wasting your time.
Yeah. So now I think to move to an MVP discussion, this is not as easy this time. We've got Flamey still popping off. You can see the damage graph on your screens. He's doing huge amounts of work on this champion. He's doing more healing than he is damage as well, as Vlad likes to do. Just insane amounts of healing done by him. Huge impact. But Lawless also had all the massive engages on this Camille. The flanks that this guy was pulling out were huge, and he was having such a strong performance in the mid game too. So who are you thinking, Varus? Who is coming in for this MVP vote for you?
So I'm a little different. I have it between Lawless and Saintsu.
Hmm.
Saintsu did so much in the early and mid game to actually make Nidalee kind of useless. He kind of just did the right things to actually stop Nidalee getting a lot of ganks off, especially early, and actually kept up in farm, which he shouldn't be doing in this matchup. But also Lawless on the other side played top lane really smart, denied Volibear any snowball potential, didn't even fight him very often, played around the passive really well, and like you said, got the big team fight engages. Even when caught, he still got something off. He'd get a stun off. He'd get his Hextech ultimatum off. He'd get something off, which actually mattered in a team fight. So,
Okay, how
I'm
do
a
you feel
half.
about this? So since we both have two people and we both have Lawless as one of them, I think that that's enough for Lawless here because he's got 2 votes and the other 2 have 1, right? In this democracy of a cast that we're running.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And I think I'm happy with that because it's a different pick coming out, what we haven't seen for a while. We see the Camille come through and it shows up.
Yeah, absolutely showed up. That's going to have to be something we have to keep an eye out for as this season progresses. So that's going to be Split Raiders taking the victory here. That is going to be us signing off for this first block of the day. That's going to be it for myself and Varys. Picking up the cast for the second half of the day will be Grant and Sarge. So look forward to that as Absolved and Resolve will be coming back onto the Rift for Game 3 after a short break. Thank you for watching, everybody. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everyone. I am joined by Flamey from Split Raiders. Flamey, that game, once again, you got your Vladimir. Camille was given to Lolis in the top lane. You were saying just before we came on air here that it's a bit resident sleeper when you get the Vladimir.
Yeah, definitely. When we don't know what to pick, we just go with the first pick Vlad. Without even me asking if I want to play it, it's just we don't know what to pick. Pick the goddamn Vlad, and then we're gonna move from there. So
Why
it's
do you think that people are letting this Vladimir through the draft if
I
it's
mean,
such a iconic pick for you?
it has become a meme in the whole league when I pick Vlad. Like, oh, he's the Vladimir one trick. But the real truth is, it's like we don't know what to pick, and then we just go with the quote unquote safe pick with the Vlad. But yeah, I mean, if that's gonna bring the team to victory, I'm prepared to get the bullet.
Yeah, it definitely does get you the wins. You're sitting at 5-2 now, which is a pretty decent scoreline, putting you, I think, firmly in second place, just under Black Lions. Who do you think, apart from Black Lions, is your biggest competition in this league?
I think just like Black Lions are, I think, our
Just
biggest
Black Lions?
rivals. No, but I think Sparks is also gonna be tough games, I guess, especially because I think Sparks are playing another league and they're screaming often.
Yeah.
The Black Lions as well, and we're like here coming like first time. Like we don't scream, we don't play together, and then we just come like once in a week. We either stomp or get stomped, and that's like the whole story. It's like just like same like last season. People couldn't believe that we didn't scream like whole last season, and we still got the win. So yeah.
Yeah, you're a relatively new roster with the top laner and jungler coming in at the start of the split. How do you think that the team has really gelled together since you are kind of newly formed?
I think it's getting better and better. Like maybe the first couple of games were a little shaky, but
Yeah.
we're getting used to it, and they're improving a lot in terms of performance. The top and jungle, like I think it's only gonna get better from now on.
Yeah, I think it is starting to look even better and better every game, looking more coordinated and a little more polished. But congratulations on your win today, and I wish you the best of luck in your future games. That was me with Flamey. We'll send you off to the next game.
Having what? Sorry. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Sorry for the slight delay there. We are here today. You have two new casters in myself and the main man, Sarge. So, Sarge, how are you doing today?
I am doing very good indeed, my friend. Always a pleasure to be back on SQ1, and always a pleasure to be casting with yourself. We've got two good games to round out the day, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those who weren't aware, I should always probably say my name as well. So I'm Grant here with you. So later on today, we're going to have a very exciting clash between Black Lion and Split Raiders. But in the meantime, we're going to be moving our focus towards Absolved versus Resolved, their academy teams. Now, it's been a bit of a difficult split so far for Absolved, trying to get some more wins on the board. But they come against Resolved, who are slightly weakened today with a different jungle, is something we point out. So for me, actually a more even game, even footing. We saw Absolve play early today, and it was against Black Lion. So whilst they lost, it was very much to be expected. But yeah, this one I think could be a little bit more interesting.
It's definitely fair to say it could go either way because we've kind of pinned Resolve as one of the top teams within SQ1 from the early weeks' performances, but we've just seen them drop a game to Split Raiders, and it did seem like having Rosario missing from that jungle spot did make quite a big impact on them, and they weren't quite able to find that same footing. Now, that's not to say the game wasn't close and it wasn't, a decent set performance for them, but it's just not quite what we would have previously expected. So if Absolved are looking to pick up a win, this could definitely be the opportunity. And with the bans locked in already, Resolve are looking to lock in that 200 years of experience on that priority pick.
Absolutely. And there you go. The Phelos does come through, and we know what that can do. Some power picks taken away as well. Varus and Volibear were banned earlier, so those main power picks taken away. Meanwhile, we will immediately see the bot lane locked in. That's Tristana and a Leona. Very strong duo bot lane, albeit Tristana's not something I've seen a while in this meta.
Not particularly in this meta, but it is still a very potent kill lane. If you get level 2 first, Tristana and Leona can all in you. Aphelios has no mobility to try and escape that. That is a very nice way that Absolve can look to try and play through and get ahead. And although it's unlikely, we still have to entertain the possibility that Tristana could be flexed to the mid lane in a solo pick. Like I said, very unlikely. I don't think that is what we're going to see Coing end up on, but it's not entirely out of possibility. And with Olaf locked in on the other side, it's another fairly immobile champion for Resolve coming out so far. They're going to hover the Tahm Kench, and I'm really hoping for their sake that they do lock this in, because it's going to provide Aphelios with some much needed safety in this lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very smart pick there. So a little bit of counter, showing that duo lane very early allows them to pick up the support going into the third pick. So taken away, that means that as we go into picks and bans, both teams actually matching up with the same lane. So you're both looking at mid and top as the remaining to be picked. Still very many power picks on the board. As I say, that is an unexpected takeaway, but there is a Syndra. Plenty of good top laners still there as well. So curious to see how they round out the comp. I'm Absolve very much going for what looks like just a nice team fight comp thus far, whereas Resolve going for, well, everything that's stronger the better.
Yeah, it's not a lot of surprises coming through from Resolve so far. We're seeing a lot of steady expectations, and if we kind of follow this on, we might see something like a Corki. We'll see something like the Ornn or another tank up in the top side of the map to just keep them with this strong front line that allows them to team fight. But right now, I kind of feel like they are on the back foot a little bit in this draft, because I do prefer the Tristana Leona over Aphelios Tahm Kench. I feel that it can get a lot more pressure in lane and provide a sore point that Resolve have to respond to on that side of the map. I like the Trundle into the Olaf, because as soon as he comes running at you, you can hit that subjugation and steal so many of his stats, making him super squishy to burst down before he can make a big impact. Mid laners and top laners is where we are looking right now. And Zoe, a bit of a change from what we were necessarily expecting. It does give Absolved a nice bit of range in their kit. It allows them to make picks as well, something that Tristana and Leona can definitely help capitalize on.
Absolutely. So, as you say, we're going to see the top lane counter pick for the side of Absolve. That's where they've chosen to put their focus towards. But Zoe, a nice pick coming out. You've seen sort of the three main pick in lane at the moment being Zoe, Azir, and Corki. As you say, Corki's still up, so very curious if they pick up there as they pick up a Poppy instead on Resolve, a very standard tank. Has that ultimate way to knock the Trundle away, knock whoever's running at them. So, of course, the Leona Trundle diving forward, this is a little bit more space. Twisted Fate locked in as a result.
Okay.
Give them a lot of pressure globally across the map, and perhaps they're seeing the opportunity just to try and sort of win the game early through that global pressure instead. But meanwhile, we're going to see the top pick counter here to Poppy. Whether they go damage or whether they go tank and return, Ornn available as well, we've said. That's my curious question. Renekton currently hovered. Looks like we're going to be locking a Renekton instead. Nope. Cast a curse. Set instead. So
Pivot to a set.
Another standard meta pick.
It is indeed, and we're going to be dropping out just so the teams can switch everything around, get everything in the right nice order. Don't
Just
believe
realised Poppy was Ornn. I apologise. I did
was
not check.
Ornn.
I did not check the playstyle chat. So Ornn versus Set, as meta as it gets.
Yeah, I must admit I was curious myself, because I thought the Poppy did have some niche applications, but not what I was expecting. So it's going to be Ornn versus Set up in the top lane. Kind of what we were expecting, something very familiar. You've got the big tanky front lines, and it does very much look like Resolve are going for this standard 5 versus 5 team fight, where they're going to be looking to play front to back and win out with the superior damage from the Aphelios that he will put out in these long extended fights. Absolved, on the other hand, it looks like they're really trying to go for picks. The Zoe is fantastic at setting up and catching people out with a sleepy trouble bubble. You've got Leona, who's fantastic at forcing engages. If any member from Resolve Academy ever oversteps, she can really punish them. And Tristana is a fairly self-sufficient ADC, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Goki down in this bot lane on the Leona, roaming around quite a lot, trying to come up into the mid lane, trying to support Sabalp on the Trundle as much as possible, and really make an early numbers advantage through getting out of lane and allowing Tristana to just safely sit there and farm up.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do that with Tristana, and that lets her get more and more ahead. The Trundle pick very nice as well. Subjugate going to be doing a lot of work on the Orm and the Tarm Kench to knock them down. Also, I think there's always a little bit of a weird one for me, in that you have a team of Set Trundle, Tristana, Leona, who basically want to run at your face and with a Tristana jump, try and reposition to get a lot of damage down, whereas the Zoe's a bit more of a slow pick style. So, yeah, a little bit of an odd one out, but nonetheless, it's going to be providing a lot of damage from that back line. Meanwhile, on Resolve, the Twisted Fate pick, something we need to talk about, giving that global pressure. That gold card, of course, allowing them to start and engage fights. When you've got the Tom Kench to match with the global pressure, I'm very curious to see how Resolve translate effectively whatever lane they're winning, use that to translate globally into another lane or into objective with the fact that they have the early movement available.
And it also gives them a huge amount of flexibility coming into the later stages of the game. When you're doing the Baron dance that we so often see teams doing, trying to draw out teleports, they'll feel a bit happier about committing JoJo's teleport to that engagement because they know that they'll still be able to respond with the Twisted Fate and with Tarm Kench as well, bringing another member along if something kicks off in only a minute or so's time. So I do think that Resolve Academy have picked up some nice tools for themselves. My concern is how much damage is this Twisted Fate going to be putting out if he does fall behind or if the game does go super late. You're looking at the Aphelios as the main damage source in these 5v5 fights. And if Jackal isn't really able to find any massive leads or snowball too far ahead, Resolve Academy might find themselves struggling a little bit, especially if Absolved. It is resolved and absolved, remember, so I'm going to try and make that distinction as clear as possible. If absolved find a lead in the bot side of the map with the Tristan and the Leona like we are expecting them to, where is the damage then coming from? From Resolve Academy.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like a sort of one-man reliant team from the Aphelios. Olaf will, of course, start strong, but the longer the game goes, the more you're going to have Zabulp, Going, and Nikolai all just throwing a subjugate on that Trundle or the Zoe Tristan is just repositioning accordingly to avoid the Olaf that he'll get blown up. It's going to be such a reliant game on Roncast. So we have seen it before. We do know what the Aphelios can do, especially with the Tarm Kench, Levi to help him out and help him reposition, which is, I think, a very smart pick here. But yeah, as you say, the later this game goes, the more reliant it becomes upon just the ADC damage. My question, as I said, is going to be around the global element and whether they can use that to translate early. If you have the ability to start fights or move to the lane to start the fight on your terms, i.e. Twisted Fate Ultimate, i.e. Tom Kench bringing someone with them, that's going to give you the immediate advantage starting fight. Of course, you have the other option if there are any dives that come in the game or anything early, you have very easy abilities to counter. So seeing those globals versus TPs picked up on the side of Absolved is going to be a question for me. And yeah, I mean, if Resolve don't get running off the mark here, that lack of damage could come back to haunt them.
It definitely could, because we're talking about this map pressure and the ability to respond with the semi-global ultimates, the TPs and stuff, the flexibility that does allow Resolved Academy. If Absolved do get ahead, and if they have Solvereign ahead in this set, he is going to be doing so much work on the side lane, and there's nobody really on the side of Resolve that can answer him. And Ornn is going to lose to the set if set gets ahead early or picks up a kill or two. The Olaf won't be able to match the set in the side lane, and I'm just concerned that there's more obvious pressure points that Absolved Academy can look to use to gain these early leads and kind of choke out the game. And it feels like Resolve have drafted something that relies very much on them getting ahead early, on them actually finding these leads. And what happens if they don't do that?
Absolutely. What I will say in response, though, however, Resolved are a well-coached, well-rounded team. They've worked closely with the main team, and we've seen, in the fact that they've won quite a few games to their name now, that even with a sub-jungler here, that they're able to indeed create those leads and good macro in order to control objectives. So they do have the sort of historical side behind them, I think, of having the ability to play to that style, but even so, like the speed of the game, obviously, as we say, is going to be the question mark, and whether that works here is my question.
Certainly will be indeed, and I think we are now loading in onto the rift. We've managed to get through our spectator delay. Once again, thank you everybody for sticking with us through this weekend. I know we've had one or two technical difficulties, but we are still trying our best to bring you the stream as best we possibly can. Yesterday's videos are up on the YouTube channel as VoDs, so do check those out if you want to see all the action. It's been a bit of a week of upsets. It's certainly one hell of a week to not have streamed, unfortunately. But you know, we can only do what we can do, and we're still here, going strong on game 3 of day 2. And you know, Resolved Academy and Absolved Academy both starting to square up. Both got the first items. Are we going to see any early level 1s from this Leona, I wonder?
Absolutely. So, favorites in Resolve, however, they are struggling a little bit today, and we're not sure on the comp. They will be up against Absolved on the red side, a team who have, as we said, struggled a little bit this split overall, are only a couple wins to the name lower down that side. So looking to get some more wins on the board. But we've learned from this weekend, you should say, favorites is nothing this weekend. Favorite, throw it out the window because we've not been seeing it. Instead, we've been seeing Chaos and Maniety rule the Rift. So very curious to see how this game turns out. Just the nice little BM start off this game with Goki. We love to see that little bit of BM. So yeah, Resolve starting off very simple fan movement. Cat's going to back. Was looking to pick up Sweep actually, but it already dropped a ward down in defense. You see that on the top side there. So they're going to try and spot out Sabalb on his start.
They certainly will, and you can see how much respect Jackal and Ronkus are giving over to Absolve. There's 2 cleanses here on the Twisted Fate and the Atheos as well. They do not want to let these carries get caught out. They know that they are going to be the main damage of the team. It's going to be doing a lot of work in these fights, and they want to try and avoid them getting picked as soon as possible. There's the Leona, the Trundle pillar, Set, Zoe, all of these can set up picks and get things going for Absolved Academy. So I like that the respect is being shown. We'll have to see how well the map movements and how aggressive Absolved are playing as to whether they can burst through those defensive summers and then capitalize on it afterwards. And it looks like we're going to start that at level 1.
Yes, talking of aggression, immediate flash away there from Levi, but the Ignites come down, follow Trundle. He bites into him. Looks like Levi's just going to escape, but the flash forward from Tristana is not enough. In fact, the Ignite had run out. Levi walks away with his life at the cost of a lot. In fact, 2 flashes and Ignite going down there for the side of Absolved. So, you know, maybe they'll argue it's not the worst Resolve. Ronkus untouched means he can still farm away here and pick up levels. But you talk about aggression, level 2 engage from Sabalb immediately starts off, and he's now going to evade.
Trundle is still hanging around, perhaps going to try and cut the wave here, kite it away so we can go for his dive. Ronkus is in trouble.
Early dive has also come out, but he'll cleanse that away. Now Ronkus is under the tower and safe. You have to think this is going to turn. The tower is immediately trying to hit Tristana. Tristana goes down. That's a trade 1-for-1. Sabalb will just walk away with his life. Talk about an early dive. Level 1, level 2 dives. In the end, a 1-for-1 trade.
Hey, we were talking about being aggressive. We were talking about making these plays happen. And although it might have looked a little more forced than we would like, I'll hold it as Jackal and Koenig are trading, but I don't think anything more is going to come from that. It was perhaps a little overforced by Absolved Academy, but they do manage to get first blood. They do manage to get those defensive summoners completely gone from the bot lane of Resolve. Nothing on Aphelios, nothing on the Tahm Kench at all. But look at what it costs them in return. So much time invested down there. Cat is already a level up on the Trundle now. He is already invading, taking away these camps from the Absolved Academy jungler. And you've got to think, although that looks good immediately, what is it going to cost you through this first 10 minutes of the game?
Absolutely. I do like the idea of Absolve playing towards their win conditions. They know they need to take out Ronkus. They know they need to take out the bot lane of Resolve. Actually, we see, ignore me, because a gank came in topside. Cat have walked behind and will pick up a kill on the Ornn. Jojo taking that one away. So really nice there from Resolve to catch him out. And as you say, taking down the Resolve bot lane, yes. But at what cost? A level 2 gank? You know, it means that you're really going to be struggling on the tower. 15 CS difference at that time was in the jungle, and as a result, Cat is just free roaming and picks up a kill as a result.
And there's absolutely nothing that Absolved can do to try and stop that. I'm just going to use the exhaust. Oh no, Sebulb caught out here by the looks of it. I don't know if he can get away from this.
Sebulb in big trouble. Gold card will land down. They'll follow it down. The tongue licks from Tom keep him slow, and the kill goes over to Ronkus. That is not what you want to see if you're absolved.
And just like you were saying, Grant, Resolved Academy are a very... Oh, I'll hold it!
Yeah, so you think the fighting's over. In fact, Tarmken swallows up Ronkus, gets him out. So now they're going to try and turn the fight. 3 stacks is down. The stun's cut down onto Goki. He returns with his own stun, but Cat is here. You have to see him coming out of the bush. It doesn't even matter, though. They're going to take the 2v2 kill. Axe will slow down Nikolai. No jump to follow. This is going to be a double kill on the bot line. Levi walk away for safety. They're going to give it over to Ronkus. 4-1 on the Aphelios now. Everything going wrong for Absolved.
So we were wondering how this was going to play out for the first 10 minutes, and I think we might have been a bit over generous to Absolve them. The first 5 minutes seems to have sealed their fate. Resolve Academy, they use all of their defensive summoners in the first few minutes in the bot lane, but they then pick up 4 kills onto the Aphelios in the preceding few. This is absolutely massive for them. I was saying that I was really worried about whether Ronkus would get shut down, whether he would get put behind, and where would Resolve Academy's damage come from if that was the case. Well, we don't have to ask that question anymore because it simply has not happened. Off to a fantastic start. Cat knows that they have the run of the jungle already. They are going to be able to out-tempo this Trundle all the way around the map, and while they may be picking up the dragon, while they may be making another aggressive pick, what will this Aphelios be able to do?
Exactly, and actually I was going to comment on the map state, but it doesn't even matter. Early cleanse out there from Zoe means that Coin will walk away. Trying to throw out a nice paddle star, block there from Jackal to save Cat a little bit. It looks like the fight's going to walk away as I keep talking. I wanted to talk about the map here. I think there's been a lot of disrespect from Resolve here so far. You know, if you're going to try that level 2 early gank, if you're going to try that, I guess we would call it cheese to a sense. That's fine, whether it works or not, but then you have to respect the map state. You've lost control of the jungle. You can't suddenly start invading if you're the Trundle. You can't suddenly, you know, start moving around that bot side or top of the map. Cat has complete control, and they've not respected that, and that has translated into easy kills onto the Trundle, onto the bot lane. So, yes, I want to say Revolve, good job, but at the same time, well, ignore me. Meanwhile, we're going to see all for all trading top. Really nice work there from Solvera, and I cannot pronounce that name, to take away the Ornn from his ultimate. No follow-up knockhead there, but a flash away from Jojo means he'll walk out for his life. How do you say that name, man? Help me out.
We'll go with Soul Raven. I'm gonna be honest, I struggled to pronounce a few of these names ourselves. Please, players, do know that we do mean no disrespect by pronouncing these wrongs, and do get in touch with us to tell us for future. But we'll if we go with Soul Raven, or maybe even just Set. Set's nice.
Set,
Everybody understands Set. That'll do.
So before that fight started out, I was gonna, and I want to get your opinion, I was gonna basically talk about Resolve. Yes, they're doing well, but would you argue, in fact, it's more misplaced from Absolved?
I think misplays is perhaps a little over harsh. Olaf's coming into the top side. Will Set be able to get away? Nope.
I want to get your opinion at some point, but I can't because the fighting does not stop here. Blast Spark means that Soul Raven will be pushed away. Jojo now trying to take us one-on-one fight. No flash on Jojo, however, it is an ultraless fight on both sides. Cat didn't seem to care about that. Didn't seem to want to get the kill. Instead, he's going to try and push Coin away. Perhaps they're a little bit scared of Zoe walking in. That means that Soul Raven's going to go hide in the jungle and back, you imagine. So, a little bit of an odd one there that probably felt like a free kill initially. Hasn't translated accordingly. But Jojo will have some strength on the top side as a result now and some free farm to catch up.
Certainly will. And to answer your question, Grant, I don't think it's necessarily misplays. I think it's overforcing from the side of Absolved. I think that the first play that they went for, they committed maybe a little bit too much to it. They should have cut the losses at first when Levi originally got away under the tower. I think they shouldn't have tried to dive 3-man at level 2 because you're pretty much guaranteed to lose one member there. And, you know, if you're trading 1-for-1 under the tower at level 2, that's not really what you want to be doing. And from there, it was just, like you said, a series of errors of judgment around the map, not respecting the state of the map and the reality that the game is now in, where Resolve Academy do have the run of what's going on. They are going to be the ones dictating the pace because so far they have the jungle who is ahead, they have the top laners ahead, but they might not have this Herald.
Beautiful steal away then from Valve. He's actually going to pick up the eye. Will probably sacrifice his life for it, but you have to say, not too bad if he's taking Rift Herald away. So, nice little pick up there when they did not have the map pressure. As Nikolai, I'm not sure if that's a good time to have some BM, so you take unnecessary damage there. Yeah, I was about to praise results for the match and how they control it. Instead, flash forward there, Cleanse immediately comes out. Goki trying to get the stun, will land the Zenith Blade, but a flash away from Jackal means he's surviving. Trying to take a little bit too much of a fight though, and Paddlestar will take him down. Now we've seen the TP and Cat turn up as a result. Jojo and Cat trying to chase Absolve, waiting for Goki to pass on. Moves that way. Knockup will not land result. Cat is 2v1 on this side, but it's pretty strong. 0-0-5, 5 assists. Drowsy will land though. That means that she'll go to sleep. And Olaf stops, and Absolve walk away pretty strong. As we say that, yet again, I can't even give the chance to Taj talk because we see an insect then come out from Nikolai, and with the exhaust there to follow, it was enough of them to pick up the kill. Nikolai takes that one away. Really, really good for Absolve together. So all of a sudden, Absolve pick up 2 kills on the map and a Rift Herald.
And these are the signs of life that I want to be seeing. I already mentioned in the draft phase how I thought that we could see this Leona move around and make some plays happen in mid. Well, although it was close, they did manage to escape, so they got Jackal for free. We then see Sabal go down to the bot lane. They managed to catch Ronkus by himself, pick him up, and then get some plates with the Herald. Cat might be going down as well here, but we're going to decide to back away. Levi's coming in with that Abyssal Voyage. Overall, a nice bit of gold injected back into the bot lane, into the mid lane of Absolved Academy, and they are ahead overall, even if not by much.
His 4 kills on Ronkus is not enough to represent Goldie. 500 gold sitting there on Nikolai. He did, of course, just pick up those tower plates, which was a big, big reason for that, and a little bit of a CS advantage. Gold sitting about 800 on the side of Absolved, and you would have thought about 2-3 minutes ago this was not the case, but some nice little plays around the map along with a clever Rift Herald steal suddenly puts them in complete control of this map and control of the gold thus far. They do have a Drake to the name. You do see on the bot side there is a lot of vision in that bot river. 2 pink walls. They picked up the Scuttle Crab as well, so that's going to give them control of this next Drake. We'll see a lot of train top. Instead, they're going to go and try and go for a pick mid. Sleepy Trouble Bubble will land. Zenith Blade did not, but it will not be enough anyway. With the Paddle Star, they pick that one up. That's another kill over to Coin. He's 2-0 on the Zoe. And Absolve showing real forms of life today.
They're really being tenacious. We saw in the game that they just played against Split Raiders, it was Black Lions, but it was pretty close between them up until a point. And then now it looked like you were ready to write the game off at 5 minutes with Aphelios getting 4 kills in the first 5 minutes of a game. That's not a situation you ever want to be in, but the gold is in Absolved's favor. We're going to see more trading as Jojo just can't really make anything stick in this top side. Another good roam.
Beautiful fight him in there. The stun from Leona landing on 2 of them. That means they're going to pick up the kill on Silver. A lot of trading coming out there. Blue Line Vigil did come out, but in mean we cut across the top side as a kill was taken onto Soul Raven. A lot of kills across the board there. A 2-for-1, in fact. 1-for-1 in the mid lane, and a kill obviously on that top side means that actually a small win for Resolve there. That means we're going to get pressure across mid here and look to pick up some turret plates.
But they still have defense there. Tristana and Zoe will be able to clear that wave pretty quickly. I think 1 tower plate was picked up there, so a nice little bit of gold, but not the worst it could have been for Absolved by far. And this game really is swinging back and forth lane on lane. It feels that wherever Resolved Academy have their jungler turn up, wherever Cat decides to appear out of the jungle, they make big wins. This Olaf is very, very strong right now compared to the Trundle, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Trundle is a low resource jungler. He doesn't require getting fed so he can do the main damage. He is there to support your team, to disrupt the opponents, and ultimately that subjugate is always going to be useful regardless of how much gold is injected to him. So it's nice to see that Absolved Academy are still playing as a team, rotating around their strengths, and they're starting to put kills onto the Tristana and onto the Zoe, which is where they're going to need to be picking them up.
Yes, it's actually crazy meta if you think about it, right? If I want to steal things on my subjugate, well, why don't I make the enemy jungler and top lane stronger? Then I've got more to steal. So a smart idea coming from Sabal because he sits 1-3. But yeah, realistically having a bit of a quiet struggling game. But as you say, Trundle is a low resource jungler. That's fine for him. About 25 CS down there. But Cat, super sub, having a brilliant game so far. 1-0-5. Good work for him. playing really, really well, coming in last minute. So the gold's sitting pretty much bang on even now. That Rift Herald advantage hasn't been translated with those couple kills picked up across the map as a result. Coin looking for some little chip damage here onto anyone as they get some damage onto tower. And good defense there from Resolve. So, yeah, a pretty bloody game so far. 13, 14 kills here in the first 40 minutes. A kill a minute almost. Sunlight does come down there, and so flared will land, but they will not take the result. Perhaps use a little bit more zoning. That's going to force, it looked like force Ronkus back. So perhaps this is Absolve's chance to take that mid lane and break the game open a bit.
They really are trying. They've got 4 members down here. The set can TP in as well if needed, but Resolve Academy, they're just not going to be able to mount that much of a defense. Levi gets choked out. Such low health bars on the side of Resolve. Absolved here are still pushing away at this tower. Jojo is likely going to lose his tower on the top side as well. Set might be looking to try and engage onto him, but he's going to walk away. And still, the siege in the mid lane is continuous. Might be a 2-tower push for Absolved Academy here as a scrap breaks out in top.
Yeah, so Raven may have got a little bit too far for his liking. Beautiful knock up there coming out from the Ornn Ultimate. RKO will turn around from Soul Raven to try and get himself out. He'll follow up with the flash. That means that Cat and that will walk away. But instead, watch it. Absolved are collapsing. Beautiful Trundle Pit will force 2 of them away. Immediate flash force from Coin. That was with the W. Means they'll get the first kill on him onto the Olaf. Now Jojo's going to come down. Nikolai picking that one up. 2 kills going onto their carries. Exactly what Absolved need to take this game even further. And Rift Herald is up.
The week of upsets could be continuing here, Grant. We're seeing Absolved Academy, a team who were struggling within SQ1, taking down one of our potential favourites. Resolve seemed to be on the back foot after what could only be said as a fantastic start for them. They seem to be having the run of the map, but right now it is just not going their way. The long-range engage, the long-range pick potential that Absolved Academy drafted for themselves with this Zoe, with this Leona, being so pivotal in all of these plays so far, Absolved just seem to be playing as a team better, making these rotations and catching Resolve with their members too far forwards.
Yeah, the game going up and down and up and down. You know, it was 800 towards Absolved, then it was even again. Now it's 1,000 towards Absolved. So really back and forth. One thing to note, Resolve during that entire time did unlock Jackal to a sense. He was on that bot side, managed to pick up 2 turrets for himself. So a good amount of gold going on that Twisted Fate. And as I said, this is something you have to look towards. They do have that split push ability in the Twisted Fate, and to an extent actually in their bot lane, because you have a pumpkin to move around the map a little bit more easily. So how they play it might be the kill. But actually, instead, flashed away with the claims means that Ronkus can have to try and find Battlestar. Real dodge to Battlestar, but it won't be enough. He will go down. Jackal is turned up together with Levi. Levi will eat him up and spit him out. But the sunlight does come down. That goes wide as Jackal flashes away. Levi looks like he's probably sacrificed his life here in order to save Jackal. Flash forward will pick that one up in the end. And now, another sleepy bubble lands onto Cat. The Ragnarok prevents him taking too much damage. As in fact, it looks like Leona's not done here. Doki, he wants to fight, but now Ornn is here. He does have the Ornn horn. Chooses not to take it on. So again, Absolved finding these good fights, pick up 2 kills and translate that into another tower, and even spawn the Rift Herald.
With 5 members here, with the Rift... Oh, that's... God, it just gets out there.
Unbelievable! Pulling in the Ornn actually took down Coin a little bit for his own good. Moonlight Vigil actually goes wide as they try and take the fight here. I wanted to give you a chance to talk on how good that was from Absolved, but instead they throw it out the window with Coin getting too aggressive. But now they turn around the fight. They want to take it. Jackal, he's pushed back by Soul Raven. The stun facebreaker won't land. Jackal's actually walked away his life, so Bulb will pick that up. And meanwhile, on the other side, however, we have unlocked the Aphelios. Levi doing a great job keeping him alive means that he's picked up a kill as well. And all of a sudden, this is an unlocked Aphelios. 200 years doesn't matter if you're taking the fight in this style. So Battle will go down quadra kill for Ronkus. And this is a big Aphelios.
Once again, the game swings in a matter of minutes. It looked like Absolved had the push. They had 5 members down on the bot side. They had the Rift Herald. They were sure to break open the base, but an overstep by Coing allows him to get stunned. He's picked off, and all of a sudden Resolve will turn. We see Ronkus picks up a quadra kill. He's going to have a huge amount of money when he gets back to base, likely completing his second, maybe even 2.5 items there. They'll pick up the Drake, they'll push the waves out, and Resolve Academy get a bit of a reset going back in their favour.
Arch, this game makes no sense.
This entire weekend of SQ1 makes no sense, Grant. We have seen bloodbath throughout. I believe our first game of the day with Absolved and Black Lions had over 50 kills, 18 of which were in the first 10 minutes. So this is relatively tame by comparison.
Well, I was praising Absolved, as you said there as well. It all looks so good, getting the 2 kills and Rift Herald going for that over 17. But instead, we're going to see now an engage attempt on the top. Drowsy comes down. That's a sleepy TF. The Solar Flare did come down as Goku was trying to get himself out. Good paddle start over the wall, pick up and hit too. So their support here a little bit low, but on the other side, good damage was down. This game keeps going really, really back and forth. And every time I want to praise one team, there seems to be an overstep. There seems to be a little bit of a misplay that allows the other one in. But at the end of the day, something we have to point out is Resolve's win condition was the Aphelios here, and he is 8-3. Ronkus really, really strong. Is Cat getting a little bit aggressive. Actually wants to take this fight with Ragnarok forward, but will just die. Not too sure about that one, sir. And that will come at the cost of his life. In return, they're trying to take the fight now instead from Resolve. They've picked out Sabal, and actually the face break will come down and stun onto 2. Levi's gone down. He cannot save the Aphelios. That means that Nikolai is free-shotting now, and shutdowns will come across the board. 4 kills go down for the side of Resolve. Resolve winning that fight, and even as a 5v4, Resolve tried to take the fight, but brilliant work from Nikolai means they cannot win it.
And this is the thing, Grant. Although you said that Resolve Academy's win condition is via Aphelios, it's also Absolved's win condition too. Jumping on Ronkus and shutting him down has to be the #1 priority. And you saw in that fight, as soon as he was taken out, as soon as he lost his life, the rest of Absolved could step up. Nikolai and Cohen could put the fight on their backs and do the rest of the damage. Yes, they might not be individually as fed as this Aphelios, but together they are so much stronger, and it's 2 people that Resolved have to deal with rather than just the one themselves.
Yeah, I just don't know how to call this. This is going all over the place. You praise one, it goes the other way, it goes the other way, it goes the other way. So Absolve walk away from that fight a little bit stronger. They were about 1,000 gold lead ahead, although we've learned from this game that that kind of means nothing. They do have 2 Drakes their name, which is something we didn't point out earlier, but all these turrets trying to take the toll on the gold, and they're looking really good. Going, he's been a little bit quiet sometimes, where a lot of our focus has been on the top lane. We have 6-1. Zoe is looking really strong. Levi tried to take the fight here. Ronkus in a slightly awkward position, and the eat-up means that he'll be thrown out to the left side of the river, staying alive. Facebreak will put in. TS gone down on the backside. Cohen is just free hitting paddle star after paddle star. 3 kills for the side of Resolve. Not sure they want to take that fight, but brilliant work from Cohen means that he gets some more kills to his name. As I said, that we're still going on. Stop the show, shouts Soul Raven as he gets a good facebreaker down as a result slow them, but it wasn't enough to pick up any kills. But instead, Absolve, they're going to focus on its inhibitor. You have to think this is them going down, but they'll walk away as a result for the next moments around Baron and Drake.
You say they're going to walk away. I think Absolved are going to try and speedrun it here. They've got 5 members. They've got a Tristana. They're going for it.
A lot of damage coming down, but that's a 2-man knock up there from Orn into a beautiful Ornhorn. All of a sudden, Absolved looking really, really awkward. Ronkus is back. He's free hitting now, getting a lot of damage down. Nikolai will jump away as a result. So I definitely wouldn't have thought the end there. Absolved tried flashes, traded left, right, and center there. The card just doesn't land onto Soul Raven. He will walk away with his life. Sleepy Trouble Bubble actually into a cleanse. Jackal doesn't want to walk away from this, but the Cloud, Speed, and the Jungle Mints won't catch up. Nikolai decides to try and turn the fight. That will be him going down. Not sure about the one. They have actually called Soul Raven on the top side. So what started off as a base attempt N has run it all the way into this mid. And in the end, well, just as I say, Resolve looking good again. What happens? Resolve turn it around.
Caught with their hand in the cookie jar. Absolve tried to overreach. They tried to get too much, but look at the base. There's super minions on it. I believe they actually managed to get both of the towers there. So Resolve, although they won the fight, although they're going to be able to take the Baron more than likely here, there is the chance of a steal.
He's in the pit, so Bob is here. He's trying to go for the steal. The Baron's still going to go. This is going to be a smite fight. It's stolen away. Going with another paddle fast away. Now that the 3-man Solar Flares come out, Resolve limping away. They are so low. In fact, probably going to be a sacrifice to his life. Jojo going there. Ronkus in a really, really bad spot. Levi will eat him up though. Now TS turned up. Jackal just going to give up. In fact, he's going to somehow turn around this fight. Goki goes down, but another steal. We've seen a Rift Herald steal, and now we see Cohen with a Baron steal. Everything going wrong for Resolve there. That they could not afford when their base is wide open.
as if Absolve needed any enhancement to their siege potential. They already have the Tristana and the Zoe. They have the Leona to punish you if you try and clear this minion wave as they're approaching your base. They now have the Baron as well, and you can see Resolve are moving to these side lanes. They're trying to push out the waves. They want to create as much space around their base as they possibly can, because super minions are going to be pouring down mid. They're going to have to respond to that pretty soon, and all the while they do, that's building pressure for Absolve to go to a side lane to try and make something else happen. And they are still looking good. Yes, these trades have been bloody. Yes, Absolve have been caught out one too many times overreaching. But at the end of the day, they have an open nexus to assault, and Resolve still have a hell of a lot of towers to burst through.
Yes, brilliant aggression coming out from Resolve. They actually get another beautiful catch on Levi. Moonlight Vigil will be thrown out in return, but it won't mean anything in terms of damage. Levi walking a bit too far forward, and despite having that 0-4-13 game in great bot lane, is not enough. Absolve, they are looking for the end here. There are no inhibitor, there are no base turrets left. Instead, they break out the fight. Cash trying to run to the back line, but that'll be Nikolai taking him down. The Sunlight will come down instead. Land a stun, that's going to be 1-2. Now a third kill from Jackal as Nikolai doesn't actually get the kill, but it's just free hitting. Absolve, all of a sudden, it's game over 25 minutes is all it took, and despite it going back and forth, they take the game, and yet another upset for this weekend, Sarge.
And who would have thought you'd be looking at a score sheet at the end of a game with a 12-6 Aphelios and seeing a loss next to its name? Despite getting that big lead in the first 5 minutes, despite having all the gold in the world, Resolve Academy could not beat the relentless pressure that Absolve were bearing down on them. There was constant roams, there was constantly a man advantage, and the global ultimates, the map mobility, all of it be damned. We saw Leona and Trundle constantly collapsing together, finding members of Resolve and just cutting them down.
Absolutely. And, just as we're saying the game's getting going, it's suddenly over. Absolved, brilliant, brilliant work there. Another win to add to that list means that they will get a little bit stronger result. And we're finally starting to move up that table and look towards a playoff spot. So good work from them. But yeah, it's another upset. And you know what? I've got to praise Absolved. Yes, they overstepped. Yes, they made a couple of errors in how they played them out. But the aggression ultimately played through. Some really nice mechanical moments in the fights. Cohen just having fun, honestly, on the Zoe and just free hitting for his life with the Battle Star. And, it's fantastic game. And just add a steal to the end of that. But sometimes aggression is the way forward. Sometimes you've got to try the tower dive. Sometimes you've got to try the level 2 gank, And even though the Aphelios, as you say, got 12 kills to his name, it didn't matter because they just ran at the team and found ways to catch him. And even with the Tom Kench, Levi trying to eat him up, it wasn't enough to keep him alive.
Look, it doesn't matter whether you are Iron, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Challenger. On the main stage at the LEC, the aim of the game is to break the Nexus. You have to get through the towers, you have to get through the inhibitors, and you can die as many times as you want, but if you are taking those objectives, you are in a good spot. And Absolved showed us the epitome of how to do that. The game looked rough. It was not clean by any means at all. There's going to be quite a lot of head scratching from analysts that tried to look through that game. But at the end of the day, they did what they needed to do. They ran down the base, they took down the towers in their way, and they blew up the big glowy crystal.
Absolutely. Sometimes you throw the ball into the China shops and he breaks everything and it works. So good on Absolve. They take that win for the day. And to follow up on that, we're actually going to have an interview with Absolve Nikolai as a result to celebrate that victory.
Okay, just waiting for Nikolai. Hello here, everybody. Mas1 here, caster of yesterday. I am joined by Absolved Gaming's Nikolai. Nikolai, congratulations to yourself and the whole team for that win.
Thank you.
You guys definitely had a unfortunate early game, I think, is to say the least. You were down two deaths at one point versus an Aphelios who had 4 kills. How did you and your team kind of feel at that point in time?
The plan for the game was obviously just to try to camp bot lane. We went Hail of Blades on Tristana just to keep fighting. But after the first 2 deaths, we felt kind of off, and we just thought we just had to force over and over again, and it actually ended up paying off. And
yeah,
we actually got some kills, and we got back in the game.
Yeah, you guys definitely fell behind. 5-1 was a score for a while, but slowly by surely it went 6-3, then 6-5, and it really felt like a comeback was coming. How has the team been kind of feeling, seeing that yesterday there was a comeback through a few of the other teams in the standings, and that maybe there isn't kind of a disparity between upper and lower level teams, as clearly everyone can be beaten. Is that something that the team has been thinking about?
We actually think we have the potential to get up in the standings, but we have a lot of back and forth in between the players because we have a lot of substitution, because a lot of us have work aside of this league, and
understandably.
And I'm filling in as a ADC. I'm not on the team normally.
Sure.
So we actually think we have a lot of potential, but it's kind of hard when we play together, not that much as we could be.
I mean, it's really impressive to see that kind of comeback, see that rallying behind. You guys clearly had great communications, and I mean, let's pick out that key moment when everything really started to go your way towards the very, very end, and that Baron steal. What was the communication? What was the comms like at that time?
We kind of wanted to try to steal because we have Zoe, of course, and we have the plant. And they were very, very low, so we just called out, try to steal, and then try to hard force afterwards, and that's what our Leona did. And we actually end up stealing the Drake, and stealing the Baron.
Yeah,
not the Drake.
Even better.
Perfect. And then we just won the game, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just to give a quick recap, where do you, so you and the team are all very hopeful to make a strong showing. Obviously, this is going to, you're all first thinking about playoffs and obviously getting up there, and you guys definitely will have a playoff contention, especially beating Resolve, who haven't had the greatest week, obviously going 0-2, and you guys have gone 1-1, I believe, this week. So definitely got to be feeling good about the results for this week and moving forward. Hopefully, you make it off. To end this little interview with yourself, is there anything you want to plug yourself or anything else about the league or the stream?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Nikolai, for coming in, and congratulations to yourself and the team for the victory today.
Thank you once again.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the final game of the day. This is Split Riders versus Blackline, a really, really exciting game. It has been a day and a weekend of head charge, but this for me, the most exciting game so far. Say Split Raiders picked up the win earlier against Resolved. They're now going up against the league, the first place in the league, Blackline, 7-0 or 8-0 now, unbeaten. This for me is a really interesting game to see truly where Split Raiders sit in terms of both playoffs and being that top 3, top 4.
I think they're doing the same thing that they did to us last split, Grant. I think they've started off slow and they're going to start ramping up. We saw earlier on they had a really good performance. They played really, really well. Lawless did amazingly on this Camille and so far has not been banned away from him. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this come out again. Wukong, Cassio, and Vlad taken off the table, Karthus and Kane as well. So you can really see there's a different focus from these two teams about who they're trying to target. Sion going to be taken away from Feng Deer. We've seen him have 2 fantastic performances on that. Are we going to see a Misfits from Black Lions, do you think, with that Fiddlesticks hover? Perhaps not. They're looking around at different things. And this is going to tell us what they are going towards a lot more. Is it going to be an assassin, or are they going to pivot to something completely different?
Well, it will be different, as you say, as Karma locked in. I did think the Akali hover, which we know is a yokai special, especially when he played it so well earlier on in the day, perhaps would be something show. But instead, they'll just lock in Karma, which is a bit utility, can be flexed. The top can be flexed to support. Well, not flex. Support or top is the flex, but using something there that just gives you a little bit of speed, a little bit of good movement across the map. Blackpink has shown his ability on those range supports. So I think it's a nice start, a solid pick. As Rakana actually is immediately picked up in return. We'll have to see if the Zaya comes with it.
Decent pick that we haven't seen for a little while, actually. Provides a lot of engage to the team, good at getting in for these quick skirmishes and then getting out safely as well. If you do see an opportunity but perhaps have overstepped, he's relatively safe form of engage for the team. But like you said, Zaya is normally the immediate answer as well when Rakan comes up, but we're not going to see it just yet. Graves locked in instead. You have to think about Saints, who's going to take that into the jungle. Fantastic clear speed, really, really healthy clear as well, because obviously he has the knockback on his auto attacks that allows him to kite around camps very well. He loves scrapping in these early stages around, the invading into the opponent's jungle or potentially going for the river scuttle as well. So I like the option, and we're going to see an Ezreal taken from the Black Lion bot lane. Gragas
Yes,
Yasuo.
indeed. Yeah, I know. As we see Yasuo Akali hover, you know what Yokai wants. He wants that assassin. Picking it up here means that you will at least have the mid-pick counter available on the side of Split Raiders. But instead it looks like they're, well, what do I know? They keep hovering and changing. Who knows what we're going to pick? Let's see what they're actually going to lock in the Kindred. So you talk about grave scrapping. Well, there's another one who can in return provide a lot of scrapping and wants to be moving around both sides of the jungle, both top and bot, in order to pick up some of those marks. So that's actually, for me, that's a super hype matchup. Kindred versus Graves, that's as scrappy as it gets.
And we did see Cyrox play the Kindred in, I believe it was the first week, looking super strong on this champion. They played an entirely different style of composition to what we've seen previously from them. They played through Cyrox being the carry rather than an enabler, and the rest of the team was built around supporting him a little bit more, which worked well for them. It was a nice change up to see from Black Lion, and coming into this match still undefeated, it's something they're clearly feeling confident with. Varus is going to be picked up for the side of Split Raiders, wasn't taken off the board at all, and with that Wukong banned out already, they felt comfortable taking it down into the bot lane, is where we're going to expect it to see. Scales up fantastically, brilliant poke, and a good amount of engage from an AD carry as well. So I like this. I think it still gives a lot of options without really revealing too much about what your team's trying to do.
No, exactly. I do like it. I won't lie. I am surprised with Akali being on the board that perhaps they just thought Yokai could be strong enough in the Akali, irregardless of not having that pick order, i.e. allowing the counter, that he would take it. But Instead, as you say, Kindred picked up instead. This means that Akali is banned away. There is a Fiddlesticks ban coming in as a result, so perhaps they're a little bit scared of a Fiddlesticks top, I guess, or because the jungle has been taken away. We have seen it a little bit here and there in that top lane, so wouldn't surprise me knowing Fengdir's style of play and that aggression and that kind of just. I don't know. It's the style of play where he just tries things. It always seems to work. Doesn't surprise me that he might be a Fiddlesticks player as well, to be honest. So yeah, that silent fiddle taken away means that I'm curious to see what both Fengdir and Yokai pick up now.
Well, I'm not even going to discuss the Shaco until it's actually locked in, because that would be a whole other world of difference. And if we're looking so far at what Blackline have for themselves, they've got quite a lot of poke. Ezreal and Makama can both kind of hammer away at you from a distance. Kindred can do that as well, keeping nice and safe, kiting back. So they need some form of engage here to actually round out the comp and give them something to work with. If we're seeing a team, I'm assuming is going to be a proxy pick notification. So we'll move back across to Split Raiders, the Orianna for Flamey. Solid control mage, good zone control always round, fantastic team fighter as well. Really like this pick and think it's just another good option. The set's going to be picked up for Black Lion, that's going to be the front line. So we've kind of got a mid versus top swap now. Both teams are going to get one counter pick, and I'm wondering what evil yokai is going to choose to face into this Orianna.
Absolutely. So it seems Split Raiders, they chose to take the counter pick on top. So Orianna, as you say, pretty much as safe as it gets in this meta. Really, really strong pick that we've seen. Just maintain control of the wave. But playing into Azir is not the easiest thing in the world. And this is something we've seen Yokai pick up now. He has shown expansion outside of those assassins this split in a really big growth on these sort of control mages as well, and has played Azir a few times. So loving to see him pick up that pick and see if he can pull off anything special on it. So Azir really, really strong in the meta as well. And now we're going to see what Split Raiders decide is their counter towards set, and they're going to take the Jax.
Okay, that was not really something that I expected to see. But if you're looking at an auto attack heavy composition from the side of Black Lion with the set, the Kindred, and the Azir as well, Jax, not a bad option. He will scale up insanely well. He will dumpster Fengdir in a side lane later on, providing he doesn't get punished too hard in lane. And overall, it's a really scrappy style of play from the side of Split Raiders. This Graves and this Jax, they both want to be skirmishing, they both want to be fighting, and it's going to give them great options to control the side lane in the later portions of the game. Black Lion, they've gone for something a bit more standard. We're seeing the front to back team fight. You can see how it's all going to work together, and they've once again pulled out this Kindred that Cyrox has shown up on before. Forces you to try and use those cooldowns to burst them out right at the start of a fight. Otherwise, the Lamb's Respite is going to come in, it's going to drag the fight out and really make you work for every little bit of the health bar that you can chip off them. So I think the two team compositions have a lot going for them. Overall, I'm going to be going with Black Lions. I think they've got a nicer and easier to understand team that we've seen them prove themselves on before.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I'd love to on the weekend of upsets. I'd love to go with you, but go against you rather, and say, the underdogs in Split Raiders are the ones. But I also think Black Lions are looking a bit of a stronger hit, a bit of a smarter, I think, comp that works. We've seen them show success on the set. We've seen them show success on his ear. Kindred, sure, a little bit different. But what I will say is I do like elements of the Split Raiders comp. You're going to expect to see a lot of long fights here. There's no explosive damage from either team. So very long, drawn-out fights. And whilst that's happening, Graves is the scrappier it gets, the stronger Graves gets. And at the same time as well, this is a game where Lethality Varus, Kartama can have a very fun time. There are 4 out of those 5 champs on Black Lions will struggle against Lethality, with only Set perhaps doing a little bit okay. So it's a great pick up there. And, long fights, that means more arrows. That means more Graves, picking up that grit and getting stronger and stronger. And if this game goes on long, if it stays scrappy and Split Raiders keep breaking up Black Lions sort of game plan, then that Jax is going to get stronger and stronger. What wins, fists or a lamppost? I'm going with a lamppost.
Lamppost every day. It's still, it's an improvised weapon, but it is still a weapon nonetheless. And the thing that concerns me is the relatively short range on the composition for Split Raiders. Other than the Varus, they don't have a huge amount of consistent damage at any kind of distance. The Azir, the Ezreal, the Karma, they're going to have the far superior range in the Black Lions composition. And I'm worried about these stalemates emerging where Black Lions are just allowed to slowly push an inch forwards because they can push Split Raiders back using these poke tools, using these harass tools, and eventually we'll see Split Raiders forced into an all-in engage in something that doesn't favor them. Now, if they can work around the sides, if they can get an angle, a good flank with the Jax, a good pick with the Varus or the Rakan, that all goes out the window. Split Raiders comp looks fantastic. But until we see it happen, until we see Black Lion make some mistakes to allow Split Raiders this opening, I'm not 100% sold on what their draft is trying to execute.
No, exactly. And one thing to notice, if you're trying to put pressure on the side of Split Raiders, one of the members, it's going to be Bonkai, because their only form of engage really comes out of him.
Yeah.
And whilst the Oranoble method could work with him, it's a lot of pressure on him, especially when you're against Blackpink on the Karma, who just throws out a mantra shield and everyone runs away. So it's going to be very reliant, I think, on Bonkai's performance, if he can get in there. If not, they struggle. But if he pulls it off, those sort of long drawn out fights, as we say, they made them work for Split Raiders. So it's not easy. It's not easy to pull off. Black Lions been playing out their minds all split so far, but I can see some senses of opportunities of how Split Raiders can play this off. But realistically, you'd still say, as you have said, Sarge, the Black Lions are the ones in control here with this, both the pick, the comp, and the way they've been playing. It's not going to be easy for Split Raiders to find an upset here. But I said that game, so who knows? We've all said it all weekend.
I mean, at the end of the day, Black Lion are currently the team to beat. They are undefeated. They are sat at 7-0. This is what they're going to be hoping will be the 8-0 game. Evil Yokai, Yuya, Blackpink, Cyrox, and Fengde are really trying to push this advantage forwards and make a go of it. We've heard them in interviews. They are incredibly confident. They have put a huge amount of work into their roster, into the team as a whole between last split and now, and it is really showing up. We've called them one-dimensional before, but they are showing so many signs of growth, so many different avenues of attack that they can play through, that it is making them an exciting team to watch, and surely a team that is a headache to draft against.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Split Raiders, no struggles of their own. They're sitting currently in third at that score of 5-2. A win here would actually put them equal second. So yes, they are doing very well. But however, to get that win into second means upsetting indeed the league performers so far at 7-0 and undefeated. So we saw Spark struggle last week to cause that upset. Let's see if Split Raiders can effectively be the ones to take their mantle and try and take down Black Lions. So we do see a pause come in.
Get those emotes ready, everybody. SQ1 Pause League. That's why we had it made. Was getting everything set up. I believe we've had somebody is having ping issues. Someone on the side of Split Raiders, perhaps, I believe. I think the teams are saying that they are getting ready to go into it. If we look at the summoners, there's a lot of TPs from both of these teams here. 3 TPs a side. An Ignite and a Smite will be the only deviating summoner spells from that list. So I'm expecting when a fight does go down, everybody's going to be dogpiling into it.
I love that. I love that so much. That's so exciting. You see the 3 TPs, that means like, oh, there might be a dive bot here. And all of a sudden it's 5v5. So really, really exciting. They don't have those sort of map moving elements like we saw in the last game in a Twisted Fate or Tom Kench or something similar. So 3 TPs make sense. Often you find just both in this meta, but also against Black Lions, the way you're trying to counter is you're effectively just trying to counter the moves they make on both objectives, dives. You're trying to slow down the game. And especially in this one, when you've got a Jax on the side of Split Raiders, they just want to slow down the game sometimes. And triple TP kind of allows that. If you see the opportunity of them making a play, you can all get there in time. And whilst it may be countered on the side of Black Lions with TPs of their own, it will give Split Raiders the opportunity to slow down fights and slow down dives and slow down objectives where they can.
And that's the thing. If Split Raiders are the ones that are first to the fight, it's going to favour them. They've got the phase rush on the Orianna. They've got phase rush on the Graves as well. It's going to allow them to push these advantages quickly. And although it might only be a few seconds, if they can get onto somebody and burst them out, take Evil Yokai out of the equation, take Yuya out of the equation, all of a sudden they have the man advantage and they have an extra leg up on damage as well. And I think as soon as you kind of force the Black Lions roster onto the back foot, that's where they're going to be feeling the pressure, because while they have excellent ability to kite, excellent ability to kind of sustain and weather these assaults, when you've got a Jax and a Graves barreling down at you, sped up by an Orianna and a Rakan itching at any opportunity to go in, it's going to put a lot of pressure on you, and that's the kind of thing where you start to make these little slip-ups that we've seen cost games.
Absolutely. And as I said, pressure on Bonkai to show this game. You have a ball delivery system in the Rakan. Normally on a Malphite it's similar, but the Rakan works just as well, especially with that charm ability. You hit 1, 2, 3 people, well, that's the easiest shockwave of your life. So a wombo element possible for Split Raiders, and that is going to be their main form engage, as you say. But when you go against a Karma, and not just a Karma, but Blackpink, and how he's been playing so well on these range supports to Split and having an amazing, amazing season thus far, it's not easy, because as we said, throw out a shield, make some people run a bit faster. If he picks up a Shurelya's early on, which is possible, those kind of things prevent that one engage tool that Split Raiders have.
It definitely will. And another area of the map that we kind of haven't discussed in terms of these engage potentials, these big all-out fights, is this top lane matchup, the Jax into the set. Both of these champions are going to be going toe-to-toe. Both of them are going to be trying to find any advantage. And while Fengdir might have the advantage through the early levels, Lolus will be able to come online and is a nice answer to the set. So I think the Jax has a decent matchup, especially the later the game goes in the side lane when you're looking at those 1v1 situations. And given how Lolus played earlier on the Camille, I think he went 7-1, 9-1 or something like that from what I remember, he's certainly going to be feeling good about himself and his earlier performance, and that's the kind of mentality you need when you're coming against this high-up roster.
Absolutely. As we see minions arrive in the lane, there was a little bit of a level 1 attempt there, but actually really good trading there onto Blackpink. Bonkai doing his job. Guardian was popped early to prevent the initial damage, but you do see Kartama a little bit low. He's going to be able to farm safely early on with those arrows, as you expect. Unsurprisingly, we already see Fengdir and Lotus going at it. I'm not shocked to see that. I'm curious to see how that game plays out. But pressure coming on the side of Yuri and Blackpink, that's what the Karma provides you. And if we look towards the junglers, which has got to be the focus early on, as we said, we know Saints who loves a bit of scrapping, and the Graves is perfect for that. They've both made pretty basic starts. Graves is kind of exclusively stuck towards that top side, going red Krugs, and now onto the chickens. So, maybe a level 2, level 3 gank opportunity available there. Meanwhile, Cyrox, he's moved onto the bot side, so it could be a greatest customer. We'll have to see how they move about the map, but he is going to get spotted, crucially, just on the wall he's walk over now, so they will see him, and they will know there's a blue invade going on here.
And when we talk about the junglers, I do worry slightly for Cyrox. We've mentioned already that Graves wants to be scrapping as much as possible. He's incredibly potent in these early scraps. And when he's almost got a telegraphed positioning system of where the Kindred is going to be turning up, it makes it very easy for Split Raiders to potentially lay a trap and get some early gold into their pockets. Because Cyrox needs these marks. He needs to try and find something. We're going to find each other in the jungle here. Graves invading already.
Yeah, talking about early pressure there, it was actually a really nice smite from Cyrox. He will get his own red, and now Graves is going to walk out. Should be live. Actually, Azir's turned up. Yokai, he wants to take this fight, and you've seen Yuya move up the lane. So they're trying to get that kill. Flash away force on Saints as a result. They're trying to flash follow, but it wasn't enough, and that actually forces a follow-up from Flamey. So that invade didn't work out, didn't take red, and it comes at 2 flashes as cost of their life for Split Raiders.
And just as the River Scuttles are spawning as well, that's going to give Cyrox the opportunity to get that first mark on the board, get that early bit of CS and XP advantage down in the jungle. You can see he's climbed up to double the CS of Saint Su already. Definitely disappointing considering Graves has one of the fastest clear speeds in the game. You kind of think of him as one of these champions that dips into the jungle and then 30 seconds later he emerges having done the entire thing and having got another half item piece. But so far, he will be falling slightly behind, and at 4 minutes in, there's already a slight gold lead emerging on the side of Black Lion. Nothing to scream about so far, it's only a couple of hundred, but it does show and match the CS advantages we're seeing in lane. Fengde is doing a fantastic job of freezing at his tower, or just in front of it, to try and catch this wave, forcing Lolas to overextend. And where Lolas had the early level advantage, he got level 2 first and was pressuring on to Fengde. Fengde has now caught up, the set is now a level ahead, and he's able to really try and drag this Jax into a position he doesn't want to be in.
Absolutely. And looking a little bit back at that invade and the reason why Black Lions is sitting up on that gold advantage, I like the idea because they actually saw Cyrox on a ward. Cyrox and Blackpink walked in, dropped a ward down, didn't show a Graves was, so Saints who knew where Cyrox was going towards red and try and invade, but Yuya and Blackpink have been playing so well. They've been getting pressure in this bot lane as they have been basically all season to an extent, irregardless of their picks. But you'd expect it from the Karma and the Edge here, mainly because that Karma, that they can collapse as a result. So using their pressure well on Black Lions, which is something they've been doing really good all split as well, is just how they relate that pressure. So hopefully as we get back into game here shortly, really, really good start from them in terms of just utilization of the map.
And if we take a quick look, now that we're in the pause, at a few of these other interesting summoner choices, you can see that Fengde has Grasp of the Undying rather than the Conqueror that you would normally expect on the set. And I think this is a good adaptation, having seen that the Jax was coming out, because you know that you're not typically going to be winning those long extended trades against the Jax. His Conqueror and his other, stacking up of the auto attack speed is going to be able to beat you out. So going for these shorter trades, which is what Grasp of the Undying favors, is going to be trying to keep him topped off in lane. It's a nice little option. Similarly, Evil Yokai has gone for the Hail of Blades in the mid lane, and we've already seen it a few times, just poking out Flamey, getting 1, 2, 3 auto attacks in on him quickly with the Sand Soldiers, and just taking these really short trades that are ever so slightly favoured, and it allows you to just try and whittle them down before you go for the all-in, or before Cyrox comes to actually break that freeze and help you out with a kill.
Absolutely. Perhaps the Grasp Undying, already thinking about later in the game, allows them a little bit more lasting in the lane. Fengde perhaps moving away from that slightly crazy aggressive style he loves and realizing that he's just got to hold his lane. That's his only job. Lowe's putting a lot of damage down here on the Fengde, and we're actually flashed forward to take that first blood. There was no haymaker to keep him alive, and really smart play from Lolas, understanding his advantage there. And that's a massive, massive pickup. If you want this Jax to get rolling, well, why not a solo kill to start it off?
It's definitely going to help you out. Won't be able to push it on the tower and get any plates because Fengde has already teleported up there. But with Saint Su on that side of the map, you can see Lolas is feeling comfortable enough to just make sure the wave does reach that tower and back away. Fengde has gone down in other games first, though. He has consistently fallen behind early on and then brought it back in team fights. We were chatting before we went live today with some of the other casters, and it's been discussed whether Fengde is the best team fighting top laner in the entire league right now. So while that looks very good for Lolas, and while it's definitely nice to have that in the back pocket on this Jax, you have to worry about, will it be enough, and will Fengde's impact later on in the team fight outweigh any advantage this Jax is going to find?
Yes, I do remember Fengde last week when they played Sparks that he got MVP despite, I believe, being something like 0-4-0-5 to start the game and finished with MVP. So, as you say, if that doesn't say something about his team fighting ability, I'm not sure what does. But yet again, a bit of a struggle start. He does have a 20 CS lead in that top side as a result, though, so that will at least mitigate that first blood gold. It's probably more even than we realize. He did use his TP instead, so there is a TP advantage thing here for Lolas and the side of Split Raiders. Whether they use that will be a question. Realistically, you probably just want the Jax farming and going, so Probably didn't expect the TP advantage to get used too much. Meanwhile, we've seen Alden attempt in mid-edge. Shockwave will land, but he'll use his Sand Soldiers to push her away. But it won't be enough because now all of a sudden, here comes Saintsu on that Graze. Will pick up a kill for himself. Evil Yokai did not have flash, had used it earlier on from that invade. A beautiful little pick up there from Saintsu. And all of a sudden, 2-0 Split Raiders. And I mean, you know, it's starting pretty good for them. This is what we wanted to see.
Hey, remembers that you want to be picking up the gold to enable them to scrap early on are starting to find a few kills. Yes, they are falling behind in CS, which is concerning, but getting these kills, that extra gold, is going to put it at about even, and overall, Split Raiders do have a slight gold advantage. Flamey will remain safe in the mid lane. He will be able to just back and get some items, come back and reset. Lola still has the TP available as well to watch out for on this top side of the map. So if we do see things kicking off around the next Drake or around the Herald in a few minutes time, we could see multiple members committed. And change on the top side now, level 6 is here. Lola's coming off a little bit worse for wear on that one, but no jungle intervention up here at all so far, and you can see how quickly this Jax can just push the wave in and potentially move around to pressure another area of the map.
Yes, and as a result, you're actually seeing Blackline immediately move their bot lane away. Looks like they might be moving towards that top side. They want to trade off and get them into the Jax to make it more even. Fengdir can probably farm a touch more safely against the Varus, just dodging those arrows if he manages to. So a smart lane swap coming out here to stop that Jax getting ahead. Cyrox will move towards that top side as a result, just to cover that movement and that trade. Meanwhile, Saintsu, he's just farming. He's doing what Graves does best. He's a little behind the farm, does have the kill to staying to help. Dragon was actually picked up for the side of Black Lions during that last engage. So they do have the Infernal advantage for them in the meantime. And now, because of that lane swap and the objective of the Dragon to the name, they've translated that pressure in topside. This will mean a Rift Tower for them. And really, really smart macro coming out thus far from Black Lions, despite being behind.
And this is absolutely no surprise to see from our top team in the league so far. They make the rotation early, they generate this pressure, and it allows them to pick up these neutral objectives. Yes, you could argue that the Varus and the Rakan are going to be fairly happy with this. They're just going to be able to push under the tower and try and farm up as safely as possible. But having said that, does get caught with the Haymaker a little bit there. So still has to respect the set, and Fengdir can make things happen. Flamey's pushing onto Evil Yokai. Good shockwave.
Yeah, good shockwave, put a lot of damage down. Actually doing full, but it doesn't matter because Evil Yokai's and push the Orion away. Meanwhile, we're going to see a dive attempt on the bot side. Slam dunk from the set, trying to take down Bonkai. Does actually get him down and survives. Haymaker shield coming out despite the ignite is enough. Seizu trying to take that on. The ultimate is not enough to take him down. That tower surviving away from the auto, so really well played from Fengdir. As a result, on the top side, that means that they can use that Rift Ult to immediately break first tower. So a split map attempt from either jungler actually comes off so much worse for Split Raiders. Meanwhile, if we return to the mid laner, no one actually went down there in the end, despite that crazy attempt to dive. And yeah, that could not have gone more wrong for Split Raiders if they tried, because they've not just lost the kill on bot, but they've lost the map on top.
You have to respect the Shurima shuffle. Evil Yokai manages to move out of the position and push Flamey back under the tower. It looks like Fengdir isn't quite done yet, though. Ooh, good flash in response from Katama. He will manage to get away, and now Fengdir has to run.
No Haymaker. He has to dodge. Oh, I lied. There was a Haymaker. Sorry, carry on, Sarge.
Not a problem. And we see, like you said, that push overall did go in favor of Black Lion because they managed to get the Rift Herald onto the top side of the map. They managed to get down that first brick and get a bit of gold back into Ezreal and Karma's pockets. You can see them now returning to this bot side of the map, and they weren't punished in return. A 3-man dive onto the set under tower actually ended up in him getting a kill. Bonakai did go down for his trouble, so we will see Split Raiders come worse for wear off of that, as we're just going to go into another pause.
SQ1 pulling out their famous pauses once again. Hopefully that won't take too long. So we see the bot lane now move back to bot. There is a match coming in from Split Raiders. Reason for that, there's no objective on the top side. So using really good pressure from Split Raiders across the map to translate into a free Drake, into a free Rift Herald, you now have to think that they're going to try and take the next Drake as a result. So smart play there. And very, very good macro. That means that the gold is actually dead even, despite the couple first kills that went down and some CS sort of negatives across the board. And a lot of gold is on that Ezreal. It may not feel like it. There is a 15 CS lead or so onto that Varus, but all the plates went into Yuya and Blackpink, so that will mean that he's a lot more even, probably slightly ahead as a result. Something to bear in mind. Hopefully these pause won't last too long. Actually, looks like they're going to be unpausing now, so we are back in the game. We are 10 minutes in. We are dead even. And this is exactly what we wanted from this sort of top-of-the-table clash here. As we actually see the attempt going mid. Immediate flash forward means that he cannot shift forward to his side, but Lamb's Respite will keep him alive. Beautifully played from Cyrus to flash forward and drop that. That means Evo can flash away, but it's not enough. Flash follow from Flame will pick up that kill. A good attempt, actually was flash follow from the Graves. A good attempt from Cyrox to keep his mid lane alive, but Yokai not respecting the map state and drops down.
Yeah, Cyrox really committed his all to try and prevent his mid laner from going down there, but perhaps it was a bit of a lost cause. Evil Yokai was getting swamped by 3 people there, and even though he did manage to get away from the Lamb's Respite, he was still taken down by Flamey in the end. So it will be a kill for the side of Split Raiders in this mid lane. And, you know, they're starting to look like they are getting a few advantages. Saint Su has turned up in a few places and been causing problems. Lawless is doing well on the top side of the map into Fengdir alone, but overall the team play and the rotations seem to be going better for Black Lions, apart from when Yuya, he's just going to walk in and face check that one.
Thank you, Cyrus. He's trying to take the straightaway in time. Smite actually doesn't work. That was stolen by a smoke screen of all things. Drake onto the side. Now all of a sudden there's a TP in the back line. Lotus has showed up. He's picked up a kill for himself. This is all gone so wrong. So quick for Blackline. I cannot believe that I saw a dragon stolen away by a smoke screen. 3 kills go down. Split Raiders, you have to say, there's the 4th. Looking for a 5th on the bot side now. May or may not get it, but who cares? Everything going the way of Split Raiders. And just as you're about to praise Blackline's macro, pick up their Drake, they throw it out the window. And this is now Split Raiders' game.
Yeah, I kind of want to retract my previous statement if that's possible. Smiting the Dragon Bear down to 11 health, that's always a feels bad moment, and Graves likes to scrap. We saw Flamey come in there as well. Bonakai turned up, and overall it was a good fight for Split Raiders. They've managed to pick up a few more kills. They have a decent gold lead in a few different positions now. Top lane looking especially favourable for them. Lola's got 2 kills out of that exchange. And this is the kind of situation you want to be in if you are the Jacks. You want to be finding these early advantages where you can and translating that into something more. Fengdir's looking to try and scare off this Varus, but Bonakai will be shielding him away. Evil Yokai, he's under this tower at the top lane, but you can smell the blood in the water. Split Raiders are looking for more, and they are constantly trying to find areas to attack. We will see Saint Su and Lolas walk away, but we're going to return in just a minute or two.
Yeah, that scrappiness breaks up the great macro, or what we were saying was the great macro of Black Lions, going from Drake to Riftel to Drake. Deal seems to be the name of the game today that's changing these matches, and we see yet another come in here. So again, Black Lions the map looking really, really nice, but if you don't land the smite, it doesn't mean anything. And this has really allowed the map state to open for Split Raiders. 3-0 Lolus Jacks there. That's exactly what he needs for the split push. Poor Fengdir probably going to struggle with that one later on. In response, Blackline, they're going to get a lot of vision out onto that top side. Actually, I say that, sorry. That was Split Raiders vision. Split Raiders are going to get a lot of vision out the top side. They know that they want this next Riftel. They want to continue to break up the macro further. You see a lot of trading on top, and look at the damage from Lolus coming out there. He knows he wants it. Instead, Saints is here to follow up. There is a tower safe Fengdir. He's going to have to ult away to save his life, but this is all Split Raiders' control, and it's now their game to lose.
It certainly feels that way. Lolus is going to have his way of things in the side lane. The Trinity Force and the Ninja Tabi means this set cannot contest him right now. Fengdir is going to need some sort of backup to be able to respond to this Jackson. Cyrox is hanging around, but it just feels like he's slightly behind the pace so far. We were talking about how Kindred was a very telegraphed champion. You have to follow your marks around. You have to get those pickups to really be relevant. And Saint Su and the entirety of Split Raiders have done a fantastic job so far of shutting him out. 0-1-0. No impact really in this first 15 minutes of the game, apart from those neutral objectives. And other than the first tower, it hasn't really gained a lot for the side of Black Lion. Whereas Split Raiders, they're investing the time into getting their carries ahead. They're investing time in being able to win out on this side lane later on. And so far, it looks like they're the ones in the happier game state.
Yes, and all of that means that it's translated to just under a 3,000 gold lead for the fight of Split Raiders. But now Blackpink, he's going to face check into the red buff. Saintsu goes, thank you very much. Picks up a kill for himself with the double buffs. So that's now 3.5k gold lead. One thing I will say, right? So you look at this. Anyone comes in right now at this point in the game, bam, let's see 8-1. Let's see 3,000 and they go. GG, game's over. I can't tell you what I'm about to say because instead we're going to see a full engage on the bot side. Beautiful grand entrance there, following the charm from it. Now just Spy will actually keep you alive. Doesn't he have the dash? Saintsu has to walk and save his life. Instead, you actually outplaying this. All of a sudden, this fight's turned around when I thought it was easier to their life. Cyrox playing this so well. Gets one. Gets two, actually. That was picked up by the Zir. Instead, in mid lane, Flamey trying to 1v1. Tries to flash away. Does enough. The shield just dropped off. What happened there? Right, 3 for 4. Someone else died at some point as well. What's going on today? What's going on? I can't keep up.
These games are so aggressive. It seems that every single team, every single player is just looking for blood at every opportunity. Flamey and Evil Yokai take each other down in the mid lane. Good use of the ult from Evil Yokai to Shurima shuffle Flamey back under the tower. He flashes away, but the shot will still be tracking onto him. You can't flash the tower shot, unfortunately, when it is already locked on. Engaging the bot side that looked really well in favor of Split Raiders is going to be denied by Cyrox's Lamb's Respite. It's going to allow you enough time to kite back. They will burst down Saintsu and then pick up the rest of the bot lane as well. The Drake has respawned now, and you can see Split Raiders are already on it. But I think you were saying, Grant, that while this game looks heavily in favor of Split Raiders, there is still a lot of options for Black Lion. They are by no means out of this. And after seeing a few of those turnarounds, I have to agree with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say that, you know, with that Karma again, the engagers on the side Split Raiders, they have to be the ones to engage with Bonakai, perhaps with the TP, which Lotus did a great TP early on the Drake, which worked, but they have to be the ones to force it, and Black Lion can just walk back and back and back. They've not had that 5-5 opportunity to show it yet, but that is their win condition in these fights. I do want to mention during that last fight as well, it looks like both Yuya and Kartama traded their own lives onto each other. So that means that at least Yuya's going to pick up a couple kills and move to 2-2. He's a little bit more in the game. Yokai having a rough time so far. I had praised this Azir in previous, but this time is looking like it's struggling a little bit more at 1 and 4. Flamey doing a great job to put serious aggression onto Yokai and not let him have a chance to breathe this game so far.
And I think a lot of this could be from the difference in the jungle so far. We've talked in the past about how Black Lions tend to play a lot through Cyrox and Evil Yokai, kind of supporting each other hand in hand. One gains priority so they can help out the other to get advantages as well. And right now, it feels like neither of these players have had the greatest showing. They've both been under a lot of pressure. They've both been having difficulties, which means they haven't been able to actually support each other like they normally do, and both have started to fall behind. Flamey has repeatedly pushed Evil Yokai back under the tower, aggressively going for his dives, and while he has lost his life to it once, it has worked out more often than not, and he is building up a small CS advantage. He's 3-1-3. Overall, his teamfight impact through the next, 7-8 minutes is going to eclipse anything that Evil Yokai can hope to put out, unless Split Raiders just completely ignore him and let him free hit for days.
Absolutely, and whilst I do talk about that fight option for Black Lions walking away, you now have 2 win condition methods open up for Split Raiders. They can, of course, win the fight, or as their namesake suggests, they can just split with that Lowless Jax 3-0 on top side. Instead, they're going to use all of that pressure translated to bot. They're going to pick up a tier 2 for their troubles. So Cyrox, in the meantime, he will try and turn onto the mid lane, has to drop Lambda Spire. So much damage coming out there from Kartama, who actually wants to take this fight, but Yu's going to dash forward. They know that there's no damage here from this lethality. Varus, a weird one taken there, but in return, Flamey walks away, and all of a sudden now this has been turned around to Black Lion. Double kill for Flamey. Just as I was about to start praising Black Lion in the middle of that, the turnaround yet again happens. And I'm not sure I can pass over because it looks like Lulus wants to take this fight on Fengde. He's waiting for that hop into the stun. Nice little face break will save him there, but the stun will land. Bonakai is here to do it as well, but the speed from Blackpink is enough. They're still going forward. They don't want to give up. Ultimate is not available for Bonakai. He cannot dance about. They chase him from red buff to blue buff. But overall, yet again, Split Raiders looking a little bit stronger for it.
And look at how well Lolis is able to bully out Fengdir on the top side of this map. This Jax is just unmatched right now. Nobody can go near him, and a Set certainly can't. Everything that Set wants to do, Jax has an answer for. He can run him down for days. Has to commit the ultimate, has to get help from Blackpink to be able to escape that. Otherwise, it would have been another death. But before that chase even started, we saw a fantastic collapse in the mid lane. Initially, it looked like Yuya had got the pick onto Katama. This Varus got caught out a little bit, but then the rest of Split Raiders managed to rally round. They picked up the double kill and they opened up the map for themselves. With Baron now live, if we see Black Lions fall prey to that again, if Split Raiders can make another good pick, it could be a key objective going their way.
Yeah, you spoke about in the early game how they had to not only make their own plays, but they had to just counter Black Lions, such as the nature of how Black's been playing Split. And well, the TPs have allowed it every time we call some form of Black Lion play on this map. It feels like Split Raiders are just there to counter it. Triple TP, you know, Lolis is there, Flamey's there. He's picked up 5 kills for himself as a result. They're doing everything they need to take to, and I'm sitting here scratching my head because I feel like I might just be casting another upset of this weekend. 5k Gold League sitting on the side of Split Raiders now, and you know, this could be it. This could be Black Lions dropping their first game of the split. I'm genuinely excited to see how the rest of this plays out.
It certainly could be, and Black Lion, they're not a team that's going to want to go quietly. They are not going to let this one just slowly bleed out. But that 5k gold lead, sorry, 5k gold lead over to the side of Split Raiders is going to feel even greater than it actually is because of the champions that it's on. The Jax and the Graves are so oppressive when you have a lead, and Orianna doing this much damage. You can see members dropping everywhere across the map.
Yeah, Evil Yokai in trouble. Moonside further up the lane. There has to be a flash away from Cyrus. Trying to follow though. Lunas doesn't care. He will pick up a kill for himself. Meanwhile, it looks like Evil Yokai did drop there. He was totally caught out, and despite throwing up his turret, it wasn't enough. All of this pressure across the map means that Split Raiders is going to pick up their 3rd Drake of the game. That leaves them on Soul Point for the next Cloud. And despite a little bit of split push from Fengdir on the top side, Split Raiders just everywhere across this map. They're using their pressure in the jungle. They're using their pressure translator where they can. Baron is live and up, and that has to be the next objective, you think, for them. This is everything that Split Raiders needs to do and more.
Talking about everything that Split Raiders need and more, we often say that the Cloud Soul is, you know, one of the less desirable ones. It doesn't give you that much. Well, now you're talking about giving a massive movement speed steroid to a Jax, to a Rakan, just after they ult and want to press that engage. That is exactly the kind of tool that is going to benefit Split Raiders right now. They're going to be rubbing their hands at this because getting that doesn't really do an awful lot for Black Lions. If they are somehow managed to, you know, pull it out and take the soul, they don't gain an awful lot of it at all. But Split Raiders are going to be so enhanced. We're going to be able to chase people down for days.
Yeah, and now immediately they try and take the fight. The Grand Entrance there did knock up Cyrox, but instead a lot of trade damage coming there. That Ezreal damage doing a lot of work. Flash away from Yokai to dodge the shockwave. There is no big ultimate sitting on here for Split Raiders. As a result, they know they need to have to run away here. It looks like Saints who took a lot of damage on the Graves as well as a result. So walking away a little bit wounded, and this is what we talk about. If you cannot get that engage from Rakan's Bonakai as he missed the Grand Entrance there, all of a sudden they're a little bit in trouble. So they may have to look towards Split Raiders. They may have to look to other options. Instead, the fight's not done. Bonakai, nope, he'll just simply dash away. But Evil Yokai has showed up. He's used his TP. They're trying to get a massive shutdown here onto Lolis. This has to go onto one of their carries. Speed will come out with the Mantra E as a result. Lolis will take the speed away on the Blade of the Rune King, but it's not enough. Evil Yokai picks up a massive, massive shutdown. TPs is the name of the game this time to turn and counter that one. And we are looking towards a Baron.
Immediately they're going to start it up, but right now Split Raiders have priority in the mid lane. They've got 4 members able to respond to this. There's no massive amount of vision, so they will know that it's happening. They've got the one in the back of a pit, and this is not the time to be pausing the game, guys. Baron is at 4,000 health, just dropped below 5. We've already seen some insane steals this game and last as well. Will Saintsu be able to slip into the pit? Both junglers have smites available. Saintsu is a level higher, so will have that higher damage on it. Can Black Lion actually secure this objective now?
just the tensest pause of my life, Sarge. Like, oh my word. As you say, 4,500 sitting there on Baron, both smites up. We saw earlier on, a Baron stolen away with a smoke screen. Maybe we can see some more here. So it feels like, I don't want to call it a Hail Mary from Black Lions just yet, but it does feel like they feel forced into this just because it's a 5v4, just because they have that one little bit of advantage. They haven't got the vision set up to match it. They don't have middle control. They don't even have top control, it looks like. So this is a scary Baron, but the longer this game goes, the stronger the Lolis is going to get, already sitting at 4-1. And despite, Nazir sitting against him for the late game, does this feel like a last gasp? It feels like a last gasp to me.
I think it's a decent play. Looking at the state of the map, they have the man advantage. There's no reason for Black Lion not to go at this. They have pretty much every tool they want. They've got all of their ultimates available. It is only flashes that they are lacking. And remember, they have the Lamb's Respite. If Saintsu goes over this wall too early, if he tries to steal this Baron, the Lamb's Respite can be put down and delay all of it. The fight's going to kick off.
Here we go. And there's the Lamb's Respite. Baron's now alive, but everyone's in the pit living. Who's going to win Smite? Evil Yokai takes down Saintsu. That means Smite is up. This is going to be a free Baron, in fact. Baron turns around. Oh, it's stolen! It's stolen again! How? How have you allowed that to happen when you have a Smite available? Unbelievable. The arrow from Katama takes it away. And just as I was about to say, so well played from Black Lions to take down the jungler, it's stolen away. And Split Raiders now have Baron sitting on 2, sitting on 3. I think it may have been picked up by the Jacks. What?
Through the Lamb's Respite, through the Smite, through the man advantage, Black Lion cannot secure the Baron for themselves. Once again, Split Raiders will steal this objective away. The Varus snipes it with the arrow, and that is going to give them such a huge advantage. They were already winning out in these side lanes. They were already able to push quite freely because of the advantage they've made for themselves. Now, who's going to stop Lolos on the side lane? The towers sure as hell aren't, because he is going to be so strong, bringing these minions to bear, and it is really starting to look bad for Black Lion. You were talking, Grant, about that Baron feeling like a desperation play. I think it was all right, but the next one certainly will be.
Sarge, I'm tired. What is going on today? It feels like both of these games we've casted today have been not thrown, but been decided on steals of some kind. Well, Split Raiders now have 2 to their name. They've stolen the Baron. They stole a Drake early on. They're sitting on that Drake soul point. So that will, you have to think, be their next objective. Everything going their way. They're getting the run of the mill, to use a football term. The luck is just landing on their side. Well played from Kartama in the last fight. So Black Lions, they're now on the defense. They have a couple of tier 2s up, and you have to think they're probably going to have to let this go. It still remains how Split Raiders can use the split to their advantage in the Jack. In return, though, Black Lions will feel like they need to fight this straight. This is probably going to be the next fight that arguably will decide the game.
And you have to think that Black Lions are going to opt into this. Like we said, the Dragon doesn't do a whole lot for them, but it is going to make it very difficult to respond to the Jax, to the Rakan, if you let the side of Split Raiders take it. They're not really in a position to try and get anything if they let the Drake go. They haven't got a top wave pushing, they haven't got a mid wave pushing. They're kind of just fighting for priority right now. And if they let this Drake go for free, it is a big advantage which is going to spling the way of Split Raiders. They're moving in now as it spawns, but Lolas is still on this top side of the map. He's still just split pushing with this Baron buff. He's now up to the base, and with the TP available, he could easily back off and join this fight, whereas Fengdir cannot do so.
Yes, notice 3 TPs available for the side of Split Raiders. Only 1 available for the side of Black Lion. So that's going to be okay. Cyrax has made it into the pit. Does have Lamb's Spike, but instead he will get bursted through it. A beautiful charm into Grand Entrance is enough. That quickness looking so good on Bonakai. Immediately Cyrax taken down. That is now Cloud Soul. Not the strongest soul, but yet again Split Raiders getting the objective they need to take forward the game. They are just on about a 6k gold lead now, which is huge for them. The later this game goes, the more it gets interesting. I'll still throw that out. Yuya and Evil Yokai have really strong late game champions, you know, where Bounty Brass falls off. The Greys will start struggling as well. But Split Raiders, they're just doing everything they need to do, as we keep saying. And yeah, I feel like we're casting yet another surprise, yet another upset. Black Lions, their unbeaten run looking really threatened so far this game.
It's certainly looking dicey. It is not looking very good for them at all. They haven't really been able to work with their composition. They feel like they've been outclassed in almost every single lane, something that I really was not expecting to say today at all, because right now, Split Raiders, they're coming back online. It's that week 4 buff that we're talking about. We said that Split Raiders, they like to run it down the start of a season, you know, have a bit of a laugh, have a bit of a giggle, take the pressure off, and then they put the pedal down. Well, if this is the first game of that, they are certainly putting the pedal to the metal, because it is looking their way right now, and it is definitely their game to lose, Grant.
Absolutely. So, 30 minutes just short on the board. 9 and 17 kills sitting for the side of Split Raiders. That 6k gold lead sitting as a result. There have been no inhibitor towers taken down. So the base is still much in control for Black Lions. And as we said, they still have that Kite 25. We are going to see an attempted full-on engage in topside. A beautiful Shurima shuffle means that Evil Yokai will knock back Flamey, but he will flash away and actually walk away with his life. It was not followed by Fengdir or Evil Yokai. So beautiful flash gets him out of that, and an all-in attempt doesn't work. Instead, as a result, Split Raiders are going to use that attention to try and get Lolas pushing on the bot side and some chip damage on this mid. Look at Lolas here, doing so much work. He's actually going to dive forward. Immediate Lambda Spike has to come down. Cyrox knows he gets bursted out. Blackpink will land the stun, but look at the damage coming out. Lolas, it's not enough though, and he's doing everything he can. The pull away with the slam dunk actually is a delivery system for that kill to Blackpink, so a 1-for-1 trade, despite Lolas being stuck in the base. Now it's full-on defense mode for the side of Black Lions here. They have at least broken that split ability down for a little bit of while, and instead try and trade away with some of this poke that they have to keep this inhibitor tower alive.
They're going to do their best, but the Baron is spawning in less than a minute. You can see Split Raiders are already just starting to push the waves in and back away. They want to take these resets. They want to go for this objective. That's what they feel like they need to break the base open and actually start knocking at these inhibitors. They're going to clear out all of the jungle on their way, and Black Lion, they have to know this is coming. This is where the next fight's going to be. It's going to be where the game potentially is decided. So I want to ask you, Grant, before this final fight starts, we know that you're involved with a few. I'm not going to even get the chance. Cyrox!
You're not going to try that. They're immediately trying to take down Cyrox, and the ultimate will blow him up. He did not have Lambda Spike. So just as I was about to say, who's going to take this Baron? Well, it's all over now. This has to be Split Raiders taking this away. I was going to comment about the junglers finding their F key for their smite, because it's been an interesting game thus far, but easiest Baron of your life with that pickup. Split Raiders, second Baron of the game. They're in control. What were you going to say, Sarge?
I mean, I was going to say to you, you know, we know that you're involved with some high-level teams. What has been the bigger week of upsets, the LEC or SQ1? But I mean, it's clearly written on the card. Cyrox getting outclassed in the jungle. Evil Yokai not doing anything. Fengdir being run down in a side lane. SQ1 has it all.
Yes, and you have to think that this is not Fengdir's fight. When he brings out the stopwatch, he brought out the ultimate early. Lolas just life steals off the minions. Fengdir not even bother going to throw his flash. It looks like Haymaker will keep him alive touch longer. It's not enough. That's the work that Lolas can do. And to answer your question, I was easily saying the LEC 2 days ago, especially an XL man, of course, throwing against G2. But instead I sit here going, well, I've casted 2 games, and both of them have looking like upsets, and I know they're not alone. So, I mean, SQ1 definitely giving the LEC a run for their money right now and coming to this weekend. Fengdir still down for 30 seconds, and this means that with that Baron up, this is their chance to break the base. You do see Lolas TPing into that bot side, so whilst TP down, they just want the pressure, and it's a sort of 3-2 setup thus far. That will mean inhibitor down the bot side. Black Lions will have to give that up, and you have to feel they need to force engage here. There will be 2 inhibitors likely going down, whether they give those 2 up for free or whether they take a fight.
Such a big minion wave pushing in already. These 2 members, although they might be at a numbers disadvantage, it certainly doesn't feel like it. The rest of the team will break through the mid lane now. It is Fengdir is now back up. This is the final fight.
Well, Saintsu goes down. Did not respect the damage of the Sound Soldiers. Yokai thanking you for that one, but actually Cyrox picked up the kill in the end. That will relieve the pressure. You have to spot that actually Elder Dragon coming up soon. They did use the Ezreal ult to try and cancel some of those backs. This all of a sudden changes the game a little bit. 40 seconds, that death time sitting on Saintsu. Can they get onto that Elder in time? backs do come in. TP immediately, it looks like, from Kartama. He needs to be a part of this fight. This will be a 5v4. Saints are strong. They're looking for a kill push. The Fnatic push, it always works. Down goes Fengdir, even through the Haymaker. It doesn't matter. 5v4, no, 4v4. That will again stop the pressure from from Black Lion. His Elder is up, but you have to think that Split Raiders will just dance about it until Saint 2 is up and there.
No matter what level of play you're at, you will always get one. One a game will always be on. Bonakai being a bit aggressive, Lolis is following it up.
It's never enough. Actually, I said that. Iwayuka, he's turned around. He picks up Bonakai. Really real play there. Yo-Yo trying to flash around. Picks up Flamey. What's going on? How all of a sudden are they losing this? Black Lions pick up 2 kills. Oh! Sorry. They pick up 2 kills for a death. As actually Yuko goes down to that lethality damage of Varus. Elder has been started here. This is a 3 versus 3. Fengdir will be up though. He does have TP. It looks like Black Lions are actually just giving this up despite having even numbers. They did not have them there in time. So Elder up. You have the 3rd Baron not too far away. This is still Split Raiders' game to take, but you see what a little bit of mismanagement can do. And all of a sudden, the damage from Black Lions is enough to still hold this game.
And we're at the stage now where the goal difference is becoming irrelevant. The teams are starting to get those final builds onto their carries. You can see Ezreal and the Varus, they both have about half an item left to complete before they are full build. Jack's up in the top lane. He's feeling mighty fine with himself. Lolas has everything he needs to be laying down for her. But Elder Dragon is going to be a big, big boon. And you could already see the burst potential that this Lethality Varus, that Flamey on the Oriana has for themselves. Now with that Elder Dragon, you just gone. You don't get a chance to press your R key for the Lamb's Respite. You don't get a chance to Arcane Shift away to get out the fight. The Karma Shield does not matter anymore because the Elder Dragon Execute will take you out before you even realize it. Split Raiders, they have this game in the palm of the hand. They're looking to try and fight around this last turret. They want to take this final inhibitor and really choke Black Lion out of it. Will they be able to find the engage to do it? Bonakai doesn't have his flash.
A lot of wave clear still sitting on the side of Black Lions. There was an attempt for a 5-man topside waiting for the supers to push in, but they chose to walk away from that. Instead, Lolis just going to use a transport system of his own strength to bring them into the base. You have Saintsu sitting in mid there as well, so 2 people bring them in little by little as Black Lions instead try to clear up this topside and keep it alive as they can. The ultimate from Varus will not land anyone. Chains don't land. Fengdir doesn't manage to get the face break on Lolis. So instead, it looks like Split Raiders, they don't care about the top anymore. They just want to use this opportunity to end. Stun will not come up from Lolis. The Azir soldiers walked away to keep away, but beautiful ultimate into the base is not going to keep him alive. So a little bit of slow pressure to keep him, Black Lions, alive there. It still looks like it's a possible end. It looks like they're going to go for the 3rd inhibitor here. Black Lions, they need to defend this. They cannot in time. The Elder Drake still too scary. Another Chains of Corruption goes wide. 2nd attempt doesn't land there. That's what Cloud Drake provides in terms of cooldown. 3 inhibitors down. Split Raiders, yes, Lolas got a little bit too aggressive, as has happened a couple times now, but the base is ruined. It's in tatters. Now it's just a farm game for the side of Black Lions, and they have to wait for a couple of these inhibitors to spawn, but they're not long away.
That's the thing, we say that Lolas got too aggressive, but look what it earned them. They got the final inhibitor down, and they also got a Nexus Tower. Just like we said in the previous game, it doesn't matter what your scoreline is, if you destroy the Nexus, you are the team that wins. And in these tight games, taking away a structure like that, while only giving 1 member, is a worthwhile trade. You know, Black Lion aren't in a position where they can turn from this. They can't suddenly go towards the Baron or go and start taking inhibitors of their own. They are forced to defend. So although Split Raiders do give away the man, they're going to be feeling perfectly happy because there's so much pressure pouring down every single lane. They have the run of the map to go wherever they want. The Elder Dragon buff will be wearing off pretty soon, but they're gonna get this Baron. They're gonna be able to take another shove at it, and with the 3rd Baron in the game, with all 3 inhibitors down, if this isn't the time for Split Raiders to take it, I don't know what else they think they need.
Don't doubt the Lions was the call before the start of the game, but the fans may need to find their faith now because there is a Baron taken for the side of Split Raiders. They have over a 10k gold lead in their pocket. The inhibitors may have spawned. That will provide a little bit of respite. You do have one wave of double supers at least gone in, although it looks like it was already cleared. This is Black Lions desperately trying hold their unbeaten run. Split Raiders instead trying to turn it around, show why they deserve to share second place. It all comes down to this. So they'll immediately get some chip damage onto that inhibitor. They're trying to break them. They want to take down all 3 inhibs with this Baron push and end the game. A lot of poke being thrown out from Black Lions, but it's not enough. There is one turret down. Also, the Graves ultimate already comes down. Landon twice down. Fengdir, he's trying to go in. He does get the Spirit Spot, keep him alive. Yuya has actually taken down Flamey. So all of a sudden, they were looking good, but the lethality damage is too strong on Varus. He picks up 2 for himself. Now Lola's diving forward. Immediately QSS dash away from the Ezreal. Yokai trying to take down Saintu. It's not enough. It's a 3v1, but the stun lands. That will be the ace. That will be the second upset of the day. That will be the end of the unbeaten run for Black Lions. And Split Raiders turn around and say, we see you in the top position and we are coming for it.
A little bit of BM here as the minions will clear it out.
You ruined my moment, Split Raiders. You ruined my moment.
I was gonna let you have it. I was waiting for a victory screen, but unfortunately that would have been too much dead air by far. Our previous Split champions in what looks like a return to form. We've doubted them for the first few weeks. They haven't looked like themselves. They haven't looked in the best of positions. But now they come and they end the undefeated streak of Black Lions, arguably the strongest looking team in our league. And, you know, they did it in style. They picked a Jax and a Graves and they said, you know what? You want to play scrappy? You want to play skirmish? We can do that too. We'll take it to you. And they demolish the side of Black Lions. It did take them a while to do it. Black Lions definitely made them work for it, but ultimately it never really felt from about 25 minutes onwards that Black Lion were in a position to take that game and put it back in their control. Split Raiders managed to take the game in commanding style and will start to make their return potentially to the top of our table.
Brilliant work from them. The scrappiness indeed showing through. Perhaps scrappiness does translate into a Baron and a Dragonsteel. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. So take all of your plans and your predictions for this weekend, scrunch them up, throw them out the window because we have only been casting upsets this weekend. And to top it off, Split Raiders take that win indeed. So they move up to sharing second now. They are drawing with Sparks. At 6-2, Sparks Esports 6-2 themselves, while Black Lions now 7-1. So just one win separating that top 3. Really, really exciting as we move and edge closer towards playoffs. This season is getting more and more exciting with each game. And just as I thought Black Lions were starting to run away with the split, well, in namesake, Split Raiders turn around and go no. And yeah, this just got very, very interesting.
It always does. We like late bloomers here in SQ1. A lot of our teams turn it up the longer the split goes on. Split Raiders, no exception there. But we've got to name an MVP of this match. And before we even get to discuss, I'm going to throw it out to Lolas. We have talked about Fengdir and his performance as part of the team. I have talked about the stacked top lane rosters that all of our teams seem to possess, and Lolas threw all of that aside as if it was nothing. Nazgul be damned, Lolas is the new top laner for Split Raiders, and he went to town on this Jax.
Absolutely. I think I have to agree with you there. Really good game from Flamey, and actually the whole team's whole, but Flamey especially gets some good 1v1 moments on Evil Yokai and showing some great shockwaves. Kind of threw this Yokai out of the game, but Fengdir, one we've been so excited about, got schooled today by Lolas. So I think a well-deserved MVP. Split Raiders, they move up to 6-2. And whilst we recognize how good they are getting, we are in fact going to be speaking to their jungler Saintsu in a small, quick interview. Before we head over there, just want to take that a second to say thank you for listening to myself and Sarge for today. That ends up our last games, but we are going to celebrate that amazing upset with an interview, as we said, passing over to Saintsu.
Hello, everybody. Mars1 here in the booth interviewing Saintsu today. Very excited to be here. Congratulations on your win representing Split Raiders here, and welcome to the interview desk.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So, Split Raiders, you went 2-0 this week in a week of upsets. I'm not sure if you're aware, but lots of things happened, and you have definitely, your team and yourself have definitely been part of that, obviously upsetting the Black Lions' undefeated streak.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's pretty good, I guess. But like after this game, like I didn't even check the standings. I didn't even know that they were like undefeated.
Oh wow,
So
so modest, so modest. You're just like, no, we just focus on the game. That's all we're concerned about. Everything else is around us.
yeah, I mean, not really. We are just having fun. We don't even play scrims, so like I didn't even know that. Neither my teammates didn't know as well that they were undefeated. So it was like pretty funny that we won like this because like the
Okay.
game was really easy for us. We were just having fun, and but like
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, that it sounds brilliant. I mean, having fun
yeah,
is part of the nature. You're playing a game
yeah,
at
yeah,
the end of the day, so you want to
yeah,
have
of course.
fun. Let's go into the very first part. And let's talk about the pick and ban phase. What did you guys have? Anything prepped or anything you knew about this?
Well, pretty much we never prepare about anything. We just like
Okay.
check it. Our coach just checks the OPGG and like what they are playing, and usually we bound their comfort picks if they're
Sure.
one tricks or something like that. I mean, not that we have problems with those champions. It's just way easier for us, and but all the drafting, our coach Swacho, he's a
Mm-hmm.
brilliant coach. He does the drafting, so sometimes it feels like a really bit weird because this game, I got invaded by Kindred and I didn't have priority in mid
Yeah, that
lane or
happened
bot
pretty
lane.
early on, didn't it?
Yeah. And I was like, wow, nice draft, Swacho. We already lost the game, but like everything turned out good. Everything turned out great.
There
So
was definitely a method to their madness, and
yeah,
shout
yeah,
out to them. Let's talk about some of that really early game. You got caught out as we were talking about, almost died, as well as
yeah,
did
yeah,
Flamey for trying to protect you for their own sins. But
yeah,
you did return the favor to Flamey, and were able to actually get that kill with Flamey being at level 6 and you being level 4 over onto Evil. You must
yeah.
be feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, well, just overwatching the play that we did. I mean, that we could say misplay, but like we didn't lose anything other than the blue buff when they
Mm.
invaded us before that, and we just traded flashes for flashes. So like the gank after that was pretty easy for me. So that kill was really nice for me. So I could just snowball the game.
Yeah, and let's talk about that snowball effect. They were able to take the first Drake, but you
Yeah,
and your team decided that that was enough, and you came in for an amazing Drake steal and ended
yeah,
up actually getting 4 kills as well off the back of that. What were the
yeah.
comms like? How were the team feeling after that? You must have been all cheering.
Yeah, well, the because in the early game we didn't have priority in the mid lane and bot lane, so the first dragon that we lost was like really normal for us. Like we didn't like get tilted off of that. We were like, okay, they're getting the dragon. It's like it's actually really useless if they just get one dragon. So like we're just gonna focus on farming. We outskill them. We are better than them. So that's pretty much what happened. Uh,
I appreciate
the
the confidence of their
yeah,
trash talk. We're better
I
than
mean,
them.
I
I
mean,
like
I
it. I
mean,
like
I mean,
it.
I mean that's the truth. I mean, I don't know I don't know if it's about if it was my snowball or it was the Kindred MOBA fire build, but like it was really funny. She was building, I don't know, tier. I don't know what she was building. It was pretty funny for me.
Well, I mean, let's zoom in through the game. A lot of fights happen. After
Yeah,
that dragon steal that you went what guys were up 1-7. It
yeah,
then was you guys had a bit more momentum, then looked like you were having a bit of a miscommunication problems. Some of you were getting caught out. The Black Lions looked like they were trying to find a way back into this game. Were you guys ever concerned at any point that you might be
Mm,
throwing this game or losing it?
no, no,
Okay.
no, no. The only point where I was concerned, it was like the early game when they got Prio in bot lane in mid lane. But
Yep.
like that was pretty normal. But like it was so weird for me that he took the blue buff. But other than that, no. Like the game was pretty easy for us. Bot lane was the only misplay that I was like that kind of like tilted me a little was the bot lane die where Seth got the kill. But like I don't
Yeah.
know.
That was a
I
3-man dive and it just
yeah
didn't work
yeah
out.
we didn't play it like really good. We didn't change the CC and yeah, he's like playing full tank set. He's playing every game only tanks, and it's like so disgusting. I don't know. That's what's the fun in that.
I mean, it definitely gave you guys a few problems and was able to come out in a
I mean,
3v1 scenario. So you
yeah,
can't.
it did give me problems, but like, yeah, it did give us actually. But like,
Yeah.
the top laner, the top laner, like 1v1 him pretty early, so like we were really fine.
Yeah, let's zoom in towards the end of the game. You guys had done some pretty strong pushes. Obviously, you were able to secure that Dragon Soul. Not hugely relevant for your team, but
Yeah,
useful nonetheless. And
yeah.
also to just deny them.
I mean, the game like could have lasted like 10 like the game should have lasted like 25 to 30 minutes. I don't know why we took it to 40 minutes, but like uh I just
I
want to
think.
say like
Yeah, go for it.
we didn't even like feel that we would even lose the game. We were just having fun. So like yeah, it was like pretty easy for us. I don't know.
Let's talk about one of those big moments that must have felt good. And you were partly involved in this, but we
Yeah.
were talking just before we came on about that glorious Baron steal that
Yeah.
your team did. So go on. I'll let you have the floor and talk
Yeah.
me through a bit of that.
Yeah, well, the problem was we misplayed a bit before that, and
Mhm.
our AD carry like started lagging. So when the Baron was like 4k HP, we paused the game. So like it was really weird. We couldn't see like what was going on, but like we knew that the Baron was falling like really quick. They had Azir, so when we unpaused, like I immediately tried to go in the pit and try to steal it. And I was thinking about Kindred ulti, but like I still went in and smited, and it was like so funny because uh I lost my smite, and then I uh ulted out of the Kindred ulti, and I didn't hit anyone because the Kindred ulti was still going on, and I didn't get healed, and I just died. So, and I just saw the small Varus flying. I know it was pretty funny. Not gonna lie. That must have tilted them so hard because we paused the game right before
Right.
that Baron. Yeah,
Yeah, and then you happen to find the steal
yeah,
from
yeah,
the
yeah,
Baron. You guys were able to
yeah,
run through right into their base, get the mid inhibitor, and then rotate down to the bot.
yeah,
Later, you lose a few of your members, but get the Elder Dragon as well.
yeah,
And
yeah.
at
Let
that point, it was just a
yeah.
death push, right?
Let's say if your AD carry is playing on a laptop that is like 25 years old and on a 500 ping, like the privileges from that is that he might steal the Baron sometimes.
He might steal the Baron. Saying Sue, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Is there anything you would like to plug or
Mm,
close out for your team, or anything else you would
mm,
like to say?
I'll just like to say thank you for having me, and like just imagine if we are screaming, what would happen to these guys? Just imagine that.
What a statement from Saint Sue, and congratulations to the Split Raiders for their 2-0 this week. A week of upsets, a week of so many different things happening here over in SQ1 Square One Championship League. Well, with that, that's all we have time for this week over here. Week 4, day 2, close us out. It's been an exciting one, but for myself and everybody here, thank you so much for coming, and we'll see you all very soon.